here. And for all the surfers in Europe who cannot go in the bigger events like a 6,000 or the 10,000, the 3,000, even the lowest, but the 3,000 is really important for the point. The QS Roy is meeting the CT guys and see what the level is at the moment. I think it's really, really good. For Portugal, it's even important. We're coming from a couple of events growing up these past years, and this is the point where we want to go. We want to drive to is getting in the 3,000 and giving the opportunity and growing up as a surfing nation as well.
For the winner, it's a keeper, as they call it. The 3,000 points will be one of their best 5 results to help them qualify for the World Tour. And for the young kids, it's also an opportunity for them to get some serious points for the QS. So we've been doing a 1,000 2 weeks ago, and then last week in Saraus with the 1,500, and now the tour, or this leg of events, is finishing with the 3,000 here in Santa Cruz, which is really good.
I think it's going to be very important to the village and the locals, because we're going to bring many good surfers, and bring many people to the village. It's a little village, not. Nobody knows Santa Cruz like a surf destination, and I think going to be good for that.
Yeah, Santa Cruz, it's amazing. It's very consistent. There's pretty much waves every year, all year long, and it's the location. It's perfect. We are 20 minutes away from Peniche. We are 15 minutes away from Ericeira. And the waves are great, so you can always mix a little bit of Ericeira reefs, Peniche barrels with this amazing beach break in Santa Cruz. So you can always get waves here. I think it's a very, very good surfing location.
I started surfing when I was 3. Now it's about the chase of a world title. It's manoeuvres that haven't been done before. Places in the world that haven't been surfed before. It's never ending. I'm Julian Wilson, and I can't stop.
To the Pro Santa Cruz presented by Oakley. They're coming at you live, broadcasting to the South World from the beautiful town of Santa Cruz on the Portuguese coast. I'm Paul Evans, your host, and joining me in the booth to my right is a man who graduated with a master's degree in the dark nets from the University of Lisbon. It's Diogo Alpian.
Good morning, Paul. Good morning, everybody at home. Welcome to Santa Cruz. We are just a bit to the north of Ericeira, a bit to the south of Peniche. We are in one of the most frequented beach towns in Portugal, and in one of the most consistent places around. This is the first heat of the morning. We're going to start with round 1, obviously. QS 3000, the Santa Cruz Pro, presented by Oakley. In the water, these 4 guys: Ted McCardle, Frederico Magalhães, Aaron Strong, and Robertson Gonçalves. Good heat to start things off, and we're going to start with a 20-minute heat, paddle out 3 minutes, counting the 2 best waves. That's news. Not at all. We always count the 2 best waves, and hopefully we're going to see a full day of action. That's what's on schedule, Paul. We're going to do the whole round of 128, and round of 96 is stand by.
Swells jumped up overnight. There is Federico on your screens, and it's been pretty small. We've, I wouldn't say worried, but there's been kind of an eyebrow raised concerning the forecast, but we've had this kind of pretty persistent onshore wind. It's kicked up a bit of swell. It's kind of short period stuff, but there are some sets out there, and we've just been watching a bit of the warm-up.
Yeah.
Aaron Strong representing UK. And yeah, we're looking good. Some good scoring potential out there, and we've seen some big sprays, of course, that onshore, just adding a little bit of emphasis.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this kind of beach break really allows for some interesting surfing. The wave here and the ocean here is very powerful. The beach is wide open, so the swell gets in with some power, and hopefully the surfers will try and match that power in the 75 heats we are going to do in this contest. And we see our waterman ruling the jet ski thing, just trying to get things going. It's going to be a tough day at sea with all this water moving.
Like, I know I put that sandwich somewhere. A little toaster in here. Is it in here? Yeah, and if you tuned in early this morning for the morning show and were wondering where it was, basically the on-screen talent didn't show up. That's us. We just decided to have an extra half hour in bed. So that's why we're just joining you live now. Diogo's probably going to get in a bit of trouble for that later, but I reckon I'll be all right.
Meanwhile, I'm not sure the heat has started. I think we are still waiting for that Fat Lady's song, huh?
I think that's the end of the heat, though. The Fat Lady
Can it
sings.
be the start?
Maybe. I would like to have some horn. I think we haven't heard a horn go yet, have we? So
Yeah.
when we get, I think we're going to count them in. So we're about to start, Diogo. You're quite right, and we're about to get underway.
There we go.
There it is. Down to business. Second day of the weighing period. It's our first day of competition.
Yeah.
And we are on.
We have a really good roster here for this event. We have some good heats and great surfers. We have some city surfers competing here in Santa Cruz in the coming days. And that was the first ride of the day. Just
Aaron Strong out of UK.
Yeah.
Quick up and down for him. I tell you what, coming over the next few days, but coming up in the next few heats as well, because the interesting thing about this round one, it's not just the guys trying to build up seed. We got right in the very next heat, we've got a CT star, Johan Deroux. So we got stacked talent right from the beginning. I guess maybe I'm not sure why his seed would be so low. They'd be surfing around. Did he enter late?
Yeah. That was it.
Late entry.
Late
There
entry
you go.
for young Turu.
I knew you'd know.
And there goes Frederico Magalhães from Ericeira, also from the Algarve, south of Portugal, just getting things going. Most of this crew competing in this event just got here from the Zaraus Pro and the week previous to that from the Caparica Pro, and they are in a good competition rhythm to start things off. That was a nice looking turn. He tried to do something a bit better on that second one to finish things off, but it didn't come his way.
No, so he would have been up pretty early this morning, had his cornflakes probably around about 5 a.m. and they've been ready for this heat. They would of course have been ready yesterday as well, because you just never know when it's going to be on or not. You show up at the beach and you think, wow, but you know, ultimately that decision's out of your hands. So
yeah,
would have been ready yesterday. We had a few calls throughout the day. Ultimately we decided there wasn't quite enough to let our athletes show their stuff. But here we are this morning and already underway. And just that 2:17 for Portuguese surfer in Brew. Magalhães, am I saying that roughly?
Magalhães.
Am I murdering that? Magalhães.
Magalhães.
Okay. And there's Aaron Strong. He's opted for the short sleeve weddy. Probably pretty wisely, given that little bit of extra paddling juice.
And this is Aaron Strong's.
It's Fortish. Aaron Fortish.
Aaron Fort. Fortis is plural. And this is Robertson Gonçalves. Just looks like he's on a bit of a shorter board. Just trying to juicing something out of this wave. He's from here. This is where he spends most of the time, Robertson.
Yeah, he's a stocky little guy. He's almost channeling his inner Italo Ferreira, isn't he?
Yeah, it is.
But Italo would probably be wearing boardies out there, I reckon. He likes the boardie, doesn't he, Italo?
He does. Hopefully, Italy is feeling better by now. But let's watch a replay from this one wave of Robertson just getting things going, feeling the wax on his feet. That was just connecting the dots there. Nothing major for Robertson's first wave, but he'll be happy to get such a nice-looking wave to start things off. Aaron Strong, a curious thing of him, I think he was born in Spain. His parents are British, but he lives in Portugal.
Right on.
Yeah.
Well, that is why Diogo gets paid the big bucks. He's been doing his research. He's been poring over the statistics and the surfer biographies, doing his homework, whereas I, on the other hand, have not.
3-point ride for Robertson. And yep, that's where we are, Santa Cruz, Praia de Vigia. This is the
beach
second...
of tomorrow, mate. It's the beach of tomorrow.
Or the beach of the German guy. Yeah, this one beach has 3 names. And we were supposed to be on a beach down south, a bit to the left of where we are at the moment. But the sandbanks there are just not good at all. So the organization decided, and decided good, to change for this one place where we are, where the banks are much better, and hopefully we'll see a bit of that. That was Tad's first wave. McCardle.
Tad McCardle in red. Quick up and down for him. His first business so far in this one. He's waiting for that right opportunity. He was just sitting slightly inside, and he stood up here and had a little wrap back into the juice, and going for that kind of fish-killing hop, just desperately trying to get something going. And it is going to be kind of a scattergun approach. I don't think we'll see too much selectivity as we see the strong man having a couple of hits on his backhand, Aaron Strong, and he whacked that one a couple of times.
Yep, he did. And I was thinking a bit about the onshore wind we got going on this morning. We had it yesterday also, but it did back off. So rides like this one from Tad hopefully will improve and have a bit more of an easy path to some good turns. That was just a cutback there for sure.
I see air wind. I'll tell you what, we might see some punts.
Yeah.
Are you excited about that?
Yeah, for sure. I'm always excited about good
Definitely.
surfing. It doesn't really matter if it's airs or carves. I'm excited about it, but it's definitely a bit of an air wind for the guys this morning, and hopefully they'll get some groove going and get those big airs.
Oh, I love it when you talk like that. Really gets me going.
Hopefully they got inspired by John at Bells. That was a nice looking alley-oop, huh?
Sorry, which one was that?
Yeah,
no, I'm just kidding. Yeah, amazing. yeah, it was good. It's not something you say all the time about Bells, is it?
Yeah, it's I mean, we've seen some airs in the past there. I always remember that one from Kelly a few years back. for the 10 against B. Durbridge in the final. Remember that? Wasn't
Nope.
that much of an error, but it did get him the win. And Kelly's Hail Mary against Mick in the final, also a few years back. But
2012.
it might just be that.
Yeah, I wrote an article about it for WSL. Here goes red. It's McTardle. And he'll get a couple of hits. He'll climb that foam. Got a little bit back on the tail and just couldn't quite ride out of that maneuver. And at the moment, it has been kind of a game of twos and ones and kind of incompleted stuff. You just get the feeling if someone gets a little bit of face in front of them and banks off 2 good turns, the judges are really going to go up the scale. At the moment, they've not really seen anything to allow them to throw points at this.
Yeah, let's watch the replay again. Just one turn, just like you said, Paul. And yeah, an incompleted one. Meanwhile, Robertson on his second wave, going for the floater, and ooh.
That one went pretty dry on him.
Yeah, he did.
Got a little bit nuts. What's kind of hard to appreciate from this angle, we're up at the top of the cliff, it's kind of the speed these guys are going. It is a wind swell, and the period's really short, and they're quite quick little sections. But if you watch them with your naked eye, they are absolutely flying along the wave face. These kind of sections, you know, your average surfer would maybe just be hoping to kind of get past, and they're trying to make 2 maneuvers out of them.
So looking at the upcoming heats and all the surfers that are present here in Santa Cruz, who's getting you excited for this contest? Who do you want to see surfing? Who's in a good form?
Wow, that's a good question. I like, obviously, Joanne coming up in the next heat. That's pretty rad. Quite like to see him. I see we got Josh Meniz here too.
Yep.
I like his shred.
And
then
his brothers here too.
Yeah, both of them. And of course, in the next round, we got some big names coming in, and even round 3, we got some of the guys coming in that late on. But obviously, we got Tiago Pires, we got Frederico Moraes, we got Kanoa Igarashi, and here goes our Portuguese surfer Magalhães.
Yeah, that's it. And that was a much better wave for Frederic. I wouldn't be surprised if it was the best wave of the heat so far. The first turn was nice and flashy, got some water up in the air. Let's watch the replay, Paul.
Let's have a look and see what he got done. He made some room for himself. Nice little slash off the top. That turn, just kind of a setup, and he hit it on the inside. It's definitely been the best wave we've seen so far today. Maybe it was slightly lacking kind of impetus, if you were going to be critical, but I dare say, nevertheless, given how tricky conditions are, this one, the judges are going to be reasonably generous as they recompensate him for that surf. And let's check out Strong.
Yep.
And he's trying to get around the corner, and he almost pulled in for kind of a little shampoo.
Yeah.
But he was really just making his way out the back. And he gets those arms winding in this morning onshore breeze. Of course, pray at Santa Cruz. We're here live in Portugal. If you're just joining us from around the surf world, that's where we're at. We've had kind of small conditions in Portugal for a couple of weeks now.
Yeah.
Spring can be a bit like that. Spring's normally a pretty good season in Europe, but you never know what you're going to get. You can get pretty warm days, warm sunshine, and then you can get kind of a biting wind off the sea, bit of everything. It's been pretty small.
Yeah, that's very true. We've been having some really low quality conditions in the last few weeks. But meanwhile, 4.5 for Frederico Magalhães, just like we were expecting. That's the best wave of the heat and of the day so far. The judges are liking his footwork there and giving him the best score so far. And this is the strongest man alive.
He's been really busy so far. He's caught a lot of waves. He's got a good little opportunity here. And he got a little bit of face in front of him, and it go to that snap a couple of times. So just kind of slicing and dicing, as we like to say, keeping his board moving.
Yep.
He never really had it lined up too much in front of him. He had to kind of look like he thought about going left. And he was always kind of setting up, but he did get a little double up. And that allowed him to do this kind of stuff. A little snap off the top. And again, he'll just jam that one around. That one nicer, a bit more impetus. And allowed him just to kind of wind back off his rail. And that's probably going to be his best score so far as well, as we just joined the end of McCardle.
I'm used to seeing Aaron Strong surfing, and he spent some time in the beginning of the year in Australia, and you can definitely see the improvements. He got an amazing barrel there also. And this is McDardle's replay for his first wave. Nothing major there, but that was a nice rebound to finish that wave. But the first section wasn't that amazing.
So the American in the red singlet just been a little bit quiet relatively in these opening 10.5 minutes so far. Of course, 20-minute heats for this round, so at 20 minutes, I tell you what, when you're out there, it goes so quick. And it's definitely not really a case of being selective. We're not talking about like a pulsing long-distance groundswell at a perfect reef break, which just kind of scattergun, wind swell, peaks everywhere, all kinds of lumps. Kind of have a go at reading the liner, but ultimately, you got to kind of surf it as you see it. Doing just that right now is Gonçalves.
Yep. Just trying to get something going. He used his priority there. He needed a 3.68 to move up to second, where the Frederico Magalhães is at the moment. And it's definitely a bit windy this morning. Getting the job done is not that easy, but it looks like Frederico and young Aaron are doing just that. This is Tad's last wave.
Yes, conditions, not your classic Portuguese surf. We are expecting an improvement during the week. We are going to get a jump in size, a bit of an increase in period, so
better winds also.
We got offshore winds coming too, but there is a lot to be done. Hence the reason we got to eliminate some of these surfers and whittle down the field. And that is our local boy, just having a little look at a left-hander. Never really got that momentum flying down the line there, Robertson.
Yeah, I'm looking out the window and I can see that the surfers are a bit spread out at the moment. Robertson, who's surfing at the moment, is the one surfing furthest away from the rest of the guys in the water. Just trying to sneak one in that south bank we have in this contest. And let's see what the judges think of his last effort. He needed a 3.68. I think he's lacking a bit of major turns to really get the scores going for him.
Yeah, but he's keeping busy. I like that. He got 2 waves in quick succession there. He's got the bit between his teeth. He's showing a bit of gumption. And he looks fired up, flying the flag with the local pride. And let's see if he can get himself up into one of those 2 advancing spots. Of course, 4-man heats. And 2 will advance, 2 will bow out.
He's keeping us excited, that's for sure. It's good to start with that surfers that look forward to get some waves going, that look forward to get some waves under their belt and really start, you know, get the blood flowing. Just get some waves, get some rhythm going on, and it's really good to see. And let's see what the last 7 minutes of this heat will bring to us. In the first morning of action here at the Pro Santa Cruz, presented by Oakley, one of the few, actually the only 3,000 event of the QS for the men in Europe, other than Martinique, but that's not really Europe, that's more Caribbean, although it's ruled by France. But let's watch a replay of Robertson's last wave. Just clicking the lip there, trying to get something a bit more flashy there.
His first turn was nice and he was set up beautiful for a big hit, but you saw the wave, it almost kind of doubled up, but not in a good way. It doubled up and kind of lost its impetus, didn't it? It got real small on him. The lip kind of split itself in half. He was ready to spank its bum. And it basically just said, no, you don't, and ran away from him. So I reckon he's ready to go big. He just needs a little opportunity, but I like his fire. He looks fired up, kind of a nuggety little guy.
Yeah, and as we see him paddling up north, probably is going to join the other guys of the heat, where Aaron just took off. Let's watch. Oh, that was a nice looking turn. Unfortunately, he lost a bit of momentum there.
Yeah, and unfortunately from his point of view, that's always going to happen. He put so much into that first turn. The second maneuver was maybe always going to be a bit too much to ask, but I like the way he's taking risks. Maybe sized up the section and thought, you know what, I got one maneuver here at best, so I'll give it a little bit of this. And he threw a bit of elbow grease into that maneuver and he got it done. So pretty decent. Kind of blew a little bit of tail out the back of the wave, just releasing those fins, showing something slightly different. But as a result of all that energy put into that maneuver, doesn't get the down the line momentum into the next section, if there was one. We've got a lot of 1 section waves out here. 5-minute warning's just gone. Squeaky bum time for these guys at the moment. It is Strong and Magalhães. That's your 1-2. And Mercado and Gonçalves. Well, they only need pretty small scores themselves. A 2 and a 3 something. So this thing's still very much wide open. Here goes our surfer. Gonçalves in last place at the moment, and he'll still be there with a quick in and out.
for the people at home, Magalhães, it's American people say it Magellan. He's a Magellan, like the explorer back in the 1500s.
Right.
He's
Okay.
maybe he's from the family. Huh?
And
this is
exploring the
right.
lineup. It's Mercado, and he's got a decent-looking wave here. And he's kind of kept the flow going, and he tried to get a little nuts on the inside and just kind of blow those fins out and waft them in this morning onshore breeze. He had a nice little wave going down the line. It was a small wave. You see he took off right on the inside of the bank. First little wrapping turn, kind of looked a little bit disinterested. Then he got this little bowl, and again, just kind of redirecting really. And then at the end, he thought, you know what, I haven't done much yet. I need to go kind of big, and maybe not the greatest maneuver selection on that inside.
In the beginning of that wave, I think he didn't really think that wave was gonna line up as good as it did eventually. So he did look interested in the beginning of that wave, but yeah, he tried to make up for it in the next sections. And this is young Magellan. Nice turn to start things off. He definitely looks interested in moving to the next round. He's in second place. Priority is with the white, strong, and Magellan needing a 306 to move up to first. He's back up at 217. I just get that.
When you say they, what do you mean they call him that? How? Well, they just changed the name. What do you mean? Surely his name isn't.
No, it's not. It's Magalhães, but the explorer, like we don't say Columbus, it's Columbo.
Right.
So the translation might just...
Okay, so the explorer you call that way.
Yeah, that's
oh,
right.
I understand.
That's what I was saying.
I got you.
Sorry if I didn't make it clear.
I got it. Right.
Yeah, and under 3 minutes to go. There we go. 4.9 for the last wave of blue. That's the wave we just saw of Frederico, the explorer. And now Aaron is in second, and a bit of a tougher job for red and green, Tad and Robertson.
Here goes Gonçalves on his backhand, having a look at a right. He's got a nice lip to hip, actually. Maybe just a little bit tentative for me there. But it was a nice looking opening section. I thought maybe he could have just unleashed a little bit more. There's only 2 on the clock, but he's still going, and he gets a couple of nice hits on the inside. That last one will be deemed incomplete. Possibly a missed opportunity there. He was only looking for a 4.67.
Yeah, and that wave did look good from the start. Let's watch the replay, Paul. That was a first good hit.
Yeah, he got kind of a wobble as he's going off his bottom turn, didn't he? He saw that little side chop, and I think that just made him rethink slightly. And here he's trying to stay light on his feet. You know, tag it a couple of times, and whoa, strong, nice combination there. He's got the flow, and I think he enjoyed that little 2-turn combination.
Yep, it definitely looked like it. And he got the fins free there. Good old fin release. And he might just go back to first. There we go. Score hasn't dropped yet, but we already know that Aaron's going to be up top.
Yeah, well, you get through the heat out here however which way you can. It looks a little bit like one of those wind swells you get on the Great Lakes in America, doesn't it? Don't you think? It looks a little bit like one of them, so it's maybe sometimes a case of your strategy and all that sort of goes out the window. You just kind of tooth and nail, just get it done.
Yeah, just have to grind these kind of conditions and really try to make the most out of it. Robertson has been surfing, caught a lot of waves, but definitely didn't find the ones with more potential. Aaron, on the other hand, definitely got that. He did find those kind of waves, and he got the scores he needed. He's in first place. Frederico Magalhães is in second, and for the looks of it, it's gonna be 1-2 with them moving on to the next round.
Well, there's still 10 seconds left to go, Diogo. Anything can happen in this one.
Absolutely.
No, I think you're right, mate. I think you're right. It does look like strong Magalhães, and overall, just not even counting like the top 2 scores, but just in general performance from all the ways they've caught collectively, you'd probably go along with that in the terms of result. They have looked like the 2 strongest surfers. That's official now. So Portugal and the UK
moving on
in the ascendancy here, and that was our first heat of this Pro Santa Cruz presented by Oakley. Welcome wherever you are in the surf world. Thanks for tuning in. We're broadcasting live from a windy cliff top, but watching some pretty rad action out on the water.
as see the final results. So we can see that Aaron got a 617 on that last wave.
No Brexit for Strong. He remains very much within the union of surfers still in this event. And of course, Portugal there in second place. So something for the local crowd to cheer about.
Yeah, absolutely. There are not many people around, but hopefully the Portuguese contingent will be happy about it. As we see the three surfers coming next in the heat number 2 of first round, we have the first city surfer joining us in the water. It's Johan Duru from France. We also have Landon McNamara from Hawaii. And we are used to seeing Landon surf those big waves in Hawaii. And those big pipe barrels that he usually gets. And we're going on a short commercial break, and we'll be right back with more action for the first round of this event.
Get up. Let your bare feet touch the sand and feel the sea breeze. This is the moment. Seize the day. Let the sun bathe your skin. Let the sea wet your hair. Let the flavors light your mouth and let your friends fill your heart. We thought of everything. For you.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Santa Cruz Pro presented by Oakley. Windy morning here in Portugal in Santa Cruz, but conditions will definitely improve. We are in the first round, heat 2. My name is Diogo Alpendre, the host, and with me, a local surfer and a past snowboarding champion, Diogo Cabeleira. Yes, we have the first name, and this is the first ride of the heat. Good morning, Diogo.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Santa Cruz. And that was Johan Duru on the first wave. And then the response of Ruben Gonzalez.
Oh, with the backside air. Oh, there you go.
The first hair of the competition. And actually, it's like you were saying, a bit of onshore, but a lot of opportunities to everyone.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Ruben Gonzalez is completely used to these conditions, these kind of conditions. And you have to put some big maneuvers to go out with Johan Duru and McNamara and Liam McNamara. You just have to put some really nice scores on the board to go through.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see Ruben Gonzalez getting his second wave, and I'll tell you that Ruben Gonzalez, past 4 times national champion here in Portugal. He usually surfs in Guincho, and everyone who follows the QS and the girls tour knows that Guincho is a wind-affected wave, so he's very used to surfing these kind of conditions. As we see Johan Duru once again, and look at that turn. You can see how he's used to surfing those big contests in the CT. You can see the rhythm going, Diogo.
Yeah, he's coming from his best place on the WCT. You were like 13, I think, in Bells Beach. There's the replay. Nice turn off the top. 2 nice turns, and then nothing more, just a little cutback to finish the wave. So he's actually in a good form, and he came here to Santa Cruz just for training because they are going to Brazil, and Brazil is a really similar beach break like this. You have the difference of the wetsuits because in Brazil the water is a bit warmer, but
still that's good,
and it's a good training for the next competition. Starts at 9 of May.
Yeah, and absolutely. I mean, you're used to surfing when you get some training going on in this beach break like conditions. When you move to a beach break in warmer water and you take off that wetsuit and you feel freer, you feel like you're more ready to release some of those good turns we are expecting these guys to do. Landon McNamara, that's a bit of a condition shocker for him. They've been having some great conditions in Hawaii in the past few months.
Yeah.
We just got out of the winter season there, and he definitely got some good waves. And now it's a bit more. A bit different for sure, and it's more of the contest kind of conditions. So he definitely will have to adapt in this heat and in this contest, as we see some scores already in Diogo and João Duru up top.
Yeah, I think that 617 is from the first wave. You think the second one?
Yeah, I
That
think
backside
it's the second
attack.
one. Yeah.
Okay. And then the 483 to Ruben Gonzalez to that air reverse. And now the second wave is coming too, and it's a 5.4.
So already making it easy, making it difficult for Landon, and scores a bit bigger than what we saw on the previous
first
heat.
heat, yeah. You have to start moving because there already are 6 minutes, and Liam have to start moving and start surfing to show us something and to try to beat the scores from Ruben Gonzalez and João Duru. As you said, Ruben Gonzalez was 4-time national champion, and he actually have done several European tours, the whole EPSA.
Yeah, well, that was back in the day, huh?
Back in the day, so he has a lot of confidence and a lot of background doing this kind of championships, so he's going to be a tough competitor.
Absolutely, and I mean, Ruben Gonzalez, like we have been saying, has been a four-time national champion, and there used to be a stop of the Portuguese tour here in Santa Cruz.
Yeah.
I think he made a final some years back. I remember that. But he knows this place around. He probably surfs here when there's no other option closer to home. He comes here, and Santa Cruz definitely gets some good waves. And
as you say, it's pretty similar to Guincho, his
Yeah.
home break, so
yeah,
he's
absolutely.
completely used to it.
So Diogo, you are from around here. Looking at the forecast, what can we expect? I mean, there's a word on the street that we gotta wake up and see every morning. Conditions might just change with the tides and the winds and all that. And the best thing to do is just wake up, look out the window, and hey, it's good, hey, it's bad. But forecast-wise, what are we looking at?
Yeah, it's always like that. A prediction is always a prediction. The better way is to come up in the morning and to see how the conditions are. But the forecast for the next 2 days are really good. I've been, well, let's hear the winner of the last hit.
Yeah, let's hear winner of last hits. That's none other than Mr. Strong. Good morning, Aaron. You there?
Good morning, everyone here. How are you doing?
Can you hear me, Aaron?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Beautiful stuff, beautiful stuff. Because we can't hear you, sorry for that. But nevertheless, you did good in the start of that heat. And you got that one last wave. Really nice to get things going, that 617. I bet you're pretty happy to start your heat and your contest this way.
Yeah, I was just trying to keep busy, catch a few solid waves, and then back them up throughout the heat, trying to get some solid scores. And yeah, I managed to do that successfully, and I passed my heat. Yep.
Beautiful stuff, Aaron. And let me know one thing. You just came here from Zarauz, and prior to that, you were in Caparica. How has your contest season going so far?
Well, this is my first year in the QS tour, so it hasn't been going as well as I expected, but it's a learning process. I think takes time, and we can learn from losses and wins, I think.
All right. Great stuff, Aaron. Thank you for stopping by, and good luck for the next few heats you're on.
Okay, thank you very much. See you.
Thanks, buddy. That was Aaron Strong, last heat's winner. He made it in first ahead of Portuguese and good friend Frederico Magalhães. Unfortunately, a big shot were Tad McCardell and of Robertson Gonçalves as we get back in the water. And we're still waiting for Landon McNamara's first wave there.
Yeah. It's kind of difficult. The tide is already or almost at the low tide, and it's really windy, so the conditions are getting a bit difficult. but there are still some good waves coming. And what I'm saying about the forecast for the next 2 days, it's going to be some really good conditions, I think. Look, we have a wave from Ruben.
Yep.
Now in front side, putting a nice cutback. Now check turn and trying to finish strong.
Yeah, and myself and Diogo, we are pretty used to seeing Ruben surfing. So those
Yeah.
big, drawn-out roundhouse cutbacks that he does, that's just classic Ruben Gonzalez.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to get a better score than he had on his previous waves. Nevertheless, he got something going there. I'm looking at his board. It looks like he's on a 5.6 or something. That looks like a really small board, huh?
Yeah, it's a really small board, but Ruben is
He's
He's
a
really small. He's a really small guy too.
Yeah, definitely. So he doesn't need that big of a board to get his groove on in this heat and in this kind of conditions. And there's a bit of a nickname going on for Ruben that goes along the lines of a fish that we have here in Portugal, tainha, there we go. And that's because Ruben catches so many waves and he's always on the inside just trying to get some more waves. He's one of those guys that always tries to improve on his surfing. He's close to his 40s and his first wave in this heat was a backside air reverse. So I mean Ruben Gonzalez is a very accomplished surfer, and
he's also one of the biggest chargers in Portugal.
Yeah,
he
absolutely.
really loves to go big, and he was invited a few months ago to the Perfect chapter in Nazaré, and he performed really well with some really nice waves. There were like 10 to 14, 15 foot on the face on that competition, a barrel competition, and he puts them some really nice show. And he went to tow in Nazaré with José Gregorio and Garrett McNamara on the beginning of that seasons and the beginning of the towing in Portugal. So he's a pioneer. He
He's
used to
definitely
go
a pioneer.
to Cabo Raso too. So he's definitely always looking for some really nice conditions and big waves too.
Yeah, absolutely. A very accomplished surfer and a well-rounded one also. And hopefully we'll see some more of him in this heat and in this contest. Looks like he's moving on. He's currently in a qualifying position. But I tell you what, looking out the window, I don't see Blue in the water. So Blue, although Blue said he was in this... he was going to participate in this contest and he made his inscription valid, and
But
he did
he's
check
not
in.
here.
He's not here.
Yeah.
So, well, that's kind of a free run for Joan and Ruben, unfortunately, for London. Hopefully he is all right and just decided not to come here. But this one, he didn't have to hit the water, and it's kind of a free run for Joan.
Yeah.
That unfortunately don't have those waves used to nothing.
You have a man-on-man hit.
Yeah, with no need for that.
With no need for that.
As we see Joan just paddling, just trying to get on that left. And there goes Joan. He's a big guy and a powerful one too. Powerful surfer, just connecting the dots there. But he was a bit late to hit that last section, and he's out of there.
The first one was good, but the second one, he was really a bit late. So it's not going to be a good score for Joan Duru. Right next, you're gonna have Charlie Crivon on the next hits, Ian Costa, Hugo Robin, and Francisco Cruz. Francisco Cruz is a local surfer. He's one of the best surfers in town, you know.
We just saw him on the morning show. There was an interview with him. We saw him talk a bit about what it means for Santa Cruz to have this contest here.
Yeah, so he's a really nice surfer. He's already 40 years, but it still delivers some really nice waves. And maybe we can have an opportunity, or he can have an opportunity here in his own break.
Yeah, absolutely. He's always on the best banks when Santa Cruz is breaking. He always knows how to handpick them very well. Santa Cruz has a stretch of coastline that goes for like 20 kilometers of available beaches to surf and to sunbathe and whatever you want to do here. So it's a pretty wide open beach, as we see surfer in red from the next heat. That's Charlie Yvon from France, also a very good surfer. Did really good in a Caparica a few weeks back, and hopefully he'll keep that momentum going as we see Joan Duru. Just an in and out for him.
Yeah, in and out for Joan Duru. And yeah, Charlie went really good, and the QS from Caparica, he went 5th or 9th?
I think so, yep.
Yeah.
No, Charlie, I think Charlie made it to the final, though. Not really sure, but no,
no,
the
final was Goni.
Was Lance Arancibia Avila. That was the French guy there.
Yeah.
Charlie, I remember seeing him surf on those little rides there, and he definitely performed good in that event. Hopefully we'll see some more of that, as he's definitely a very accomplished surfer, has some good surfing going on his side, and hopefully we'll see him do some of that good surfing. So yeah, I think he made it in the round 4. So
yeah, and you know what? These next generation of French surfers, they are really good. The Mignot surfers, Cousines, Andy Crier, there are a lot of, and now Joan Duru. And you know what the nice thing is? They actually could see Joan Duru reaching his goal.
And Jeremy before him.
But it's cool to see Joan Duru on the tour. He's been out like several years, just close to the winning spot, or to the qualification spot.
Yep.
And so
he made it as a replacement once. I remember seeing him compete in Jeffreys Bay a few years back with some huge backside turns there.
Yeah.
But for now, he's on the tour full season, and hopefully we'll see some better performances of him, as we see Ruben Gonzalez once again. Backside top there for Ruben, but that was nothing there for him.
He was looking 5.61. But it's not going to change the situation with this wave.
I'm guessing they're not too worried, because they know they are by themselves in the water.
Free surfing.
Yeah, it's a bit of a warm-up surf this morning. Because next round, where they will be surfing again, is still on hold, is still on standby. So they might just surf again later on today.
Yeah.
As we see the replay, just a backside tap, a backside float there for Ruben Gonzalez, and he's out of there. As we approach the final minutes of this heat, with 3 to go, and hopefully we'll see some more action. Unfortunately, Landon McNamara, he's from the family of Garrett McNamara, who pioneered that one wave Nazaré just up north. As we see Ruben Gonzalez, he's not on our screen at the moment, but I can see him out the window. There he is, just wrapping up that one wave. But he got two nice turns to start things off on that occasion, and let's see if he's going to improve on that 4.83 and get that 5.61. He needs to move up to first, where Joan Duru is. And Joan Duru, he's going to be, thanks to his late entry, he's going to be a bit of a wild card in this event. He's going to be thrown against some of the big guys earlier.
Yeah, that's why he's on the round 1, you know, because he's sitting, if he puts his inscription earlier. Then you see the replay from Ruben. Nice turn. Second nice turn, a little snap. A third one. And then there was no finish. So, what I was saying?
We were talking about the Joan's late entry.
The late entry. That's why he's on the round 1. Because his seeding is for round 2 or round 3 directly. But it was a late entry.
Yep.
So he's definitely on the round 1.
And meanwhile, last of Ruben does not go on his top 2 waves, but the previous of Red, the last wave, Joan surf was a 5.67, and he did improve his situation, so made it that bit harder for Ruben to move up to first as we approach the final minute. And looking out the window, looking out the tent, better said, I can see that the guys in the next heat are already paddling out. Yep.
Yeah.
It's gonna be.
We are in the final minute. We have 2 minutes paddle out. It's a really short paddle. And now Joan Duru again. 2 turns, tried to finish. He didn't finish. So, 30 seconds to finish the hit. Let's see the replay. He tries to put some pressure on the back foot. Now, a nice off the top. And then he couldn't finish. And then Ruben is surfing too, but just to go out.
Just to go out, so last 10 seconds of the heat. And it's gonna be Joan and Ruben moving on. Landon didn't even surf, and there wasn't a 4th guy in this heat. So the Fat Lady sings and the heat is over. Joan moves on in 1st place and Ruben in 2nd. Interesting heat for both 2 guys. I think they were very lucky in the waves they got. They handpicked them really nicely. And hopefully they'll do that in their upcoming heats in the next few rounds. Hopefully we'll see more of them and some good action coming from young Joan and not as young Ruben, but still pretty young as the last minute, as the beginning of next heat starts. The horn sounds, and we'll see the next heat hit the water as we are getting ready for a commercial break.
Yeah, we just go to a short commercial break, 30 seconds, and come back with us.
Yep, stay with us.
I started surfing when I was 3. Now it's about the chase of a world title. It's manoeuvres that haven't been done before. Places in the world that haven't been surfed before. It's never ending. I'm Julian Wilson, and I can't stop.
We are live from Santa Cruz to the Pro Santa Cruz presented by Oakley. We're actually at the 3rd heat from the 1st round, and we have a local boy on the water, Francisco Cruz from Portugal and from Santa Cruz. Actually, he have his own name from
named after the town. Like it.
The town.
Like
yeah.
it a lot.
He's came to an old family here from Santa Cruz. Him and his brother are really great surfers, one of the best surfers here on town. And he's already 40, but he always in the water, and he's gonna try his lucky here on the heat 3 from the round 1 against Charlie Crivon, Ian Costa from Brazil, and Hugo Robin from France. So nice hit on the water, and it's already started.
Mate, 40 is the new 30 anyway these days. 40 is nothing. How old's Kelly? He's like 55 or something, so it's got plenty of years left in him.
Yeah, you have to hit well and to stretch well.
Do your yoga
yeah.
and drink plenty of beer. I mean, no, water. Water. It's definitely water.
And right now is almost low tide, and the conditions are a bit more difficult than the first heat, but he still got some opportunities there. As you can see, down the coast is some nice waves and some potential waves to scoring. We have seen Joan Duru and Ruben Gonzalez putting some really nice surf on the last hit. Ruben pulls backside air reverse on the first wave. Joan Duru, it puts a couple of really nice snaps and really nice turns. And I think we have a paddle there for the first wave of the heat.
Goes live action, and it's blue. And he'll just wrap a nice little turn back.
Ian Costa.
Here he goes. Here's Costa, and another good wraparound surfing with
He's got that extra impetus and that spring in his step, and that was a good, pretty strong opening from him. As we'll just check out a replay here. He swoops in kind of late, straight off the bottom. And he'll wrap that one around in a really small wave face, but he did well to find this second section here. And again, still a little kind of cut back and snap, and a decent little opening from him. Yeah, you mentioned about Joan and Ruben. So just two of them in the heat, they were kind of surfing without the pressure. It's like kind of like an expression session for them. Love it.
Yeah, and it serves, it's some kind of good training for maybe the next round. We are on standby for the next round, so maybe they are going to the water again. And Ian Costa, he pulls up 3.33, so nice little wave to start the heat. And now we have Charlie Crivon attacking on his backhand. 2 turns, but good turns.
Yeah, nice and light on his feet there from Charlie. And he's got that trademark kind of style, plenty of flow down the line. Didn't have a whole lot of room to maneuver. As we'll check out a replay here. He's in on the backhand. He'll swoop off the top, banks the first, and he just sees just enough to get the second one done. And I reckon in the context of things this morning, that's going to be a reasonably healthy score for him. There was no real dead time between the maneuvers. That 2-turn, kind of 2-punch combination. I think judges will like that.
Yeah, and the line between turns was really flow, and the judges like to see that. And now the local boy is paddling out, and it's on the wave.
Here he goes, cruising down the line is Cruz. And he's got a little bit of a wall in front, and that one didn't really cooperate for him.
Yeah.
He's just trying to pump that ball for speed and got a little bubble. And the score drops for Quivrant, and the judges did like it. He gets a 5-5 straight off the bat, so good confidence there for the Frenchman. This is that replay of Cruz, and just a fatter wave for him.
Yeah, he's actually using a really nice board from a local shaper from here. It's an SPO, and the shaper is Hugo Cartachanas. He's one of the best Portuguese shapers. He's doing some really nice boards. Even he's doing some really nice towing boards, using some new materials like cork, and so a shout out to Hugo Cartachanas. And then the response of Hugo Robin.
Getting a little nuts, and nice couple of maneuvers for him. I think maybe that last maneuver might not be deemed complete, but he threw everything at it and threw a little bit of tail. You just see Quivrant on the screen, at the top of your screen to the left. He had a little reply behind as well. Let's go to the replay here. He takes off behind the whitewater, and he'll bank off that foam, and he sees this little one doubling up. He came late to the party and throws a little bit of tail and just doesn't quite stomp out the release. And then right behind with a 5-5 already under his belt, Charlie Quivrant. Beautiful first turn. He's got so much whip, and he does look in these conditions. He's kind of a wiry little guy, super light on his feet. He's got that extra gear. It seems like already he's just got that little bit more speed through all his maneuvers.
And I think it's the right approach, you know. With these conditions, if you want to put some really nice scores, maybe 2 turns is enough, but 2 really good turns. So the judges always want to see some powerful maneuvers and water in the air. So maybe with these conditions, the better way to do that is just to put only two maneuvers. And look at the score from Charlie Crivon.
Yeah.
He's already at 12.33.
He's flying, man. A 6.83 for that last one, basically, for that big, beautiful spray off the top. And he really has unlocked the door in this heat so far. With 8 gone, he's found himself with a pretty commanding position and looking really good value for that first place. And yeah, like you're saying, totally, it's 2 maneuvers. It's also like the judges don't want to see, like, between the maneuvers too much kind of hopping. It's like you come out of one maneuver, bang, into the second maneuver, and they're going to throw numbers at that.
Yeah. And Charlie Crivon came from, I was talking with Diogo about that new generation from French guys. It's ripping, like names like the Mignot brothers and Cruyère, Andrew Cruyère. Actually, last year, when you see Ian Costa, the Brazilian guy, Nice turn there. Tried to finish, but he couldn't finish. Actually, Andy Crier, last year here in Santa Cruz, the WQS 1000, he was actually the winner. And José Ferreira, the Portuguese one, he was the runner-up. And I think they are not here for this year competition.
Bummer. Whoa, let's check out Costa there. I don't know how he's getting so much projection in those turns. It's a tiny wave, and he's really putting so much into those top turns and carrying over his momentum down the line. And some great surfing there from the Brazilian, and those two have definitely made the better fist of this one so far. But Quiveron looking pretty strong out in front in hippie feeling.
Yeah, and he's improving his scoreboard. Now he has a 8.76 and he needs a 6.90 to go first. Hugo Robin is trying to find a 6.76, and now the local boy is needing a 7.26 to second. The two best surfers go to the next round, and now we have a paddle in. It's Costa trying some hair, not a hair, but a tail release, but he couldn't finish.
All right, well, as to get backhand attack there from Costa, and only one thing on his mind when he took off, just aiming at that lip, tried to blow the tail and reverse it around. Doesn't quite come off for him. Here's your heat leader in red. It's Charlie Quiveron from France. And there he goes. And just slicing and cutting back, and he'll get a little maneuver off the top. He kind of didn't quite have the control, but he still managed to make sure.
I think it counts.
He finished over his board on that one. And I love the aggression, though, from Costa. That didn't come off from that time, but in these kind of conditions, he's going to get more opportunities. Here's the replay of Quiveron. Your heat leader just looking to put that extra daylight between him and whoever might be in a third place with a nice couple of maneuvers. The penultimate turn there was the better one from Charlie, but looking really good value this morning.
Yeah, Charlie is on fire. Actually, he has the best score wave of the day, I think, equal to Joan Duru, a 6.83, and is in a really good shape. He was. Now we have Robin again trying the same maneuver. Not the same, with the variation, and then we have the local boy Francisco Cruz, the nice snap, but the wave, he's not choosing well the waves. Maybe he's a lot of pressure for him, you know. And he's not choosing well the waves. Maybe, I don't know, he's used to surf these kind of conditions every day here in Santa Cruz, but these first two waves are really fat ones.
I think you hit the nail on the head. He might be just feeling a little bit of pressure. He's got the experience at this spot, but he probably doesn't have the experience at this level of competition. And
that's for sure.
He sees the other guys throwing spray and he hears scores getting read out, and he's like, I got to do something. And he's just kind of going on waves that he probably wouldn't if he was free surfing.
Yeah, and Charlie puts a 6.27, and he already has the best score of the competition so far. So really nice performance by the young French guy, Charlie Crivon. Right next, we're gonna have some really nice heats too. We're gonna have Peterson Crisanto from Brazil. Now we have Robin on the wave, a right-hander, trying to find something on the wave, but he couldn't. So, as I was saying, Peterson Crisanto is coming from the next heat against Leon Glatzer, Kalani da Silva, and the Portuguese one, Tomás Ferreira. Now we have the replay from Hugo Robin, and I think that Francisco, yeah, it's a replay too. Francisco Cruz finding some really nice right hand, and trying to do something on the wave.
His best effort so far anyway.
Yeah.
And he will improve his overall position with that one. But at the moment, it kind of looks like a little bit of battle for second place.
Yeah.
Quiveron does look pretty much kind of streets ahead at the moment. And it is Costa occupying that second place, the Brazilian. He's got a healthy score of that 5, but his backup still leaving the door open, so he'll want to just nail something down if he lands one of those blowtails. We'll definitely be asking a good question of the judges. 6 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. That's your heat leader, the Frenchman, Charlie Quiveron in red. And he's traveling, hanging out with Joan Duru. So just soaking up all that knowledge and that experience of his senior surfer, his CT buddy. And he looks to be using that pretty well so far this morning. Let's check out live action. Here goes Hugo Robin of France, and it'll be a quick in and out for him. He's not really had the rub of the green this morning so far, Robin. Not really found any ways to cooperate. Sometimes there is a lot of luck involved in this kind of wind swell conditions. Let's check out Costa, they're Brazilian, and a quick couple of hits from him. Nothing really deadly.
That's for sure. The lucky. You have to be connected to the surf, but you have to be a bit lucky. And here the replay from Ian Costa. Ian Costa is completely used to this kind of conditions. In Brazil, mostly of the time is a bit like this: onshore winds and beach breaks and pretty run waves or pretty fast waves with long closeouts. So they are used to trying to do the maneuvers or the he surf on a really fast wave and a really fast closeout. And now he's working again with this little snap off the top and then a little floater. He's trying to do on the second. Oh, shame.
He's doing exactly how he said, though, just using that speed, linking together sections that don't have a lot of power. I've been really impressed with how he's kind of linked these maneuvers together. It just doesn't quite come off from on the end, but previous to this, he did improve his backup score, actually, so he has just consolidated slightly previous to this. And if he had landed this little thing on the end, I think it would have been a reasonably healthy number for the Brazilian. Nevertheless, he is in second place, as we'll check out our local boy, Francisco Cruz. That's Frank Cross. And he gets a little nice hit on the inside for him. He came a bit late to that, but that'll feel pretty good.
Yeah, it's going to be his best wave on the hit. And actually, with this last wave, he pulls into the third place, and now he's chasing it. Oh, we lost the scores.
That's Peterson, next heat, getting ready.
It's a really good surfer,
He's
Peterson.
a fiery little guy, isn't he? And
A typical Brazilian surfer.
Leon Glatzer. He's a German out of Costa Rica, and he's got some big punts on him too, this guy. He can go to the air if he needs to. And he looks pretty happy, kind of relaxed.
That's the proper way to go to the heat, relaxed.
So just for the moment, our scores are dropped out, but unless something radical's happened, we believe it's still very much Charlie Quiveron to the left of your picture there in red, the Frenchman in the lead. And he'll lead from the Brazilian Ian Costa in second place. That's Hugo Robin in white there with a bit to do. He's just dropped into fourth. Francisco Cruz, a local guy from the town of Santa Cruz, the beautiful town of Santa Cruz, which is where we find ourselves for the Santa Cruz Pro 3000 QS in beautiful Portugal. And we've got...
And there we have Kalani da Silva running a bit to warm up. And... it's right next against Peterson, Crisanto, Leon Glatzer and Tomás Ferreira. I didn't quite see Tomás Ferreira, but for sure he's there on the beach.
You know, it'll be kind of interesting to see if these guys are paddling out on this same peak, because it looks like just to the left of your shot there is a little bank kind of forming. I don't know. I mean, we've kind of got a vantage point. We're up high on the cliff here, but there are a few options down here. This main bank out the front, it's got quite a lot of chop going through it, and I just wonder if we might see our competitors just move slightly south to the left throughout the day. That little bank there that our camera's panning to, you can just see a couple of free surfers, and this bank here does look like maybe it's a little bit steeper. So let's see if anyone, they do have the opportunity to go down there if they want. Let's see if anyone takes that opportunity, but you can just see a few sets stacking up just slightly more cleanly on that southerly bank. And let's see if anyone opts to go down there, but at the moment we're still pretty much straight out the front of the judging tower, and as we count down 140 to go in this one, it's still Quiveron and Costa in 1-2.
Yeah, and I think that Charlie have done the perfect hit, you know. On the first three waves, he put down like a 5 and 2 6s, and it's completely on fire for this heat.
Looking very confident, isn't he, as well? Just so self-assured.
And Hugo Robin and Francisco Cruz been like trying to find something, but it's difficult conditions. And as you said, a bit south, it seems to be better conditions, but it's always hard when you are in the water. We have a nice view up here from the cliff, but the guys on the water sees a lot of waves and a lot of wind, so it's difficult to see where are the good waves.
And even though it's only small, it's a lot of energy being expelled by surfing, catching waves, a quick in and out, kick out, paddle back. And Charlie, again, he's sort of so much economy of effort from him. He's just ridden those 3 waves, have all been really good, and he's not wasted a lot of energy. So maybe just thinking about the next rounds to come as well, and thinking about the long game.
Yeah.
We're counting down, getting towards the end of this one, and barring any major dramatics in the dying throes of the heat, it is going to be Quivrant and Costa. And here goes Charlie on a little victory lap, and he'll just swoop around and make his way in and bank off the top. And that board just looks like the sharpest blade we've seen out here this morning so far. He's absolutely slicing through these sections. Looking really good there, the Frenchman in red. Job well done for him. He's put together the best heat of the 3 we've seen so far, and we're looking forward to seeing him come up in round 2.
Yeah, that's it. And unofficial results, Charlie Quivrant and Ian Costa moves to the next round.
I think Costa could be dangerous as well. I like what I saw from him this morning. He had a couple of big efforts at some blow tails, tried to go to the air, didn't quite come off for him, but that's definitely in his locker. So let's see what he can do later in the event. But definitely the 2 surfers advancing, exciting stuff. And we will be coming back with more live action heat 4 of the first round. There's your winner on your screen there. There's Charlie. And he's just taking stock of the situation. Yeah, job well done. Nice morning at the office. He's earned himself a warm cup of tea back in the surfers area.
Yeah.
We are going to go to a message from our sponsors in a moment. We're going to have a quick commercial break, and we're going to be back with more live action in the next heat. We're looking at Peterson Crisanto, Leon Glatzer, Kalani da Silva, Thomas Ferreira. That will be your next heat live from the Santa Cruz Pro Portugal, presented by Oakley. Join us for it right after this.
Mãe, não posso falar alto. Já estão todos aqui a dormir. Eu é que não consigo adormecer. Deve ser para amanhã ser o primeiro treino. Beijinhos.
Adira ao M4O e escolha um pacote SmartNet à sua medida, com 10 GB mês para utilizar nas suas apps preferidas. Aproveita a oferta de um pacote SmartNet grátis até ao final do ano e ainda da primeira mensalidade M4O. Ligue 16200 ou vá a mel.pt. O mundo é a tua casa. O mundo é Mel.
Let your bare feet touch the sand and feel the sea breeze. This is the moment. Seize the day. Let the sun bathe your skin. Let the sea wet your hair. Let the flavors light your mouth and let your friends fill your heart. We thought of everything. For you.
Welcome back to beautiful Santa Cruz, Portugal. We're here for the Pro Santa Cruz 3000 WQS presented by Oakley. I'm Paul Evans, and joining me for the call on this one, it's James Porch, Diogo El Pinto. Welcome back, mate.
Thank you very much, and a very exciting heat on our hands at the moment with Peterson Crisanto in red. And who else do we have in the water?
Leon Glatzer from Deutschland.
Kalani da Silva from the Canary Islands, and not in the water is the other Portuguese that was supposed to be young Tomás Ferreira from up north in Porto. And this is a replay of the first wave of Patterson. Good to see Patterson back after a few years away. He's a great server. He was on that Billabong program with Doug Marsh. Unfortunately, he was away for a couple years, but he's back. That was just one turn, and it's good to see him. He has a mean air game. Young Patterson Crisanto.
Yep, fire little guy, and he won't like the look of these conditions, but he'll relish the chance to compete in them, and here he is doing just that, and a lovely two-turn combo, straight out the floater, bang, knifing in the lip, 12 o'clock. Board super vertical.
Fin release, everything there.
Stop it.
Let's watch the replay again. I love that last turn. He lost a bit of momentum with the floater, but that didn't stop him from doing that fin release there. That was a nice turn for young Patterson. We just saw a very exciting heat on that last one, on the previous heat.
Quiveron.
With Quiveron.
On fire.
On fire, yeah. And hopefully we'll see some more of that. And Paul, how are you enjoying Santa Cruz so far? You've been here for 2 days or something, and it's quite a town, isn't it?
Loving it, man. And I'll tell you what, particularly like is the Noah restaurant.
Oh.
We just saw the ad. But we'll come back on that subject in a minute. In the meantime, we're going to go down and catch up with the winner of the last heat, Charlie Quiveron, standing by. Charlie. How did you find that heat? It looked like you were kind of on form right from the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. The waves are pretty hard. It was kind of hard to catch this morning. Like this morning, I tried to surf this morning early, and I couldn't catch any waves really. And yeah, I had a couple waves. Like nothing special, but I'm happy to make it.
And in general, like, just tell us a little bit about your year. How you feeling? You got any results going? How's your form?
I'm fine. I've been surfing pretty good. I feel good, and I haven't done any big result or anything, but I've been scoring some waves, and I don't know, I've been enjoying it.
There we go. And how did you enjoy Zarauz last week? Was it a good contest for you?
I had 2 good heats, and then I lost like pretty early, but then I surfed at home, and home was pretty fun.
There you go.
Stayed in France.
There you go, Charlie. Bonne chance for your next heat. Enjoy your time here in Santa Cruz.
Yeah, thanks. Have fun today, boys.
Thanks, Charlie. Bye.
Epic. Well,
epic, Charlie.
Some good shredding from him, and he seems like a pretty cool customer, taking it all in his stride. On to the next. Just taking it heat by heat. Love it.
Absolutely. And gladly he could hit the reset. I'm glad he could hit the reset button at home before coming here. I mean, it's always good when the contest doesn't go as planned, and you can go back home to your family and friends and to your to the waves you're accustomed to surf, and then just really hit that reset button really hard, and then come back to the next contest and really be fine and up and running again. As we see, first wave of blue.
Glatzer shredding it for Deutschland, and he'll just tag it a couple of times backhand.
Teammate of young Charlie, Leon Glatzer. He has a mean air game also. There's a good clip going on of him surfing in Norway. Yep, there we go. That's really good. And this is, wow, this is Patterson going for a good-looking wipeout there.
Just putting it all into that maneuver there. The young Brazilian going hell for leather. And, well, it's an incomplete maneuver for him, but I love the vicious intent. I love the aggression. And he does seem like one of those guys who you wouldn't necessarily enjoy competing against.
Not at all.
Looks like he's very much up for the contest.
As we see blue again up and riding Leon Glatzer. That's a good first turn. Leon, he's been traveling around with Goni Zubizarreta and Spanish guy Miguel Castrillon. And it looks like it's working for the boys. Miguel had a good result in Caparica. Goni just won 2 events back-to-back.
On fire. On fuego.
And fuego, there we go.
He's absolutely shredding at the moment. Goni, can't wait to see what he's going to do out here. Surely he can't make it 3 from 3, can he? Can he?
That's what we'll see. go for a hat-trick there. And this is the replay of Lowndes. I like the first turn. Unfortunately, that wave didn't really stand up again for him. But all the points, all the juice going to come out of that first turn, as we see White up and riding for the first time. That's a Kalani da Silva, and he's a good surfer. He's definitely a good surfer there. We are used to seeing him surf from all the pro juniors we've been following around in a few years, as we see once again the replay of a Glatzer's last wave. Probably the judges wanted to see that wave again. We have an international panel here with some good judges coming from all around Europe, from Portugal, from France, and from Spain in the Basque Country. We have a good, really good panel here. It's a really good panel, the best panel there is. As we see, young Portuguese guy. That's none other than Francisco Duarte, living in Cascais, but hailing originally from the Algarve. He's going to be surfing up next. He's going to be in white against Gonzalo Gutierrez Vidal and Pedro Neves. And for some reason, I was just thinking about Donald Trump. Did you see that video of the American?
Keep it light, mate. Keep it light.
No. You got to see this. Did you see that Instagram video of the guy, the surfer guy, just imitating Trump with some surfing conversation?
I saw it in the newsfeed, but I didn't actually watch the video. What happened, mate? Tell us.
Oh, it's really good. Just go and watch it. It's pretty much all over Instagram, and it's such a good impression that it definitely cracked me up.
Right, and what about Francisco Duarte made you think of Donald Trump? Doesn't really look like him, does he?
It doesn't, but really? For some reason I got reminded of young Trump.
All right, what are we looking at? 11 remaining in this one, 9 gone, 20-minute heats, 2 advanced. There's just 3 of them in the water. And don't have scores at the moment on our screens, but when they come back, we will keep you up to date with the situation.
Yep.
But I reckon it's probably Glatzer and Peterson. You won too. Thank you very much there. Just got a bit caught up. Probably you 1-2 at the moment, just based on what we've seen. We don't have scores, but these guys, they are getting their scores read out, so they'll be hearing our beach announcer.
And looking out the window, I can see some lines getting to the beach, and I can see the direction. It's I can tell that the swell is a bit from the northwest. Look at, they are hitting the sandbanks a bit diagonally, and yep, that's the swell we have on offer. Just look out the window and look at that, where the jet ski is at the moment. Hopefully.
Wait, so when you say look out the window, we're in a tent on the top of a cliff. We haven't got any windows.
It's kind of a window, though. It's the window to the world. Right. It's a metaphorical window.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's a building wind swell. So wind swell not so good, but building good. So you know, it's kind of a 50-50 type situation at the moment. It is on the way up. The tide's filling in, so we should just see a little bit more shape on this shorey down here. Let's keep our fingers crossed.
Yep, and I can tell you just at what time we're going to hit low tide. It's going to be at 9:30 a.m. That's the lowest point of the low tide. It's going to be at 9:30 a.m. and the highest of the tides today, it's going to be at 3:30. And we are definitely enjoying some big tides, as it's typical of Europe, to be honest. And this is Blue up and riding. That was a nice turn for Leon.
Oh.
You can tell that he hails originally from Costa Rica, and there are some really good lefts there, I tell you that. And you can tell that he grew up surfing some lefts. He's definitely more comfortable when he's on his forehand. But now living in Portugal, spending a lot of time in Ericeira, where there are a lot of rides just to the south of where we are, really. It's 20 minutes down. And he's improving his backhand game.
20 minutes south Ericeira from here. Wow, I didn't know Santa Cruz was so well placed. And obviously Peniche isn't too far to the north either.
Yeah, 25-30 minutes.
So what you're saying is basically we're in the ideal position on the Portuguese coast. We got a long beach break, heaps of peaks all up and down.
Yep.
You got world-class reefs and points to the south. You got obviously got Peniche, venue of the CT.
Yep.
Another world-class surf town. So.
And one of the most consistent places in Portugal is where we are, Santa Cruz. So if there are no waves anywhere, you should probably come here and you'll find a two-footer to surf.
There we go. So we are definitely in the right place. If only Huey will cooperate for us, and some of the best qualifying surfers in the world this week will put on a show. And at the moment, putting on a show in the water, it's these 3 guys. So we got a paddler here And it's De Silva out of the Canary Islands on a little right-hander. And unfortunately, his rail went underwater, and so did he.
Kalani De Silva is quite a funny name. Kalani, it's kind of sounds like a Hawaiian name, and De Silva sounds like a Portuguese or Brazilian name, but he's actually Spanish. So it's a bit of a mix there for a young Kalani.
It's a crazy mixed-up world, all right. We're just trying to make sense of it.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to do.
Glatzer up and riding on his forehand, and he'll just throw a nice little kind of drifting tail, kind of drift off the top. And it's pretty smooth and silky from Sachaman. Here he is again. And he'll just bank off the top there. Nice control, good execution.
Yep, absolutely.
And he's looking pretty strong. I like his shred. Like you said, he's, you know, we maybe associate him as more of a kind of a highlights reel guy, more of a free surf guy, putting clips together, but he looks like he's up for the cup too when it comes to competition.
Yeah, and why not? I mean, 3,000, one of the few events of this ranking all over the world. The only one in Europe, the other one, counting for the European Tour, is actually in Martinique, but that's Caribbean, so it's not really mainland Europe. And it's kind of the points this event offers. Its category, it's like between one of those low-ranked events where you have a bunch of kids and a bunch of guys just trying to build a ranking and just probably surfing their first WSL contest and all. And it's just below those really important and really big time and a lot of great surfers of the 6,000 and the 10,000. So these kind of events like this QS 3000, the Pro Santa Cruz presented by Oakley, really offers a chance for the guys from around just get some good points, really build their rankings and do some good surfing as we just saw from Kalani. I love this event. You see a lot of upcomers surfing, and you can see a bit of the future of the region where the event takes place. As we see Peterson Crisando, he made the journey all the way from Brazil to be here for this event, and we thank him for that.
Total madness. I love the speed he gets down the line. How does he do it? It must be some sort of witchcraft, or there's some supernatural phenomenon going on there. I don't know how he got so much speed on that little kind of crappy little left, but
yeah,
didn't quite get the landing on that air, but definitely serving notice of the kind of stuff he's got up his sleeve. There goes the 5-minute warning. It's squeaky bum time. We don't have scores at the moment, but we're almost just kind of sitting back and watching the show and going, wow.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow.
And another thing I don't understand is how a surname, which is Peterson, ends up being a first name in Peterson Crisando and some other Brazilians' case. How does that happen?
They do mix it up a bit, don't they?
They do. I love it. I mean, mix it up as much as you want it. I just wonder how did that happen first?
Maybe he was named after the cricketer Kevin Peterson. Sort of South African, pretends to be English. No?
No, never heard of him.
Kevin Peterson's not big in Portugal.
Who's that?
Kevin Peterson.
Is he a surfer? No.
No, he's a cricketer.
Nah, cricket is not
big in Portugal.
No, not at all.
You guys have got so much to learn, haven't you? You got a long,
we do.
You got a long way to go.
We don't really enjoy games that can last up to 2 days or 3 days. You know what I mean?
5.
Well,
5, mate. Like a surf contest in many regards.
Well, but
Rest my case.
As we see, surfer wearing the blue jersey coming up next. None other.
Tyler, no. No.
It's Gonzalo Gutierrez Vidal.
There it is. There it is. Yeah.
That's the Spanish dude that we are just about to see hit the water, as we're still a bit with no scores, sem scores neste momento, and we would love to update the situation to the guys in the water, as well, they're definitely trying to get something going on in this heat. I'm not so sure who's in the qualifying positions at the moment, but I'm gonna guess it's blue and white, because Peterson has been falling a bit, huh? And Kalani, I think it's a pretty close affair between white and red, and blue is in the lead.
Let's have a look at the replay here. So he made a bit of room for himself. He kind of paddled as if he was going left and swooped back right. Just gave him enough room to squeeze out that first maneuver, and then he banked around and somehow squeezed in that second one. He didn't have a whole lot of work with there, but he did pretty well with the tools available to him. Let's just see if we can catch up with the beach announcer and give you a situation. So, okay, we just heard it from the beach announcer. Not sure if you picked that in our microphones, but previous to that last wave, he was in third, and he's still in third. He gets a 3-3 for it. So your 1-2 is Glatzer and Pedersen Crisanto. Crisanto. There you go.
Yep.
Just the 3 guys out in the water. 2 going to advance. 1's going to bow out and go home and sharpen his pencils.
Yeah, he's gonna want to reset that button and really warm up. This is the last event of this first leg of the European season and the highest graded one. So it's a bit of a missed opportunity for those who don't really have a good result here after the Zarauz Pro and the Caparica Pro. So, you know, you really want to hit the reset button for the next few events that are coming up. We have some events in Japan, South Africa, also some events in the US. So, I mean, I'm not sure what's the schedule looking for most of the guys, but hopefully they'll have some room for improvement in the upcoming contests poll.
Yeah. 1 minute 15 on the clock, and everyone pretty much huddled together. Let's see who makes sense of this little lump coming in. Could we get any last-minute theatrics? Under a minute to go. We had a couple of paddlers and no takers.
Cat and mice game going on in the water with priorities and all that. Surfers pretty close to each other. I'm gonna guess that scores are that close to them again.
So Blue lost priority there with that paddle. Blue did give up priority.
Yeah, that wasn't because of the paddle. That was because he blocked Red from catching that wave that Red apparently wanted. So the priority judge deciding on giving the first priority to the guy that had the second priority, which was Red. And 25 seconds to go. Let's see if that block is going to come and bite Blue's bum there. It doesn't look like it, as we see Red up and riding. He's gonna try and hit that section.
Boom.
Oh no, Peterson.
It's not gonna matter anyway, as we hear the horn go, and unofficially 1-2 is gonna be Pedersen Crisanto and Leon Glatzer, and Kalani da Silva will bow out. And as we see, just making his way in there, the Brazilian on that last wave. Didn't quite nail this maneuver, but it matters not.
As we wait for the next heat start, it's gonna be a cracker of a heat also. We've been having a very busy morning here in Santa Cruz, in Praia da Vigia, Praia do Amanhã, Praia do Alemão. Yes, this beach has 3 names. And next heat is about to start. This is the beach of the German, the beach of tomorrow, and the beach of the Watchman. What's our favorite name of all these 3?
German.
Yeah. Did you know that the people from the Nordic area and central area of Europe have a tradition of coming to Portugal to sunbathe? They do, for a long time.
I think I might have heard something about it, yeah. I mean, why wouldn't you want to do that in winter?
Well, I guess so.
There's Glatzer, there he is, strolling up the beach. And he's had a pretty good shred this morning down here. Round 1, never easy, loads of potential banana skins. And he's done pretty well to advance out of a super tricky heat. Showed some smooth surfing. And if conditions do improve, you can expect to see him go through that repertoire of maneuvers.
Yep.
Looking forward to seeing that stuff. And of course, Pedersen Crisanto, been on the QS for a couple of years now, as you mentioned. Had a little bit of time off. He's back, he's fired up. He's looking good.
Yeah, one thing that wasn't for sure ever in doubt was his talent. He's definitely a talented surfer. And hopefully we'll see him build his ranking in the upcoming events. We're going on a short commercial break soon, so let's stand by for that. And after that, we will present next heat. We're gonna say bye to our favorite Englishman after Aaron Strong. It's none other than Paul Evans, Paulie D for France, or Poul. And we're going for a short commercial break, and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
I started surfing when I was 3. Now it's about the chase of a world title. It's maneuvers that haven't been done before. Places in the world that haven't been surfed before. It's never ending. I'm Julian Wilson, and I can't stop.
Welcome back, everybody, to Santa Cruz and the Pro Santa Cruz 2017, presented by Oakley QS 3000 men's event of the World Surf League. We are in between Ericeira and Peniche. We are in Santa Cruz for the last event of this leg of the European season and the World Qualifying season. We are in Santa Cruz, in Praia da Vigia, Praia do Amanhã, Praia do Alemão, 3 names for the same place. And we are very excited to be in the water with 3 other guys. Let's watch the replay of the waves we missed during the break. It was Pedro Neves in red, Gonzalo Vidal in blue, that's Gonzalo, and in white, Francisco Duarte from Portugal. So let's watch the replay of this one wave. Diogo, excited to be back here.
Yeah, super excited at my home beach, and it's funny because I was heard you talking with Paul about the names of the beaches. You know why it's the German beach?
Why is it?
Because back in the days, the village is pretty far away from this beach.
Okay.
And then a German guy bought a house right in here.
Oh.
So this beach was his beach because he had a house right in front.
Oh,
so
there we
that's
go.
why we call the German beach.
There we go. There we go. A bit of history, local history for sure.
And the other 2 names, I don't know why. I don't know why.
Well,
but actually the guys were pedal a bit south.
Yeah, that's where we have seen some of the best waves going unridden in the last few minutes. And this is red up and riding. This is a bit to the south of where we saw the first heats of the morning take place. And that was young Pedro Neves. And just after him, it's Francisco Duarte from Portugal coming from the south. Lost a bit of control there, younger Francisco, but he's still driving. And a bit of history there for everybody at home. This area where we are, Santa Cruz, and also the municipality where we are, Torres Vedras, played a very important part during the French invasion of Portugal back in the early 1800s. That was some time ago, but that's what made this area of the world famous. Meanwhile, let's go to the interview with last heat's winner, Diogo, is none other than Leon Glatzer. Leon, you there, buddy?
I'm here.
Yeah, there we go. Nothing better than starting your contest with a heat win, huh?
Yeah, it feels good, especially in these kind of conditions. It's pretty difficult to get some scores and find a way, but luckily got some.
There we go. You've been traveling around. I saw you in Caparica and in Zarauz with Miguel Castrillon and Goni Zubizarreta, right?
Yeah, I love the Spanish crew, always hanging out with them, and speaking my mother language is such a good time. And yeah, still doing the European tour and soon be going home to Costa Rica.
How's it going so far for you, this contest season?
It's going all right. Just learning from all the mistakes and the wins and not. So see how everything goes.
Yeah, and obviously you're making the most out of the opportunity of learning with Connie, who just went back to back with 2 wins, huh?
Yeah, it's definitely really good staying with him and learning with him. I was here last year for 2 months, just going right because I live in Pavones and there's only left. So
we were just saying that during your hit.
Yeah,
But,
definitely learned a lot being with him. He's a great mentor and really great friend, definitely.
Great to hear, Leon. Good luck for your next heat, and enjoy your time here in Santa Cruz.
All right, thank you. Bye.
Bye, Leon. That was a young German, also from Costa Rica, Diogo. He surfed good.
Yeah, pura vida.
Pura vida, there we go.
And actually is a really nice surfer. He was telling about the relation with the Spanish guys. When you see the red guy pulling some nice air rotation, but he couldn't.
Yeah, and went unglued there for young Pedro. We were talking about if this was the back in the day Pedro Neves, but it isn't.
Yeah,
from Brazil. It's a young guy.
It's a young guy. But it's interesting. You know about the Wellington lines about
yeah, of course.
Portugal.
Yeah, of course. Everyone knows about it in Portugal. It's a part of history classes. You know what I mean. But people at home probably don't know about it, and it's a beautiful area here. I love it.
Yeah, and now we have up and riding Gutierrez on this backhand. Really nice turn to finish the wave. He's looking for. He's chasing a 5.85 to go first, and now you see the replay. Strong paddle. He really wants this wave, and now a nice quick snap, and this turn, yeah, good turn.
Yeah,
finish the wave.
That's what we wanted to see from all the surfers in the water. That was Gonzalo Vidal from Spain. Definitely, there are some lines coming. Arriving at the beach at the moment. Not the lines of Wellington, just like Diogo was saying. And lines of Wellington, yeah, those were some army fortifications built back in the late 1700s, early 1800s. The invasions were from, if I'm not mistaken,
French.
Yeah, the French invasions were in 1807 to 1812. So that was way back in the day, but this area is full of history.
Yeah,
it's full of history.
And they called the Wellington lines because the Dutch from the
British.
The British, but I don't know what to say. Dutch of Wellington. I don't know, but he was like the colonel, and he came to Portugal to help. Duke
of Wellington.
Duke of Wellington, and they came to help the Portuguese.
We could go over that because it's a really interesting part of the Portuguese history, and it goes back to one of the oldest alliances in the world, as we see Francisco Duarte making an enemy out of that one wave. Just trying to up his score. That's going to be his best wave. Let's watch the replay, Diogo.
Yeah. His second wave on his backhand. A nice little snap. Another one a bit better. And then he puts the cut back. And just a check turn to finish. Two check turns to finish. He's going to be his best wave, his best score. And he's chasing a 5.23. I don't think it's enough to
move him up.
But yeah, let the judges working.
Yeah, and we were talking about this was back in the French invasions where Napoleon had that dream of conquering every part of Europe, but he obviously didn't. And this is blue and in and out. And obviously the British army and the French army were up against each other, and Portugal and the British Empire had a very old alliance, and that's why Wellington, the Duke, and some other army coming from the British islands came here to Portugal and helped us fight off the French guys.
Stop the French invasion.
There we go.
Yeah.
When the invasion stopped by here in Santa Cruz and nearby, the guy that was commanding the French troops was none other than Junot. And That's a bit of history for you there. This is not this is not only an area full of waves and full of beautiful towns and beautiful rock formations and stuff for you to see. It's also an area full of history and deep Portuguese history. We have some of the oldest frontiers in the world, some of the oldest borders, and some of the most well-versed and rich culture. So it's always fun to come here to these kind of countries in Europe where you have this history as deep as the one we have. And meanwhile, Diogo, we were talking about earlier today in the morning show that on sunny days you can see the Berlengas, and there you go.
Yeah, it's actually a sign. We used to say here, when you see the Berlengas Highland, probably it's gonna rain for the next days. So, but actually we can, mostly of sunny days, you can see Berlengas, you can see the coast of Peniche, you can see Baleal, you can see a lot of things. And you know what? Santa Cruz, it's a perfect place to be, because as you were saying to Paul, it's a really open beach that receives a lot of swell, and it's between Ericeira and Peniche. So there are always waves around here, you know. You are 15 minutes away from Ericeira, you are 30 minutes away from Supertubos and Peniche. So actually it's the perfect place to be, because sometimes there are no waves in Ericeira and Peniche because they didn't receive some or all the swells, and actually here there are always some really nice waves.
Yep.
So it's a good and a perfect place to be. And right now we have in white Francisco Duarte pulling up a cutback to the foam. Another one a bit more like a roundhouse, and it's good to see. The response from Gutierrez. Nice snaps. 3 snaps. He's chasing a 5.68. Maybe he could reach that score with this wave.
Yeah, that was a good answer back to Gutierrez Vidal. Not only answering back to this one wave of Francisco, but also making his case for a first place. And this is Francisco. He unfortunately dug a bit of his rail on that occasion, but that was much better. That carved to finish the thing off.
Nice wave for the Portuguese. Maybe.
And this is Blue up and riding a bit of a fatter wave, but still Gutierrez Vidal just getting some connecting the dots there and just really doing some backside turns to really compose that wave.
I think there is going to be some changes on the scores when we reach the final 5 minutes, 5.5 minutes to finish the way. And now you can see Felipe Teixeira. Felipe Teixeira, it's a Brazilian guy that actually lives here in Ericeira.
He's a sushi man, isn't he?
He's a sushi man from Uni Sushi in Ericeira.
There you go.
That restaurant is from my brother, man.
Is it?
Yeah. Oh. So that's why I know Felipe. And he's a really nice surfer. He used to do some QSs back in the days. And he's traveled to Portugal to improve his surfing and to try some I don't know, some kind of adventure outside Brazil. And he's a really nice sushi man. He finds his work in Ericeira as a sushi guy, and he surfs all day to trying to do some around QSs around here. And he's really used to surf in Santa Cruz. So good luck for him for the next seat.
Sushi man by night, surfer by day. That's Felipe Teixeira coming up next in red. Meanwhile, in the water, the scores have dropped, and Francisco Duarte is closer to second place, but Gutierrez Vidal also upped his scores, as we see the young Portuguese guy in white just trying to get something going on, but the wave didn't have much to offer to the young Portuguese. As we see the surfer in blue in the next heat, another good surfing.
John Mel.
John Mel, son of Pete Mel, WSL Big Wave Tour former commissioner. Yeah. He's no longer the commissioner. New commissioner is Mike Parsons, the coach and a big wave surfer. And John Mel, he's a big surfer. Looks a bit taller than the last time I saw him. And
he's growing up, man.
Yeah, he's really in that age where you every couple of months you grow 2 centimeters. So John Mann just trying to build his ranking here, and we thank him as one of the few Americans to come here to Santa Cruz and compete. Hopefully he'll enjoy the area and all it has to offer. And looking at the scoreboard, look at that 7-point ride for Pedro Neves. That's probably the best wave of the day so far, and hopefully we'll see some more of that in the upcoming heats. We're gonna be doing for sure the 16 heats that are the round 1, and then round 2 is on standby.
And then white Francisco Duarte is improving on his last wave. It's a 4.7, and now we have blue Gutierrez on the wave. Backhand attack, really nice turn.
Oh, he slipped off there, but that first turn looked good.
Yeah. And as I was telling, Francisco is now chasing, I lost the scores, but we see the replay from really nice snap, and then the front foot went off the board and it falls. The priority now is has to be with the Brazilian guy, Pedro Neves, and Francisco Duarte is chasing a 5.3 to go second. So maybe the Portuguese is gonna have some opportunity to one more wave. He's actually improving his surfing alongside the waves he's catching, and maybe the next wave is gonna be better and he can move on to the next round. 1 minute and 45 seconds to finish. Pedro Neves is with the first priority. White Portuguese Francisco Duarte is second priority, and he's up and riding. The Brazilian guy.
Yep, that's
good
Pedro
snap.
Neves.
And really nice turn to finish the wave.
He's trying to improve on a 3.17. That's a doozy. He's gonna do that for sure. Pedro Neves leading this heat with a 7-point ride. Let's watch a replay from up close. Nothing major to start, but the section really did stand up for his second and last turn on that
Even
right-hander.
if he improves, it's not going to be for too much. And now opportunity for the Portuguese one, but no.
No takers there. Final minute of this heat. And Francisco Duarte in need of a 5.3 to move up to first. First priority is with red. It is with him, actually. Francisco Duarte has first priority. We are just by the priority discs. And I can tell that white has first prio, blue second prio. And let's wait and see what's gonna happen in the final seconds of this heat. Looking at the back, I can see some lines coming for white. He's paddling, he wants it. He just missed it. And that could have give him some room to turn.
Now he has 10 seconds, but he don't have priority. No way.
And the fat lady sings and the heat is over.
And unofficial results, Pedro Neves and Gonzalo Gutierrez moves on to the next round. But we have just to wait for the official announcement of the winners.
Absolutely, absolutely. We are waiting for the official results of this heat. We're going on a short commercial break, and we'll be right back with some more action coming from the Santa Cruz Pro presented by Oakley. First round, heat 6, and it's gonna be a good one for sure. And hopefully we'll see some more of that good action we just saw.
Yeah, please join us.
Get up. Let your bare feet touch the sand and feel the sea breeze. This is the moment. Seize the day. Let the sun bathe your skin. Let the sea wet your hair. Let the flavors light your mouth and let your friends fill your heart. We thought of everything. For you.
Hello, good morning everyone. Welcome back to Pro Santa Cruz. We are live with the fifth round of the fifth hit from the round one, and we're actually in red was the Brazilian guy Felipe Teixeira. He's actually running from Portugal. He's actually have two nationalities, and we are, as I saw, look at the screen, Felipe Teixeira with the Portuguese flag. Yeah, I was talking with Diogo. He's a sushi man in here inside, and he works at night and surfs all day. So it's a really nice place to be and a really nice way to live. We are at Santa Cruz, but not in California. Welcome back, Paul.
Yeah, thanks, man. It doesn't feel like California either at the moment. It's kind of chilly.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of a wind blowing up here in our tent. But there we go. And what are we looking at here? This was an opening wave here for Mel.
No, it's
We're looking at
Jacob Lillenweiss.
Lillenweiss. The German.
The German guy, yeah.
There he is.
Yeah, there are a lot of Germans here in Portugal. It's normal to have the guys there. We have the former WCT Marlon Lip. We have Nick von Rupp. We have a lot of German guys actually surfing the Portuguese waves. Now that was John Mel trying to release his tail, but he couldn't do it. Felipe Teixeira is already at 4 points on his first wave, and it seems good. It looks like the guys paddle a bit south because there are multiple spots to surf. But right now, the best spot, I think, it's right there on...
Yeah, they're on it. They're on the best bank right now. It's just a wee bit of shelter from this wind. The wind's really ripping up that main contest site that they were surfing the first three heats this morning. Just a tiny bit more protected, just kind of hugging that inside shorey bank. And some decent little ways of scoring potential. And tide just bottoming out round about in about half an hour. And then hopefully things... should get a little bit better, fingers crossed, as we fill in. That's what we're hoping for. We're optimists.
Yeah, now we have on the backhand the white Jacob, but he couldn't do the Dutch guy.
Yeah.
Let's see the replay. First snap on the middle of the wall, and then there is nothing more to do it. But he pulls in, I don't know the score, but right now he's in the lead.
Yeah, Jakob Lillenweiss is probably not one of the biggest names in global surfing, but he's definitely hoping to make a name for him here in Santa Cruz, make a name for himself, and that's what kind of these 3000s can be about too. You get an opportunity, you go through a couple of heats, and all of a sudden you're turning a year around and you're giving yourself a real strong shot in the arm.
That's what I like on this QS is the 3000 and the 1000. That's that guys with full of I don't know, full of energy, and they're not well known. So
dark horses,
dark horses, without pressure, and sometimes they, not sometimes, always they are really good surfers, but they are not well known. But it's always good to see that kind of approach. And now we have pedal out Jonathan Mel trying to do something on his backhand. Really nice turn. And now a good connection for a finish. He needs a 2.94, and I think he's got it.
Yep, a couple little hits there for the backhand for Mel, and almost something about the Evan Geiserman about him. Similar sort of stature, maybe it's even the hair, but I like these little backhand hooks. Just looking to get a solid score on the belt. He'll be well versed in the arts of QS surfing and the whole idea of building up a house, or the proverbial build up a school, the proverbial building house, as commentators like to say. But yeah, just getting a couple of nice hits under his belt. A 5.33 drops in, and guess what? He's up and first.
Yeah, but yeah, it's pretty similar to Evan Geiselman. Yeah, Evan, it's coming back from an injury from last year. He was a famous rescue in Pipeline. And we have now Pedro Teixeira up and riding. Nice float there. And then he's trying to finish the wave on the second section, and he finished the wave. We have right on the interview the winner of the last heat, Pedro Neves. Pedro, congratulations on the heats. So tell me a bit about the conditions there. Are you hearing me? Are you hearing Pedro? Are you with us? No.
Oh, yeah, no.
Yeah, you are with us?
Yeah.
So tell me, congratulations on the winning.
Thank you.
And tell me about the conditions out there.
Oh, yeah, it's really difficult to find good waves. It's like pretty slow, but I could find a 7 when the heat starts, and then back up with a 3.5, I think. And then I was waiting a lot for like another 7, another good score, and didn't come. So I pedal closer to the other guys of the heat, and I don't know my last wave, but I think I did a better backup.
Yeah, it was your last wave, your backup.
Yeah.
And tell me one thing, it's your first time here in the west side of Portugal, in Santa Cruz and Ericeira?
Yeah, it's my first time here in Portugal. I like so much this place. Like
are you enjoying the place?
Yeah. It's really cold, but so nice. Good food, good people. I like it.
So congratulations, and we are looking forward to see you in the next round.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks. It was the interview with Pedro Neves, the Brazilian guy. He actually has a really nice surf.
Good kid, man. I like his stoke.
Yeah.
He seems like a happy chap.
Yeah.
As well he might. He's just made his way winning his first round here at QS 3000. He's going to be coming up in round 2. And what do we got on the clock? Just under that 12-minute mark. Let's check out a replay. This is some action. And it's John Mel out of Santa Cruz. And the other Santa Cruz, of course.
Yeah.
there's actually about 13 Santa Cruzes in Portugal.
Yeah.
But this particular one here is in the west region, as you mentioned. And there we go, a couple of backhand hits there from Teixeira.
Yeah, it was a really nice backup for Felipe Teixeira. And actually, his last wave was his better wave, so it's a 6.17, and now he's in the lead. He improves the lead, and now Jonathan Mel is he's chasing a 4.85 for first, and here he was trying to do that, and the German guy Jacob, he's chasing a 3.642 seconds. So everything is open for the last 10 minutes of the heat, and maybe we're gonna have some really nice fight between the three surfers.
Yeah, and just so you guys, of course, something of a no-show for our fourth surfer. So obviously increases your chances in terms of just like the numerical advantage. You got a 2 out of 3 chance, but also slightly more waves on offer as well. So in a way, you can just afford maybe to kind of, obviously you want to get a few waves under your belt early on, but then just wait for the decent waves. A little bit more opportunity for these guys to show their stuff. Conditions not ideal here this morning, but definitely contestable. And we've already seen some healthy scores go down.
Nuno Jonet, the speaker to the beach here in Santa Cruz, and normally he does the WCT's events and everything. He normally says with these conditions, it's like a melon. You have to open to see if it's good. And these waves are the same. You have to go in the wave to see if there is some opportunity to do some really nice scores. And 9 minutes and 40 seconds to the end. Felipe Teixeira, the Sushi Man guy, is leading this heat with a 6.17 and a 4 points. It's a nice leading. You have a total score of 10.17, and now Jonathan Mel with the second priority needs 4.85. He still needs that score, and the white guy from Germany is now with the priority. And he's where it is. I didn't see him in the lineup. Oh, it's there.
He's in the middle.
In the middle of the white water.
A little patch of white water just right on the end of that peak, the little triangle there. So just hoping that when one of these little wind swells lines up, he's in the slot. Does have that all-important first priority. So if there's another surfer looking interested, he will be able to go. But actually just finds himself not quite underneath that one. He had a little look, and he'll be reassessing, making his way just slightly to the right of your screen, slightly back north. As you see, the set's coming in. This is what we're looking at here this morning. We've got quite a fierce wind swell. Here goes Jakob. Did have another look at that one, decided not to bother. But yeah, kind of a short period. We're looking at, what, 4, maybe 5 seconds between waves. So
yeah,
the downside is generally longer period swells is what we like. The upside is you've got a lot of action. We're not waiting ages between waves.
Yeah, and the forecast for the new day, the next 2 days is gonna be good. But even though it's gonna be with the short period too, but the wind is gonna turn on to offshore winds. The swell is a bit bigger for tomorrow. The period is almost the same. But I think tomorrow is gonna be tomorrow and Friday is gonna be the best 2 days of surfing. So if you are around, come and join us in the beach. It's gonna be some really nice waves and some really nice surfers on the water. So come and join us. When we are in the 7.5 minutes. To finish the heat, and we see the next heat in white is Luis Batista, the Portuguese guy. We have a lot of Portuguese guys normally.
Yeah, there's a lot, huh?
Yeah,
representing well the new generation.
Portuguese and French guys, you know, there are actually doing a really nice job with the young kids and the young surfers, and they start delivering.
Here we go with live action. It is Teixeira, the Portuguese surfer out of Brazil.
Yeah.
And here he goes having a little look and doesn't quite get underneath that double up and make it through to the inside, and a reply behind Mel on his backhand. Just a couple of hits from him.
Yeah,
and
let's try to see the replay.
Yeah, so I wonder what Mel did early on that one. We just picked him up on the end of the ride. He'll be making his way into the lineup. No one really got this one in a kind of stranglehold so far. Let's check the replay here, Teixeira. And he gets that little snap in the pocket, and then always looking. This one went into a hole. He was looking for something on the inside, which never came. And then Mel did have a little reply behind. So Teixeira at the moment, he's on a couple of mid-ranges, got a couple of 5s, something like that. His total 10.17. Mel 7.56 in second place. And here goes Lille Invice Jakob out of Germany. And he'll go into the lip a few times.
It's maybe his best wave from the heat. And actually Jonathan Mel with a right-hander that we couldn't see right after the left-hander from Teixeira, is actually improving the score, and he's now on the lead.
It's a strong look with the hair there from the German, that kind of yellowy blonde. That's quite 90s, that look. You don't see so much. I actually think I remember, like, didn't Pete Mel have that hair once?
Maybe.
Did he go that?
But it was a 5.67 for Jonathan Mel, the last wave, so now he's in the lead.
Nacho, the big wave charger from the Basque Country. There he is. He's got that trademark kind of black and white stripe.
The big charger.
That's his spray, his signature spray. He's set his stall out early with the signature spray. He's got that on all his boards. And it's maybe not the kind of stuff he's used to on the Big Wave World Tour.
Yeah.
But he was surfing in Zarouts last week in the small waves. You know, had a couple of good heats out there. So let's see what he can do as we'll go with live action again. And it is Lille Invice on his backhand. And just keeping his board moving, but no real major impetus through the lip in terms of big maneuvers for the judges. We go just 4:40 to go, so this heat's gone pretty rapid. And John Mel has got himself up in the lead right now. Surfer in blue, he does a priority as well. And with 4.5 on the clock, that last right-hander that we just caught the end of was enough to get him in the lead. Let's check out Jakob as he just slashes a bit up. And it's kind of side to side, slightly tentative. He nearly got a little bump on the nose from his board as well there, but he's definitely still in this one, of course. 2 surfers advancing, and he's not a whole long way behind. There we see our scores, that's the spread. So it's a pair of 5s from Mel, and that's good enough to add up for 11 for him. Teixeira, he does have the high score, but his backup just being that 4. He's in second. And a surfer in white out of Germany with a little bit left to do. Let's check out Teixeira. That was that last wave we saw from him. And just a couple little hits on the backhand.
Yeah, but I think he's not enough to improve the situation. He needs to improve 4 points, and Maybe yes, maybe not. But it's interesting. We was talking about Nacho. It's interesting to see guys with young guys charging a lot. And normally the big wave riders are a bit older guys. And it's interesting. Nacho is only 19 years old, and it's a charger, and he runs the big wave world tour. And it's actually really good to see young kids going really hard and putting in some of the hardest situations as the big wave world tour has.
Here goes Mal. Beautiful little swooping opening turn. He's got a nice section in front, and he'll go and just blow that tail. Beautifully done. Love the control. And he just kind of styles out of it as well.
Really stylish maneuver, dead hands. Really good. Bottom turn, nice turn here. And now pumping for this air reverse, tail releasing, and a really good finish.
It's going to be a real good score there for Mal, and didn't have a whole lot to work with in terms of wave. It wasn't offering him so much speed, and he did really well just to kind of squeeze the juice as he came out of that cutback. Just got enough of a ramp for himself and just blew that tail super cash. Reverses it round in the white water, says thanks very much. 2 minutes 15 on the clock. Let's see if he goes further out in front.
Yeah.
And he does. He gets a 7
something.
7 something coming out. So it's the high score of the morning so far. And really nice surfing there from the American. And behind him, Teixeira. But let's check out again. Mel having a little look. Just a quick in and out for him. And we've got a paddler out the back. It is Teixeira, and here he goes, having a look at the left. He's up in the white water, and he'll swoop off the bottom and kind of slash a first little snapping maneuver. Then he'll tag the lip, gets a little bit vertical on his second maneuver, looking to go to work on the fore. And we've got a flurry of activity because Mel's up again. He's got the bit between his teeth, and he'll just slash up through that lip there, throw a little bit of spray up in this brisk mid-morning onshore. But it's been a pretty nice heat from the American, and actually a minute,
really nice heat for
minute
everyone.
20 to go, and he's like, you know what? I think I've done my business here. That concludes proceedings for the morning. I'll see you in round 2.
Maybe it's a bit early to leave the water, but
that's confidence of the young man.
Yeah, it's confidence,
it's the confidence
man.
of youth.
Walking out without looking backwards.
I'm not bothered. Is anyone catching the wave? I'm not bothered.
Yeah.
No, I like it. Like it.
Yeah, it's on the genes. It's on the ADN. DNA, sorry, ADN is in Portuguese. He's on the DNA. His father is a former world champion, so that was the backhand, the left-hander from Felipe Teixeira. He's trying to improve 4 points, and maybe he's got the score there. And he's improving. He's right now at 12.14. It was like a 6.17. No, sorry, 5.97, there it was. And then we have the score from Jonathan Mel, the 7.17 for that air reverse finish.
10 seconds to go, and Lillein Weiss looking for a 7.07. He'll need a Hail Mary, and it's not going to happen for him because that is the horn, and unofficially it is Mel and Teixeira, you won 2. So USA and Portugal in the ascendancy in that last heat.
And look, Jacob just caught a wave just before the horn, but that's it.
It's narrow margins out here. It's what you're dealing with. The ocean, you might get the wave you wanted, but after the horn, it's not going to count. And still, some nice surfing there from the German. And certainly didn't disgrace himself out there, just couldn't quite get a backup score. There is the official result. John Mel, the Star-Spangled Banner in that first position, and that's 7.17, the high score of the round, the high score of the day so far. We're going to go to a commercial break in just a second. We're going to be right back with Heat 7 of this first round, of course. Welcome, Surf World, wherever you are tuning in around the world. We are in Santa Cruz for the Santa Cruz Pro presented by Oakley, and we're going to be right back with more live action right after this break.
I started surfing when I was 3. Now it's about the chase of a world title. It's manoeuvres that haven't been done before. Places in the world that haven't been surfed before. It's never ending. I'm Julian Wilson, and I can't stop.
And a very warm welcome back to the Pro Santa Cruz 3000 WQS, presented by Oakley. Out in the water, Dimitri Ouve out of France, Sam Butts in the Caribbean, Nacho Gonzalez from the Basque Country, and Dylan Grün from Germany. So
Yep. And if I'm not mistaken, we're gonna be going to an interview soon. And this one heat is gonna be a good one for sure. 3 good accomplished surfers. And this is the first wave. This is white. This is Dylan Grün. He lives in Cascais, Portugal. And he is a competitor that we are used to see a lot here in Portugal. He's a good surfer also. And hopefully we'll see him do good in this contest. So far he has the best wave of the heat, Paul. And Paul, there's so much you need to know about the history in this place. I'll tell you later on today because the people at home just listen to me talking about a bit about it with Diogo. But did you know that this was one of the main battlegrounds of the French invasions? Just nearby, just a few kilometers.
I didn't know that, no.
It was. It's
And
really
who won?
We kind of did. But we had the help of the British Army.
Confident boy. All right, well, we're going to go down to hear some good thoughts and some insight from the winner of the last heat, John Mel. I believe he's standing by. John, welcome. Good job, buddy. Some strong shredding out there. How do you feel?
Pretty good. I was a little bit shaky at the beginning, but I ended up getting a couple waves at the end, and I was psyched.
When you show up in the morning and there's kind of a bit of an onshore blowing and conditions are looking as they are, how do you kind of get psyched up? What's your tactics coming into a heat with these kind of tricky conditions?
I was actually getting kind of psyched looking at it because it looks like I was just down in Newport Beach for like a week, and it's looking like the lower streets in Newport there, and so I was getting kind of psyched looking at it and just was making sure I'm staying warm because it's like freezing out right now. So yeah.
Hey, there's a chilly wind blowing off the sea, but you kind of use that as well as kind of a bit of an air wind. Tell us about your high score. You got that 7 for that little reverse on your forehand. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I couldn't hear anything, so I wasn't able to hear what the score was for that, so that's cool as a 7. But yeah, I just kind of went for it and pulled it, so I was psyched.
Getting the job done. Well, look, we can see you're pretty chilly. Go get warm, buddy. Get a nice warm cup of tea into you and towel off, and we'll look forward to seeing you in round 2. Good job.
All right, thanks, boss.
John Mel there, Diogo, and a great performance from him.
Yep, one of the few air completions we saw this morning. First one was actually from Ruben Gonzalez. He did a backside air reverse. That was pretty funny. That was pretty good. That was his backup by the heat's end, and this was Dylan Grün just trying to get something on board for him. And meanwhile, this was red. It looked good from start, but it was a bit away from what he wanted. Dimitri Ouve.
Yeah, dude, watch out for him. I tell you what, this guy can punt as well, and he can make big things happen on small waves. So I'll be looking for Dimitri to get something going. But yeah, here goes Dylan, and he got a nice looking wave. It seems like there's a little bit more meat, so to speak, on some of these wave faces right now. We just got that little thicker section. So probably just because the onshore is getting that much stronger, just blowing a little bit more swell at us, but we'll take it, whatever happens. And this thing's still going. I mean, he went pretty much halfway down to Ericeira on that wave, didn't he? He went a whole long way.
He kind of did, Paul. And I'm just surprised that Nacho has spent a quarter of this heat with no waves caught. I mean, Nacho Gonzalez, another surfer that we are very used to see here in Europe and pretty much all around the world. Nacho, an accomplished big wave surfer, hailing from the from Spain, coming originally from the Canary Islands, which are part of Spain actually, and we'll see some good surfing from Nacho, hopefully. He's quite a surfer, really good in barrels. I saw him compete earlier this year, and I like what I saw.
Dimitri.
You see Dimitri up and riding.
On the backhand, and he didn't like the look of it. That wave just went into a hole and fattened off, and he'll swoop out the back early on in the heat, of course, just trying to get a couple of scores going. But so far, in this one, it has been grown, and he's made the best of it. He's got a 4, he's got a 3.67.
Yep.
And he's in the lead right now. Just 3 guys in this one. Of course, 2 going to advance, and 1's going to bow out.
Where's Dimitri based these days? Is he in Reunion, or is he in the Capricorn, Osagor area?
Well, he's from San Bart.
Oh,
in
San Bart,
the Caribbean.
Right. Okay, sorry for that.
He's been obviously been over in the Caribbean recently with the leg of the QS, but he's over in the southwest France as well.
All right.
As a kind of main base. I don't know. I'm just sort of speculating. He's around. He's around. Wherever the surf's good, he's there.
He's there.
You know what I mean?
And this is the first ride of Nacho, just kicking that tail with some aggression and just wrapping that wave. I wouldn't be surprised if that was a good wave for him. And a backup by the heats. And look at that. That little section stood up, and he just hit it. Boom. Once again, a boom. And a good wave for Nacho. I enjoyed it. I think it was a good one.
Something of the kind of young Robert De Niro about him. Do you not think? Do you know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
Is it the eyebrows?
It probably is. Yeah,
something of the young Bobby D. I'm getting a young Bobby D vibe off him.
I feel you.
You know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about. I think it's the eyebrows, the unibrow there, and yeah, I'm not sure. He's playing his part right so far in this heat. And let's see what's going to happen.
11:50 remaining in this one. It's been kind of slow so far, just 20-minute heats, so not a whole lot of time to sit around and be too selective. You do just want to kind of keep busy and keep catching waves. You do have a brisk onshore northwesterly wind blowing out the Atlantic. And we've got kind of scattered peaks up and down, a very short period wind swell. We are contestable, and we are on, of course, day 2 of the period, but our first morning competition. And we've got a big old round of 128 surfers to smash through, and then round 2, of course, also on standby. So let's just see where it leaves us at the end of this round and what we're looking at in terms of forecast. But forecast is looking to improve as we check out live action. And here goes Grony, heat leader in white, and he gets a nice vertical stab on that first section. Swoop around, looking for a little double up bowl. And it all gets a little bit fluffy on him, and he'll just kind of tickle that lip. A good first maneuver there, and was a heat leader as well, so let's see if he can improve. A 4.07 and a 3.67, that was his 2 keeper scores previous to that wave. Some good surfing there, James.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dylan, he won a bunch of junior awards the last few seasons in Portugal, and he has probably surfed here before, so has that bit of a local knowledge advantage that we so far haven't really seen much. And that was Nacho going for the layback for Larry, unfortunately coming unstuck there.
Nacho dropping the hammer there on that one. It doesn't quite get the execution. We got Dimitri Uve on a backhand, and he'll get down to business with a little stab in the lip and another maneuver, and he banked around and tried to look for a double up, and just got a bit caught there and went down.
When you lose your wallet, do you do a layback? Because I don't know why they're called drop wallets. Are you aware of why they're called that?
To be honest with you, mate, I keep my wallet. I know where it is all times. It's in my pocket. I look after it. When I go surfing, I hide it under the seat of my car.
Okay.
And I consider anyone that loses their wallet to be basically careless. It's just careless.
All right. So you don't really know why the maneuver, the turn is called a drop wallet, do you?
I mean, it's obviously a referral to the fact that you're looking back to pick up your wallet as if you dropped it, as if you were surfing. But I mean, that's just silly in the first place. Why would you have your wallet on you when you're surfing? Come on. That's
pretty pragmatic thinking there. You got it going.
But yeah, so Nacho didn't have a whole lot of room to maneuver. We do see that turn, the layback snap under the lip. Sometimes surfers, there's nowhere else to go. They got a whole lot of speed and they need to kind of get rid of it. So he tried to just get that handbrake turn under the lip there. Doesn't quite execute. But obviously the paddle back to the lineup is a mere couple of seconds. These guys just sitting about, well, let's say 10, 12 meters from the dry sand, so literally right off the beach. And there we go, it is still growing. He did improve marginally with that last wave. He got a 4.27, that is his high score. It's been a very low scoring affair so far, this one. Dimitri also just moved up into that second with his last wave, that right-hander. Couple of snaps, was good enough for a 3-2. And there is Dimitri, he's having a little sniff and he's up and riding backhand. He's got a good steep section, he'll whack it. Nice spray there from Dimitri. And again, he's aiming towards a whitewater section. He'll just bank off that. So a couple of hits there. The first maneuver was really nice. Some big spray there from Dimitri. I'm going to go out and say it's going to be a high score for him. He's going to better his 3-2. Let's go to the replay here. You just see him digging.
I love that first turn.
Yeah, so clean. And here he goes. Off the bottom, bang.
Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am.
Nice board speed, showing that kind of whippy technique. And that's pretty good contest surfing there. If you think about that wave, it didn't offer a whole lot, and Dimitri squeezed every last drop of potential out of it. And we're gonna wait.
This
here,
is
score come in.
This is Halle Batista coming up next, wearing the green vest. And 7 minutes to go. Nacho had a 4.17 on that wave we saw some time ago. And look at that, praying to the gods of sea to throw some good waves in his direction. Young Halle Batista.
Whoa, 6.83 for Dimitri, so score dropping in as we check out that warm-up there at Batista. And Dimitri has got himself warmed up out in the ocean. He's thrown down a big old score. Judges really enjoying that backhand attack there from the Frenchman from the Caribbean. And he's up in the lead now. And that's the first real kind of decent score we've seen so far in about 13 minutes of action. First proper score above a 4-something, so that one not pocket change, that's not shrapnel, that's a decent meaty score there from Dimitri, and they'll give him a bit of confidence now. He can just afford to say, you know what, I'll work on my backup, I'll get something else, and I'm halfway there at least.
Absolutely, jumping from second to first place, Dimitri Uvry with one of the best waves we've seen today. That's 6.83 for the young, relatively young French guy, just like Paul said, hailing from the Caribbean, but now in a much colder Portugal, as we see
Kestrel. Is that a Kestrel?
Is it?
Past? Yeah, a little bird of prey.
A bird of prey.
There's another one. There's another one.
Is it? Would you call it a falcon? Is it a?
It's a type of falcon, but it's a kestrel. Yeah, it's a type of falcon.
We call it falcão in Portugal.
It's a type of falcão. Yeah.
There we go. So it's a type of forward from Monaco, is it?
Here we go as we go with backhand action from our surfer out of Germany via Cascais. It's grown. And he's making his competitors groan as he tags that lip. They'll see that spray from their position in the lineup. As he go to town on this left-hander, let's see what he got done. Off the bottom, bang, board nice and vertical. And just banked straight into another maneuver. He's found a couple of good sections. This one's warming up here now, Diogo.
Yeah, unfortunately coming in stuck on that last section, but it looks like Dylan Brown might just upset Nacho. Things are looking good for the young German surfer living in Portugal, as we see French crew getting ready for next heat. And that's none other than, let me check my little heat sheet paper. That's none other than, it's not the French crew, it's actually Julen hangs out a lot with the French guys. Julen Eguiguren from the Basque country. And he's getting ready to hit the water next. But first, we need to wrap up this heat. First priority with Nacho Gonzalez. Nacho looking for a pretty small score in a 4.18. He has a 4.17 on his best wave so far. Dylan Brown might just improve his situation with his last wave. Unfortunately, coming in stuck on that last turn there. But he did look good, the German guy. And hopefully, we'll see some more of that in this heat.
Sets pouring in here now, Diogo. Things are kind of picking up in terms of a bit of size. I'm getting a bit excited. There's a little few lumps coming through. We've got a couple of steep sections. We're right bang on the low tide now, so kind of shallow, and we got a few little double up sections. Dimitri used that double up so well previously, and let's see if he can do it again. And he's up, and he'll go to the forehand on a left-hander, bounding down the line, and just throws up a little kind of ollie above the lip. Nothing crazy. He realized he was just kind of running out of wave, running out of ramp. But your heat leader here, and just looking to go to work on his backup. It throws in a kind of casual, we'll call that a little lazy air.
Lazy air, yeah. I don't mind it. I think he thought that section was gonna be much more powerful than it really was. So he was hoping to bounce off a bit more than that, and just gave up a bit midway in that occasion. As we see a line approaching for a blue for Nacho, very important wave. He needs a 5-4-3 to go up second. Dylan did improve his situation with his last wave. There goes Nacho for his third nothing major so far, but he's connecting the dots well. A bit of a tail release there. Unfortunately, he falls down. Let's watch the replay again. Starting off with a nice looking carve there for Nacho. Just a click on the lip there and a foam climb. I don't think that's going to be the 5 he needed at last turn.
I like the speed, I like the aggression, but he was behind the whole way.
Yeah.
He was kind of about 1.5 meters back behind the section. It was all about whitewater and foam climbs, and the judges don't enjoy them as much. And Dimitri just
Look at
throwing.
that.
I told you he had air game, didn't I say it?
You did say
At
it.
the start of the heat, and that was beautifully done. I'll tell you what I really like. It was a nice tail high air, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He's got his tail nice and high with not a whole lot of backswing, and just wafting in the breeze there. And Dimitri 3-2 is the backup, and he'll definitely be going to work on that. Judges are going to process the number for him. But with 2 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock, I reckon he'll be consolidating his first place.
I like these kind of airs, and these airs were much more in vogue and trendy a few years back than they are now. You would see them a lot coming from guys like Kirk Flintoff, you remember that? And some others that would really do these kind of grab rail air reverses, and you don't see them as often. Kind of like what's more in what's trendier now, and what everyone's doing is the no grab air reverse and the backside 360. As we see Dylan Ground opting for a more rail-based kind of performance there, and a good combination of turns there for the young German.
He's kept himself in it the whole way through, isn't he? And he's definitely got the bit between his teeth as well. He's kind of busy, he's caught a lot of waves. A lot of turns out too. He's reading conditions pretty well. I like the way he never really looks between maneuver like he's kind of he's stuck on decisions to make. He's kind of banking off one turn and going straight to the next one and just keeping his momentum going. And nothing crazy, but some pretty decent contest surfing there for the German.
I was just thinking about it. And this is blue Nacho. That was more like it. A good last turn on that occasion for Nacho.
You talking to me?
Not a taxi driver yet, but look at the scores coming in. 5.57 for the last of Dylan. Jumps through first momentarily, and now an 8.17 for Dimitri, and he's now back in first, going for a big car there. And now a situation that much harder for Nacho Gonzalez, needing a 6.3, 4.6 on his last one.
Just bit off more than he could chew on that big last turn there for Dimitri, but the big news really previous to that, he's gone up, he's gone mental, up into the excellent range, 8.17 for that air reverser. Judges throwing all kinds of numbers. The aerial attacker Dimitri Uvi, and a job well done for the surfer from the French Caribbean.
Yeah, absolutely. Best wave of the day so far for the young French surfer, as we see Dylan exiting the water. But meanwhile, a bit of an upset with Nacho Gonzalez saying his goodbyes to the heat.
There it is. There's your official scores. Dimitri Uvi, the Frenchman, and a very healthy total indeed, 15 points.
That's the best so far.
Absolutely it is, by some measure. And advancing along with him, it's Dylan Grown with a couple of 5s, good enough for 10-9. Nacho Gonzalez from the Basque Country. He's going to bow out, and
we're going on a short commercial break, aren't we? Yeah, we are, and we will say our goodbyes to Nacho. Good job for Dimitri and Dylan, and we'll see you right back in a few seconds. So stay tuned, stay with us. We're going on a short commercial break and we'll be right back for more action coming from Santa Cruz. Stay tuned.
I started surfing when I was 3. Now it's about the chase of a world title. It's maneuvers that haven't been done before. Places in the world that haven't been surfed before. It's never ending. I'm Julian Wilson, and I can't stop.
And we're back with some more action. We are live from Santa Cruz. We are live from the Santa Cruz Pro presented by Oakley, a QS 3000 men's event of the WQS series. And we have someone in boardies, in shorts. It's like more of a spring suit actually, but still, that's interesting because it's pretty much freezing at the moment thanks to the wind. Hopefully with the sun coming up later today by lunchtime, we'll have a bit of a warmer day, but still, spring suits. That's no fun at all. As we see Nacho Gonzalez, who lost that last heat, unfortunately not making it. He was third, unfortunately coming a bit short of what he needed. Now in the water, Diogo, who's surfing?
Actually, we have in red Julian Eguiguren.
From the basket.
Yeah, from Euskadi. And then we have Renan Perez from Brazil in blue. In white we have Jonas Beckham from Australia. And in green we have the Portuguese young gun Luis Batista.
Formerly competing from Brazil, Halle Batista, that's his battle name. And
it's already a 7 point. It's with one wave or two waves?
I'm guessing, I'm not sure there.
Yeah, but he's up and riding again.
Look at that.
Really good tail reverse there. It's on, the heat is on with the Portuguese Luis Batista leading.
Interesting
on the
that Ale Batista is now competing for Portugal. He used to compete for Brazil, but had a change of heart there. And look at this turn for Halle. That's definitely an interesting and a good-looking turn for the young Brazilian there.
We have a lot of Brazilian guys running for Portugal. Pedro Henrique.
Yeah, well, Pedro Henrique is now Portuguese.
Yeah, Pedro
he has Portuguese nationality.
Felipe Teixeira.
Yep.
A lot of guys with 2 nationalities, and they prefer to go with the Portugal flag on the heat score.
And we don't mind at all. We don't mind.
Yeah, actually, the sister of Pedro Henrique, it won the last WQS in Zarauts, as Goni Zubizarreta wins 2 at home, or mostly at home, and Goni came from back-to-back winnings in Costa da Caparica and Zarauts. He's trying his qualification to the WCT. He almost done it several times, a bit like the Brazilian guy Jesse Mendes, and maybe this is gonna be the year. Now we have a split pick, blue and red surfing. We have a really nice turn there, but just that for the blue surfer Renan Perez. On the left hand, we have Julian Egigoren, but we are seeing right now the replay from Renan Perez. It was only one maneuver, and then we have the replay from the red surfer. Oh, really nice turn there, and then a good finish on the foam. So actually the left-hander was better than the right hand.
Julian Egigoren going for that turn, the Basque surfer. He also has his brother also competes in the QS and on the junior series. That's none other than Julian Egigoren, Ethan Egigoren. He's probably around. Yep, he's competing Heat 5 on the next round. So
he's already on round 2.
Egigoren siblings competing here in Santa Cruz. We're still waiting for some scores. We don't have the scores available on our screens at the moment. Hopefully that will change sometime soon. As we see red up and riding once again, young Julian Egigoren.
Yeah.
Trying to get something going.
And right now, Diogo, it seems that the wind is blowing a bit more stronger, and actually we still have some good waves, but
yeah, absolutely, we sure have some good waves, and that's what we just saw from the winner of the last heat, none other than Dimitri Ouvre. Dimitri, you there with us?
Yeah.
Yeah, Dimitri, good morning. That was a good heat for you. 817, best wave and best total of the day. So far, that's the best possible way to start, huh?
Yeah, I didn't expect that really. I just fly from home, from Caribbean, so it's been a long flight. And yeah, I was waiting for that heat. I was kind of nervous on that one. So yeah, but unfortunately the wave coming up seems like it's getting bigger, so just stoked to make the first heat.
Did you go in the water with that strategy of going for airs, or you just decided to do it once you're on the wave?
My strategy was more about getting a lot of wave because it's pretty cold this morning, so I just wanted to warm up.
Yep.
And yeah, I had a long flight, as I said, and I was a bit tired, so I just want to warm up as hard as I can and make sure I get a lot of waves.
There you go. Were you here last year for the contest?
No.
It's your first time here then?
First time, yeah.
Yeah, you're in. Well, it's a bit windy so far, but it's gonna get better in the coming days. So hopefully you'll be around to surf some good waves.
Yeah, hopefully. It looks like it's getting bigger, so happy.
Yeah, there you go, Dimitri. Good job and good luck for your next heats and rounds.
Thank you, guys. Thanks.
That was Dimitri Ouvre, last heat's winner.
Yeah,
he got an 817. That was a good one for him.
The best performance so far, the best total score, and he's on fire. The next round he's going good too. Let me see the schedule.
Yep, he's gonna compete next round. That was heat number 7 of him. So he's gonna compete with Manuel Selman, Eduardo Fernandes, and the second place surfer in this heat. And we have scores on the board already, and no surprises there. Surfer in green, Luis Halle Batista in the lead, with young Perez also moving in a moving position. With that second place, with Julian Egigoren and Jonas Bachen, the Austrian surfer, in fourth. He did a good job in Costa de Caparica, not as good of a job in Zarauz, but still he's surfing good, Jonas, and hopefully he'll get some better scores in this heat, as we see the replay of the last one of his, I believe, yep, that surfer in white, that's exactly Jonas Bachen. And just behind him is Egigoren.
It's interesting to have some surfers from Austria and from Switzerland. They actually have some really nice river waves. Berngarten, it's in Switzerland. The other one close to Munich in Germany. But it's all...
The Eisbach.
Yeah. So it's really good to see some kind of surfers that actually they have no coastline and they love to surf, so they travel to Italy, to south of France, even to Portugal.
Oh, yeah.
To training their own skills and their own surf. And it's really nice to see guys trying his luck from this kind of countries. It's a typical snow country with a lot of snow tradition, with skiers and snowboarders, and the guy just loves to surf.
Yeah,
it's interesting.
And when you get bitten by the surfing bug, you get stung by it. You know, it's hard to let go. So these guys, although coming from no countries with a coastline, like Diogo said, they still want their careers in surfing, and they're still running for them. Young Jonas Bachen, he's quite a surfer. He's well sponsored, and he's doing all the contests in Europe. So he's a full-on WQS Euro season competitor. And this is Raul Borman, also from Brazil. He's gonna be in white in the next heat. He's coming up next. Raul, he is from Brazil, just moved to Portugal to do the QSs here in Europe and see how it all goes down. Try his luck here in the Portuguese coastline.
Yep.
And get some good waves, get some practice, and see where his state takes him. As we see White up and riding, that was Jonas, and for the looks of it, he's gonna improve his situation.
Yeah,
look at him, he's a big guy, huh?
Yeah, it's a big guy. It was a nice turn. He's trying to reach that second section, but right now we have on the backhand Renan Perez from Brazil, and nice turn to finish the wave. We actually we haven't seen the beginning of the wave, but now you have the replay. This is Jonas, nice check turn. That one was not so good, but this one is a strong turn, and then he tries to do something else, but he couldn't do it. I would like to see the replay from Renan.
This is the replay of the last one of Julian Gigoren.
Nice cutback.
Trying to generate some speed to keep the sections that come up for him, as we see now the replay of Last of Blue.
Yeah, nice turn there, nice snap, another one, and then the finish. Maybe he's gonna improve his backup.
He might just do that.
He might just do it. He's chasing a 7.78, but that's not a 6.78. So maybe he's improving his back score. And Julian Gigoren now is chasing a 3.71 when you reach the last 7 minutes of the heat. So everything is open, the heat is on, and everybody has the opportunity to go to second place or even the first place. Now we are seeing the green is Enzo Poulat, the French guy is going in the next heat against Raul Borman and Tyler Gunter from the United States, and then you have the Brazilian guy in blue.
Isn't he cold? I'm just thinking that he has to be feeling a bit cold. I mean, he's in a spring suit. It's pretty much freezing. We are in our winter coats here outside of the water.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like the water is warmer than what it is outside. It's pretty cold. So he's a tough guy, and he's making it a tough job for the other guys to overcome him in this heat. For the guys in third and fourth, he's currently in second. He's definitely improving his situation. Yeah. We can see that his scores are going up and up and up and up. Not enough to move him up to first, but he's getting close. And now Jonas and Julian need to do something a bit better. As we see Halle up and riding on his backhand. Look at that.
A really nice wall to hit. Oh, cool. Really nice hair reverse. And maybe he's going to improve his situation. Now the response from Julian Gigoren. He's trying to go around this section, but pretty hard conditions here in Santa Cruz.
Yeah, it's definitely going to get better in the next few days. But let's watch the replay of the last one of red and green. Green now going for the backside 360, coming a bit... he didn't go too high, and it wasn't that much of a dynamic air, but he landed it good. And this is Julian. He went big on this turn, but he knew he had to make it around this one section to try and milk something more out of this one wave, but unfortunately that wave didn't really cooperate, and Julian will have to find some other wave to get the score he needs to move up to second. Perez in blue has priority, and look at how close he is to the guy in red. That's his biggest danger. Look at the scores on our screen at the moment. Julian needing a 6.44 to move up to second. Jonas needing a 7.57. So it's definitely an interesting heat. Look how close green and blue, first and second, are just 0.7 separating the two leading guys in this heat. Best wave and second best wave for blue and white respectively. So right, now up and riding, it's Julian Egigoren. Look at that first turn, that was a good one. And another one, let's see if he can make it around this section to put one more in this one. He got another one, and he's still going. He's almost in the city center with that one wave. He picked it well. 4 turns for Julian Egigoren, but is it the 6.1?
Maybe.
Maybe we have to let the judges decide on that. Meanwhile, we'll take a look at it again.
Yeah, but really nice heat, completely open. Julian right now with his backhand, you're gonna see the replay. It's a really nice wall, a really nice green wall. This first turn was really hard and really good. The second one too, and then he invested all the way through to the inside and almost to the beach break, to the short break, sorry, and good. And it was good. He's chasing a 6-point. I don't know if it's gonna be a 6-point, but we have to let the judges work. But it's a really interesting hit, and now we have the tide starting to put some water there, and maybe the conditions are the conditions of, or the strength of the wave is going to be a bit stronger, but the wind is a bit stronger too. So we have to choose well the waves, and maybe trying to invest the wave until the sand, and trying to do a bit more maneuvers. Actually, on the first heat, I was saying that.
Score's dropping.
Yeah, and it's a 6-7, and he improves a lot. And now Renan Perez is in third, chasing a 5.68, and we are only at 2 minutes away from the finish of the heat. And Julian Egigoren, it pays off that right hand.
And now young Perez in blue answering back to that 6.7 Julian just got on his last wave. Julian jumped from third to second. He needed a 6.1, got a 6.7. That's the second best wave of the heat so far. Julian now in second place, and Perez, he's in need of a 5.68 to move up to second with 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. Jonas Bachen a bit away of this heat, a bit lost at sea, if you will. Needing a good score, an excellent score actually, to move up to second. And Julian Egigoren needing a 6.54. So even Halle Batista in first is at danger of not moving up to the next round for now. All good on his side, in the lead
since the first minute of the heat.
Yep. Halle.
Impressive surfing by the Brazilian-Portuguese surfer.
Yep. Halle just took a commanding lead as soon as the horn sounded. He jumped on the first wave he found and built a score from scratch right there. 30 seconds to go. Julian Egigoren. This is that kind of moment where for the guy in second, the time is ticking down really slowly, and for the guy in third, the clock is moving up really fast. It's called psychological time. And let's see what Halle is gonna do on this one wave, going for a backside air. Lands
Again.
it. He lands it with such ease. I envy these kind of surfers who just do these big turns with with such ease and with apparent no difficult at all. It's just really exciting. And that was a good turn.
Yeah.
And he's a big guy, really flexible. You can tell, like, his legs are really pressed against the board, and he's down.
And
So the heat is over.
Yeah, it is over, and he's moving forward for the next round for sure. He was leading the heat from the beginning till the end. The Portuguese-Brazilian guy, it's with a really nice backhand serve, and he puts 2 hairs on this hit. And yeah, he moves forward for the next round. Right next, we're gonna have USA against Brazil and France with three guys hit, and
yeah, it's gonna be an interesting one for sure.
Yeah, Tyler Gunter, Raul Bormann, and Enzo Polat.
Yep.
We are going to a quick commercial break, and stick with us. We are coming, and join us to the Pro Santa Cruz.
I started surfing when I was 3. Now it's about the chase of a world title. It's maneuvers that haven't been done before. Places in the world that haven't been surfed before. It's never ending. I'm Julian Wilson, and I can't stop.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Pro Santa Cruz presented by Oakley. We have the official results from the last heat. Luis Batista, the Portuguese-Brazilian guy, moving forward with Julian Eguiguren from the Basque Country, and Renan Perez and Jonas Wackham. Unfortunately, they are not moving. Right now we have Tyler Gunter, Raul Bormann, and Enzo Polat, three-man hit, and maybe maybe we're gonna talk with the contest director Marcelo Martins, and maybe we have some more information about the next round on this hit. So welcome back, Paul.
Yeah.
We have a bit of a stronger wind, but it still has some good conditions.
Yeah, and here goes Green, just shredding his way across the right-hander, and that is our Frenchman. It's Enzo Polat, and getting busy early on, getting down to business, and a decent-looking wave to open up his account. Couple of turns on his forehand there, smashes his way through to the inside. That's Tyler Gunter, the USA's in blue. Let's check out, see exactly what Polat got done here. And he kind of banked off the top, wee bit tentative. Then he kind of slashed up a second turn. Just never quite got that bite on the face there of that wave, as we see the American in blue. It's Gunter bashing a nice forehand turn on the replay. So you just contrast those two waves, a lot more impetus, speed and drive for the American.
Yeah, much more critical. And now we have Bormann on the wave, and really nice 3 open maneuvers on this left-hander, and the heat is on. So 1 wave for each, and yeah, I love that approach from Tyler Gunter. That first maneuver was really with high speed, and that's it. That's the best wave of the heat with the 5 points. But we are seeing the replay from the white guy, Raul Bormann from Brazil, and is completely used to this kind of conditions. All the Brazilian guys are used to surf this kind of conditions, so maybe we're gonna have some Brazilian storm here in Santa Cruz. And it's a 4.33. and 3.17 for Enzo Poulat. Poulat, not Poulet, because Poulet is a chicken, I think, in French.
Yeah, so I like that from Borman there. He got that first maneuver. He squared off the bottom as if he was going to go really big, and he had to readjust. The wave went a bit soft on him. And really important, he just made sure he finished his wave. He got it done. And he kicked out on the inside, and good completion there for him. So, obviously, pretty strong competitor. And a nice opening exchange at just 20-minute heats. So, pretty short heats. And 20 minutes when you're out there in the throes of competition flies by. And does go super quick. We do have that short period wind swell. You can see on your screens just how close together the waves are. There's only like really 5, maybe 6 seconds between the bigger waves. There's some kind of sets out here. Have we got any takers? Poulat's having a sniff. No one really underneath that one. They're just slightly outside of where that one broke. And they're fighting against the wind. All this wind and weather is coming from that direction. That's the northwest, so the right of your screen. And hence why you see almost not a constant paddle, but it's a pretty strong sweep right now running down this beach with that short period swell. And these guys just paddling to stay in position.
Yeah, and 20 minutes in these kind of conditions out there in the water is gonna be a fast hit, you know. It's gonna flying away those minutes. And actually, yeah, we have already 5 minutes on the heat. But you know, this wind was not expected that was so strong, but it's always like that. The forecast, it's a forecast, it's a prediction, it's not a precise science, and always we have to go up in the morning and go out the window and see what the conditions are. But we are talking about a lot of the next few days. I'm checking the forecast meanwhile in my break, and they still have some strong offshore winds for Friday, so maybe it's gonna be not so big, but really nice conditions. And the thing is, on this round, the guys want to get through to catch that good waves that are coming on the next few days.
Definitely. So we are pretty confident conditions are going to improve. But for the moment, we're highly contestable. And here goes Borman, the Brazilian, the Goofy in the white. He's got a bit of white water on the face to deal with. And he goes into a kind of a laid back and more of an open arc. And then he gets a tight little snap. And the wave's gone a bit fat on him. And he just tries to get a bit of forward momentum going down the line. He'll kick out again. So again, finishing off his ride, so important. Let's have a look at the replays. You saw him swooping in behind the bowl here. And that white water just kind of slowed things up on this wave for him. But he surfed it pretty well. He stayed in the pocket. Just doesn't quite get going for that last maneuver that he would like to finish off on. Nevertheless, decent backup for him. And we'll go with live action here. Your heat leader, Gunter, out of the USA.
Really nice style of this young surfer, Tyler Gunter. It's let's see the approach on the backhand from the American boy. Nice turn there, going further to the last one was not so good, but he's gonna improve his situation because his backup score is a pretty low score.
Yeah, just a touch late to the party on the second maneuver, but the first turn was nice. I do enjoy that aggression. And of course, backhand, we do say it a lot, but in these kind of conditions, you do get the opportunity to go a little bit more vertical. You can just turn that a bit harder off the bottom. And that's exactly what he did on his first turn. He was the heat leader by way of a 5 that he had early on. And let's see how he goes towards backing that up. 13 minutes and 10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, next hit we're gonna have from Hawaii, Joshua Muniz from Germany. Hello? We have surf again.
Whoa,
live.
Nicely done. That was live action there from Borman, the Brazilian. And that was his best wave so far for me. I like that 2-turn combo. A steep wave. Let's check out the replay, see what he got done. So he stands up and swoops, and he'll go up through the lip. And again, just tags that maneuver. And some good surfing there from him.
Yeah, good re-entry to finishing the wave. He's chasing a 4.65, and maybe he's got it with this wave. As I was saying, Joshua Muniz is coming up, looking at him in the next hit against Ame Bergwinkel and Alex Baldwin from Canary Island. So, as you can see, that's the cliff that we are on the top. And you can see the flag there. The wind is blowing really, really hard. That's the sign of dangerous spot in there below the cliff, but it's almost safe to do your warm-up there. So 11 or 12 minutes to remaining to the finishing of the heat. We are waiting scores for the white guy, Raul Borman. So last of white, and it changed the situation, I think.
He's got the high score of the heat so far. I think he's just dropped the 6-something, and he's going to be up in the lead of this heat. And meanwhile, we are going to go down and catch up with the winner of the last heat, who I believe is standing by.
Yeah, are you in there? Luis Batista, are you in there?
Hello guys, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. So how was your heat?
Yeah, it's a little bit fun, man. I start with my 7 points, then in the end I find my last left and I made it there. And also, I have so much fun in the water.
Yeah, you have put in some 2 backside hairs, really good. It's a bit difficult with this wind to put some hair maneuvers?
Not really. This condition look like similar my spot in northeast in Brazil. We have a lot of wind there. So for the left, it's gonna be easy to land, you know. So I just try and I got it.
Cool.
I made it.
Cool. We know that you have 2 nationalities. Why you put the Portuguese flag on it?
Now I moved to live in Portugal. I have my brother because he's live here for about 4 years. Atamai, his name, Atamai Batista. And now I try to start a new life here. And that contest is gonna be my last contest for the WSL. So I just wanna have fun with no pressures. So it's fun for me, it's great.
Thank you so much. Congratulations to moving forward to the next round. Thank you.
Thank you guys. Have a nice day. You.
Thanks a lot. It was the interview with the winner of the last heat, Luis Hale Batista. Right now we are...
I love his look. I love his look. The sunnies, the little tash, looking good there. Looking good indeed. Let's check out a replay here of a Frenchman, Poula, and see what happened to him. He's gone for the backhand approach, and the wave just kind of going sluggish on him, just dying underneath him. Unfortunately, he had a strong start, but thing just fizzled out. So just to bring you up to speed on this heat 9, it's Borman who kind of looked pretty strong all the way through and built up ahead of steam. 63 is the high score, and here he is spinning and having a good look. He's got a nice looking wall here in front of him. He's going to swoop back off that first section and hope something stands up on the inside, or just check back again, stay close to the white water, and decides not to bother. That one went super soft on him, unfortunately, on the inside.
But it seems he is in completely synchrony with the waves. Really nice rail turn there, another one, but then the second section wasn't so good and the waves died. But it is in a really good connection with the ocean, just like Luis Batista on the heat before. There we have the blue guy, Jaime Bergwinkel. When we went to the live action with Gunter, trying to improve his score on this wave, it was a really little nice wave. Nice turn there, check turn, and then the finish hard, but he puts the nose on the water and he couldn't do the maneuver and the finish the wave. So 8 minutes left for this hit. The French now is chasing a 5.8, and Gunter to improve and to reach the first place needs a 5.67. The Brazilian guy is comfortable on the leading, and it seems the Brazilian guys are having so much fun here in Santa Cruz, maybe because of this onshore and these beach breaks.
Yeah, and what
normally they have the everybody that talks about the Brazilians onshore and the Brazilian surfers they like these conditions, but you are looking to the WCT and you have some really nice Brazilians surfing all kind of conditions, even bigger conditions. Right now, Gabriel Medina is one of the best in Tiahupo, so I don't know, all people talk about that of the Brazilian surfer.
Here goes Borman and the heat leader, and saying super strong on his approach. He likes these left-handers. Going for that forehand, and he's got that snap on lock, and nice rhythm there from him maybe. Not quite the aggression that he would have hoped for, but pretty smooth stuff. Fitting in a few maneuvers, just trying to build up that score and just nudge it further up the scale. Let's go to a replay here. Fade back into the bowl. The wave went a bit soft on him, and he had to go to that kind of snap checking turn. This one got a bit steeper, and he was allowed just to unleash a little bit more, and then nice rhythm as he just banked into that last turn, and he got one little maneuver on the end as well. And this is the Frenchman Poulat here on that left, and he's got kind of wobbly wave. He had an awkward little wobble go through it, and then he got a nice little bit of angle into the lip, but just couldn't quite execute that maneuver there, Diogo.
Yeah, and that was the response of the American guy. Really nice turn. Now he puts the cutback, he puts the rail on the water. Now trying to, yeah, nice re-entry with a hair drop there. So maybe he's going to improve his situation. But the thing is, the Brazilian guy is completely in good rhythm, in a good momentum, and he improves his situation. He puts like a 7 or something on that wave. It's the 6.37, so it's the best wave of the heat so far, and it looks like he's really enjoying that little ones, and he's putting some really nice scores. Meanwhile, Tyler Gunter puts down 5 points with that wave, and now the French Enzo Poulard needs a 5.8 to moves to second. When we reach the final 5 minutes of the heat, and maybe the Brazilian guy now is gonna mark the other ones to try to maintain his leading on this heat. As I was saying, next heat we're gonna have Joshua Muniz, Emil Bergwinkel, and Alex Budwin. If you are around the city or around the town, come up and join us at the beach. It's really nice conditions. A bit cold, but if you bring your own jackets, you're gonna be really good. And come to visit us and to see the live action surfing here in Santa Cruz. The only contest, no, it's not the only, is a QS 1000 in Bali, isn't it, running these days in Karamas?
That's right.
I saw something, a really good heat yesterday against the Taj Burrow and some guys.
Yeah, Taj, Pepin Hendricks, and Jack Robinson in that one, right?
Yeah, Jack Robinson, yeah.
I bet those guys are gutted they're not over here in Portugal right now. They'll be devastated they're not out here shredding the Santa Cruz. Let's check out a man who is, and it's Borman, the Brazilian heat leader. He's been going left all day long, and he'll blow a little tail or chuck those fins and reverse it around. It's kind of an afterthought, not a whole lot of impetus in that maneuver, but he is in first place at the moment. Let's check out Tyler Gunter looking to have his say about that first place. He fancies that #1 spot in this heat, and he got a little bit going early on. We just missed the opening turn of that wave. Let's see what we pick up here. Here goes the Frenchman Poulard, and there he's kind of similar kind of stuff happening to him again. He's got that wave going a little bit fat on his backhand for him, and right behind him was Borman out of Brazil going down the line, and this is where he just kind of threw that tail. Got a little kind of chop hop reverse on the end, and here goes the American with a great opening maneuver, or a finishing maneuver rather. Just the one turn there for Gunter.
Yeah, he prefers to keep the priority for the last 3 minutes. I think that was the approach on that wave. He pulls a nice turn, but then he saw that the other two surfers were pedal out, and he prefers to keep the priority for the last 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So right now Enzo Poulard didn't improve in his last wave. He's chasing now a 6.7, and with the third priority, it's going to be difficult for the French guy on the last 2 minutes.
2 to go in this Heat 9. If you're joining us wherever you are around the world, welcome to beautiful Santa Cruz. We're in the west of Portugal, just north of Vericida, south of Peniche, and we're here contesting Santa Cruz Pro presented by Oakley. It's a 3000 WQS, so plenty of points on offer here for our qualifiers, hoping to step up to the big leagues. And one such surfer is coming up in the next heat, of course. Joshua Meneers, one of the big names out here, and I'm looking forward to seeing what he can get going. Of course, a super versatile surfer, as is this young man. It's Tyler Gunter with a nice looking wave for the American, and he's got a good bowl in front of him, and he'll just bank off the top and get a little snap.
It was a nice choice of wave. He stays with the priority. Let's see the replay. He pumping, and then he puts the cutback, and then he tried to prepare the second maneuver with the tail release there. It was really cool, that wave, and he maintains the leading. No, he maintains the second place, I think. That was the response from the French guy. He's not going to improve his situation.
Yeah, it's been kind of a bit repetitive from him, but he's got a lot of these lefts that he's almost a bit late into them, or they're just running a bit too fast on the bank, and he's always a little bit behind the section.
Yeah.
Every time he kind of comes off the bottom, he's got kind of a lip coming at him, and he's a little bit late to it. But let's see if he can turn something around. 40 seconds to go. He needs a 6-7, so he needs a pretty decent score. But, you know, it's not an insurmountable challenge for the Frenchman.
Yeah, but he needs the best score, the best wave score in the heat. So the best score is from Raul Borman, a 6.37. So, and he's up and riding again.
Here goes the Brazilian, a nice entry for him into the wave, and he'll check back and just try and stay close to this steep section on the inside. He might punt here, and he goes for a little layback instead. I thought maybe he was telegraphing a little air, but the section not cooperating, and he hears the horn. He was ready to paddle back out. I love his fire. I love the tenacity. He was ready to go back into the lineup, and then he's like, oh, okay, that's the horn. All right, well, I don't know if he knows this situation. That wind will be carrying the beach announcer's voice kind of back inland, so we're not sure how much of the situations these guys can hear. And
it
so
always happened that with the strong onshore winds. So
not taking your foot off the gas at all. He was ready to go back for more, but it doesn't matter. And he didn't know it possibly, but this was something of a victory lap for Borman as he makes his way onto the inside. And pretty good heat surf from him. Nicely done.
Yeah, that's for sure. So next heat is already underwater, and as you can hear the horn, it starts the heat with Joshua Meneers in red, in blue Heim Bergwinkel, and in white Alex Bodwin. We are going just in a minute to a commercial break. It's going to be a really fast break, and join us at Pro Santa Cruz, presented by Oakland, the QS 3000, and join us after the break.
Mãe, não posso falar alto. Já estão todos aqui a dormir. Eu é que não consigo adormecer. Deve ser para amanhã ser o primeiro treino. Beijinhos.
Adira ao M4O e escolha um pacote SmartNet à sua medida, com 10 GB mês para utilizar nas suas apps preferidas. Aproveita a oferta de um pacote SmartNet grátis até ao final do ano e ainda da primeira mensalidade M4O. Ligue 16200 ou vá a mel.pt. O mundo é a tua casa. O mundo é Mel.
Get up. Let your bare feet touch the sand and feel the sea breeze. This is the moment. Seize the day. Let the sun bathe your skin. Let the sea wet your hair. Let the flavors light your mouth and let your friends fill your heart. We thought of everything for you.
Welcome back to Santa Cruz, Portugal. I'm Paul Evans, and joining me in the booth, Diogo Alpin. He's back for more. Diogo,
Yeah.
you
Let me
psyched?
know. I'm very excited to have Alex Baldwin, Arne Verwinkel, and Joshua Moniz in the water now. Not sure about Joshua Moniz because we had a bit of a missed goal from one of the Hawaiians this morning, so I'm not sure if all the Hawaiians are up there, but there we go. That's Joshua Moniz. I guess the Moniz is never a miss on one of their hits, and this is Josh's first wave.
Straight down to business, and here goes the Hawaiian with the first initial snap. A little bit of sun poking out now for him, and things looking bright too on the wave as he goes vertical with a little stab on the inside. Decent opener there. Getting his account open early on. Bergwinkel got something done as well to the tune of 167.
Yep.
And Alex Baldwin, which is your favorite of the Baldwin brothers?
Probably Alex. Probably Alec Baldwin.
He's quite good in Madagascar, I thought.
This is the replay of the first one of Blue, just an in and out. I like him on 30 Rock. Alec Baldwin. I like him on 30 Rock. Did you watch that show? It's a good TV show.
No idea.
What about Joshua Moniz? Where do you think he practices in Hawaii, in the North Shore of Oahu, for this kind of conditions? Ehokai shore break?
Yeah, I mean, well, these kind of wind swells, you get this all the time, like the trade swells over on the east side as well.
There you go.
So, yeah, this kind of stuff is kind of standard fare anywhere around the world, really. Here goes Moniz, snapping off the top. He's got a nice long right-hander.
There we go.
And he goes through the gears with a beautiful swooping roundhouse cutback. So a couple of good turns there for the Hawaiian, and that's good stuff. We're due a couple of scores for him now.
Alec Baldwin, that's his name, isn't it? Alec. Or Alex. Alec.
Alec.
Alec
I
Baldwin.
think he's the older of the Baldwin brothers.
Yeah. He's the only famous one. Yeah, the other one are not as famous.
Billy Baldwin? It's Billy, isn't there? William Baldwin.
William Baldwin. But the thing is, he's the only A-list celebrity in the Baldwin brothers. He has the ability to claim it all.
Like that sometimes.
I know what you mean.
Just a loud whisper for effect, dramatic effect.
Now you're sounding like the Joker, which is a bit different from Alec Baldwin.
Okay, what have we got? Surfer in white. Here goes Alex, a ball down from the Canary Islands with the long locks flowing behind him in the stiff on shore. And he just checks around and steps up with a couple little snaps on the inside, opening his account.
Just the other day I was watching, how's it called? Runaway Bride? Is that a movie with Julia Roberts? Where she plays the bride that keeps on running away in the day of their marriage? I was thinking about you watching that movie. You know about that movie for sure. I think it's called like that. Nevertheless, it doesn't matter. Moniz matters. Bergwinkel matters. That's the greatest name in all pro surfing history, by the way. Bergwinkel and Baldwin. Yep, they matter. We are waiting for scores. Heat 10, Heat 11 coming up, of course, and also coming up is round
Nicely
2.
done, Diogo. Nicely done.
I got a bit confused there, but
after that one, probably Heat 12.
I'm not sure. It might just be Heat 15.
What about? Tell me this. What's the word on round 2? Do you know where we're going to? What's happening?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to talk about.
Fill me with information.
I will. So, first 8 heats of round 2 are on standby, and it's likely that they hit the water today, but it's not for sure. Not for shizzle.
Okay, nothing's for certain in life, apart from the fact that Heat 11 follows Heat 10. All right, so there are our 3 combatants spread across the arena here underneath the cliff at the beautiful beach of Santa Cruz, the beach of the future. Is that in Portuguese? No, tomorrow. Beach of tomorrow.
Beach of tomorrow. Beach of the future is the one in Peniche.
Is in Peniche.
And it's really, it's similar looking, aren't these beaches close to the Belgas and all that area up north in Peniche? Don't you think it's similar?
Kind of.
It's relatable for sure, and this is the replay of Baldwin.
Beautiful first turn for him. The inside didn't really cooperate, but a really nice first maneuver there from the surfer for the Canary Islands. And in the meantime, I believe we do have the winner of the last heat, Borman, standing by.
Raul, você tá aí?
Aqui.
Opa! Como é que é seu inglês?
Então, mais ou menos.
Então vamos tentar agora. I was just asking Raul how's his English.
Yeah,
Raul, how did you go at that heat? That was a good win for you.
Yeah, I am very happy. Difficult conditions. However, have good waves. Is better of the last days. I'm so happy. The advance the next hit.
Yeah, there we go. Good English, buddy. And what about your stay here in Santa Cruz? Is it your first time surfing here?
Yeah, now living here in Portugal, in Costa de Caparica. I'm so happy. Beautiful places, good opportunity for sponsors for the sport.
There we go, Raul. Good luck for your next rounds, and welcome to Portugal once again.
Thanks so much.
There we go, Raul
Vamos
Borman.
Brasil!
Of course, Raul Borman. Thank you so much, buddy.
Thank you.
And Raul Borman, one more Brazilian surfer coming to Portugal and try his luck in the Portuguese, beautiful Portuguese coastline. As we see Joshua Moniz with a... What the hell was that? That was a good, innovative turn. Had he completed there, that would be 100. That was a really exciting attempt there. I wonder what's that called, and I hope he completes one of those in this event.
Getting a little nuts, wasn't he? Nicely done. Good aggression.
Yep.
Doesn't quite get the execution. But let's just bring you up to date on scores when we get them. See what is going on this heat number 10, of course. Round 1. We got underway pretty early this morning here. And
we did.
Actually feels about 4 in the afternoon, but I think it's only about mid-morning.
Yeah, you're right. That's what it is. And what about the Monizes? That's royalty right there. They're all pretty good surfers, from their father to the youngest of them, which I believe is Joshua. So
his sister's a multiple world champion longboard.
Yeah, and a great surfer. And tackled chopes once. Didn't go too well, but she got some good waves there. She had a wipeout there. Remember that video? But she did really good. I like Kalia surfing a lot. She's really elegant, and she has a really beautiful style in the water, and obviously a fierce competitive surfer also. Okay. I don't think she went to Papua for the event earlier in the season, but hopefully she'll make it to the next ones. And this is Blue up and right.
Winklevoss.
Yeah, not Winklevoss. Those are the Facebook brothers. This is Arne Winkel. Oh, Winklevoss. Oh, for heavens. Bergwinkel. That's his name. Arne. It's quite a name.
Using his priority here, and got a nice meaty section, plenty of speed, and he just halfway through that turn had to rethink, and he kind of took his foot off the gas, and I think he might be penalised in terms of points for that. Yeah, plenty of down the line momentum, and he was swooping through that turn, and because the wave kind of went soft halfway through, he had to kind of release that rail, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But good aggression. I like his use of priority. You see Josh Moniz got the hell out of there, didn't he? When he saw his competitor in blue was going, he pulled right back and just said, you know what, I don't want any triangles, don't want any interference. And,
the good old triangle. It's getting better now with the priority discs and with 4 priority system. I like it a lot. Don't you like it? I like it. It makes it, I mean, in one hand, it makes it a bit more organized, so you don't see as much of a paddle battle and those situations where cat and mice situation, all that. But still, I like it. I think it pushes more good surfing and less strategy, which is what we want to see by today's end. Is good surfing, and then at least on my side, that's what I like to see.
Your opinion. Here we go. Here's Josh Moniz on his backhand. And here he goes down the line. He'll attack a first section, maintains all that momentum down the line, and he'll tag that one again. And he ain't done yet. Just that last maneuver. Maybe, not sure if he even needed to try to go for that last one, but just shows how fired up he is. Let's check out a replay here, Diogo.
Yeah. It didn't look like much, but I like how he kept his speed going down the line and his aggression on that last turn. Although it wasn't that much of a turn, he kept his board moving and moved it really quickly. And the Monizes are probably used to surfing this kind of powerful beach breaks, of course, coming from the reef breaks of Oahu. Seth is also surfing in this event. It's coming up in round 3, heat 7, with another fellow Hawaiian already due to compete in that heat. Kieran Jabur also leaving from some time of the year here in Portugal. Did you know that? Now you know. There you go. Always teaching.
Is there
yourself.
anyone in the event that doesn't live in Portugal?
You don't. There we go. Now the scores are on the screen right now. Josh is leading this heat with 8 minutes to go. Heat 10. And Bodwin has first priority with Bergwinkel, not the Winkelvoss, coming up. And Arne, it doesn't sound very German though. It sounds more like Danish. Arne, do you remember that the left back, John Arne Riis from Liverpool?
Mm-hmm. He's Norwegian though.
Norwegian, there you go. Sorry.
Okay, let's go with live action, and we join Bodin on the left-hander on his backhand. And not a whole lot going on there. I think he split the peak with Josh Muniz, who went right. Let's see if we can bring you a replay there as we just pan back on our Canarian surf. He's got the outboard motor going, just kicking those legs, trying to get back in the lineup. So, okay, so there's Josh. So he didn't split the peak, but he will have a little sniff here.
It looks like it might be a good one.
Here he goes. He's coming from behind the section. He's got that steep face in front of him. A beautiful first turn.
Look at that.
Yes.
Control it. Oh, no.
I think he's still going to get rewarded for that first maneuver, though, because I love the way he kind of came from behind. So this was the split peak, and we are going to follow Bergwinkel on his backhand. And, well, he got out of there, so no real damage done scoreboard-wise from either of those two. They split that peak. That was the previous exchange. And then the last wave, Josh Muniz stood up, and he's nicely behind the section here, Diogo. He had plenty to aim at.
It walled up pretty good, this one wave.
That was really nicely done. And a bit of a bummer on that second turn. I love the way he's showing the variety, though. No two turns the same.
Yeah.
And just using that full repertoire, using that artistic license.
Yeah, absolutely.
Love it.
Using a bit of creativity, and that one wave, it walled up really good. It was one of the better looking waves this morning. And conditions did improve for a bit there while we were closer to lower tide than we are now. But hopefully with high tide, the waves will wall up a bit better. I think it's something that happens here and has been happening in the last few weeks with these sandbanks. Conditions do improve a bit with the high tide, so hopefully that was a bit of a show of what we're gonna see later on today as we approach the high tide at 3:30 in the afternoon, 3:30 p.m. And I'm not sure if the contest will be on by then. It all depends on how the waves keep or don't keep breaking during the higher tide. But hopefully we will get some good conditions with the tide as the tide fills in. And using his priorities now, Arne going for it. Wow, that was a meaty turn for the young German surfer. He gave it all he has on that section, and hit the leap really nicely. Unfortunately, had too much of a weight on his back foot and lost a bit of balance there. But nevertheless, a good effort from Bergwinkel.
Four and a half on the clock remaining in this heat 10, and Bergwinkel, well, he only needs a 4.94, so just shy of a 5. He's got a couple of threes so far.
Yep.
And he doesn't need a whole lot, but sometimes, I don't know, you kind of set the tone almost with your scoring, and it's hard to break out of that pattern. Can end up just kind of going to the similar sort of maneuver selection, similar kind of wave selection. Let's see if he can break the mold here, but at the moment, Moniz looking good value. Are we still waiting for a score for Josh for that last wave, or has it dropped in?
It has dropped in already.
Okay.
I believe it was something like a high 5, but lower than that 5, 6, 7.
All right. And so there we go. It's Moniz and Boudin advancing at the moment. That's your 1-2. Bergwinkel is in third place, looking for that 4.942 advance. And in this particular heat, one goes out because we don't have a fourth surfer. So 3.5 minutes remaining.
Who's coming up next? Thiago Camarão, Ethan Ordesborn, and Michael Zoll. That's heat 11 for you guys at home. And meanwhile, this is the beautiful beach of Praia do Amanhã, where we are. Praia de Vigia, it's the official name we're using for the contest. But it's pretty much the same thing. And Diogo explained it to me that why this beach is called the beach of the German guy, because no one lived nearby back in the day, some years ago, and a German guy bought a property here, built a house, and for everyone that was in the town city center, which is a few kilometers, 2 or 3 kilometers down south, when they were looking towards this beach, they would only see the house of the German. So that was the beach of the German guy. So that's why it's called Praia do Ulmão, beach of the German guy.
Alrighty, let's see if we got any takers. We've got a couple little sets bubbling on the bank here. Not really, we're just looking at more of a readjusting our position and a little paddle north, just holding down that spot in the lineup, fighting against the rip, against a brisk onshore. What are we talking about this wind on the Beaufort scale? Like maybe like a 4 or 5. It's a pretty brisk sea breeze.
It's a tough day at sea for both boats and surfers. And White up and riding on his back end.
Alec Baldwin, and he snaps off the top. And again, gets a nice little hit on the inside.
That was a good turn for Baldwin.
Good stuff. Really
Good
enjoyed
stuff.
that. Let's see if he can attack first place. 6.83 the requirement for first. Or can he just consolidate his second and put a bit more daylight between him and the surfer in third place? Bergwinkle.
And it wasn't an easy section either, because it thumped a bit as the wave closed out. But that was a good. I like that turn for a young French surfer that had priority. Doesn't have it anymore. It was a 4.57. This one wave we just saw for Alec, and Brad's up and riding. That goes the Moniz.
Boom. Here goes the first big hit for the Hawaiian. And again, he'll tag the section. So it didn't really detonate on that one, but some smart stuff. And he didn't complete that last wave. So just on this one, he made sure that he finished off his turns, finished off his wave.
Yeah, just connecting the dots there. He knew he had a good first heat on the wave, and just wanted to make sure he got this score. I'm not sure if the judges are gonna consider that last turn as a completed, but still, Joshua Moniz is pretty much in control of this heat with 30 seconds to go. It looks like he's gonna make it to the next round. Hopefully he'll try and join his brother on the third round. For that, he needs to make it on round 2. But we'll see what happens. 10 seconds to go. Josh Moniz is probably exiting the water by now, as Alec and Arne said their goodbyes to the water, but only Arne says his goodbyes to the Santa Cruz Pro by Oakley. I'm glad I have my Oakley coat on, keeping me warm on this windy day. As we await for, we're still waiting for the official results of that last heat. But I don't think there is going to be much doubt in it with Josh Moniz and Alex moving on to the next round. We're going to go for a short commercial break soon. And when we come back, we're going to have the next heat in the water and a new host to be with us. So stay tuned, as we will be right back with more action coming from Santa Cruz, Torres Vedras. Stay tuned.
I started surfing when I was 3. Now it's about the chase of a world title. It's maneuvers that haven't been done before. places in the world that haven't been surfed before. It's never ending. I'm Julian Wilson, and I can't stop.
Welcome back everybody to Santa Cruz. Welcome back to the Santa Cruz Pro Open by Oakley QS 3000 event of the WSL. We are live from the beach of Vigia, 20 minutes north of Ericeira, 30 minutes south of Peniche. It's where we are for the 11th heat of the day. In the water is round one, and the surfers are Thiago Camarão from Brazil, Ethan Osborne from the US of A, and Michael Zog from Switzerland. We just saw a wave for white for Michael, and now Ethan Osborne is surfing. On my previous break, I saw him free surf a bit to the north, to the side of the contest area, and he got out of the water and he was freezing, was just shivering, and he wasn't too happy with that. Let's watch a replay of his first wave. A good, nice looking turn for young Osborne. He comes from Venturia, excuse me, from the same area that brought us Dane Reynolds. And welcome back to Diogo.
Yeah, we are having so much fun here in Santa Cruz, and now we have on the score last wave of Thiago Camarão. It's a 6.5, and
Ooh.
now we have live action with Michael Zog. Yeah, Michael Zog.
That was Zog, yeah, for sure.
Zog on the wave with the painting on the board with the colors of Portugal, green and red. Now watch the replay.
They're also Jamaican colors, man.
Yeah.
And Thiago Camarão starting off this heat good with a 6.5. Thiago who...
Thiago has a lot of experiences on,
he has,
on
and
these kind of events.
For sure. He won Pantene a few years back, but prior to that, I mean, Thiago was really, really close to qualify in the early 2010, 2011, but then he got a really big injury on both his knees, so he had to slow down a little bit, and he's trying to make it back now with by participating in this kind of events and just trying to get his groove back on. He stayed away for close to 2 years, so that's a lot of time in pro surfing.
Yeah,
and
I remember,
he needs to get back in rhythm.
I remember in that time he actually put some good performance in Azores in 2010 or 2011, and
yeah, I think he almost made it to the final once.
Yeah.
I remember that. It was a big year.
With Macias Felix, I think.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, and he always chasing that opportunity to go to the WCT, but that injury on the knees, he pulls out the Thiago Camarão from the competition about 2 years. There's a replay with the tail release on the first maneuver and in the second, and he finished up with a little snap. It was Ethan Osborne, a lot of American guys here in Europe. And right now we're going to the winner from the last heat.
None other than Josh Moniz. Josh, are you there with us? Yeah, good morning. So, pretty tough conditions this morning. What's your reading on what's happening in the water?
Yeah, it's super tough. There's a lot of different peaks spread out, and the tide's starting to push through, so I was kind of expecting it to change a bit. Yeah, you can't really do much, honestly, out there. You just kind of sit on that left rib bank and just keep riding waves. That's what I was doing, just ride waves and try to stay on my surfboard.
Were you in Hawaii prior to coming here?
Yeah, I was at home for like almost 2 months, which is pretty unusual, and the waves are pumping, so it was so much fun, but it was good to leave home. I was getting a bit like sick staying home. I like to be on the move, so it's fun to be back here.
But it's a bit colder here. Did you have trouble adapting to the cold when you got here to Portugal?
A little bit. I mean, I don't mind when it's this cold. Hawaii is always pretty hot, and whenever I get a chance to throw on a bit more clothes on and stay warm in like cold weather, I like it.
Yeah, great. And it's good that you're here competing with your brother already in the third round. Hopefully you make it to that round also. But did you ask your fellow teammate Frederico Moraes from some advice on Santa Cruz, or you're just on different programs now?
No, yeah, for sure. Fred just got home the other day, so I've been talking to him a bit, and then I seen him earlier and we cruised. I'm not trying to bother him too much. He's been on the road for a while, so I'm letting him like enjoy his time home. But yeah, for sure I'll link up with him on this trip, and I'm gonna hang out after the contest, try to get waves. And yeah, I love being here. I have so many good friends here, and for sure I try to link up with all the local boys here.
Great, that's great. Thank you for stopping by, Josh, and we're gonna let you warm up a bit because you're shivering a bit.
Okay. Thanks, boys.
Yeah,
See you guys.
See ya. Take care and good luck for your next event. Next heat. Sorry. That was Josh Moniz. He won that last heat with Arne Bergwinkel, who was third, and Alex Baudouin, who was second. And it's always good to get to talk with these guys from faraway places. They bring a lot of experience and different cultures with them, and the Monizes are always super nice. As we see a massive turn coming from Ethan Osborne, also from US of A, and good job there.
Yeah, I think he's on the lead right now. That was a really nice turn with so much roll, and that was the response from the white guy from Switzerland, Michael Zog. He's chasing, I think, a 5-point something to reach the second place, but completely destroying Ethan Osborne. That first turn was completely insane with a lot of rail on the water. It's difficult to put the rail on the water with this kind of conditions. It's more easier to use the bottom of the board to do some half turns, but more turns, but this approach of Ethan, putting a lot of rail and some powerful maneuvers, that's the way to get through the heats and to get through the rounds. So Ethan Osborne is really in a good shape. Right now Thiago Camarão is chasing a 4.51 and Michael Zog is chasing a 4.11 to reach the second place. 3 men on the water, it's more opportunity to everyone. So when you reach the 11 minutes for the end of the heat, maybe I can see some lines over the coast, and yeah, I'm seeing there the safety jet ski just right outside. A shout out to the guys, Sergio Cosme and Antonio Silva. They are used to ride and to do some safety on Nazaré, Praia do Norte, North Beach, and a shout out to them. It's gonna be hard to them too because it's a lot of windy out there, a lot of
tough day at sea for sure.
Yeah, and now live action with Thiago Camarão using his priority.
Wow.
Bam, nice off the top there. He's trying to pass it over this section, but nothing more to do it. He's chasing, as I said, a 4.5 run, and look at the replay. Nice floating there on the foam, and then bam, hard with his backhand attack on the waves of Santa Cruz. Thiago Camarão is actually a good friend of Robertson Gonçalves. He was on the first heat. He's a local boy here too.
So they're together here?
They're together here.
Oh, good. It's always good when you go to these contests and you can stay with a friend, just hang out together, and just really keep the ball moving for each other. And meanwhile, look at the score that dropped for that Big Larry layback for Ethan Osborne. It's 6.83 for the young American from Venturi area. But meanwhile, the last one of Camarão was a 6-point ride, so Camarão is in the lead. Ethan Osborne in second place with Michael Zog a bit far away. He needs to catch up quickly. He only has 9 minutes to go, and there he goes. He'll listen to me. He knows what he has to do to get back to the heat. He's a bit far off at the moment. He needs a 7.77, and it's kind of a big score for what we're seeing today.
It seems to be a bit lost, Michael, because
on the beginning of the heat he was a bit south, and now he's on the north point, a bit further for where the other guys are, and it seems he's a bit lost on the lineup. And right now he's needing a 7.77. 7.77 is, if he got it, it's gonna be the best wave of the heat and one of the best days of the day, one of the best scores of the day. So we have some really good scores. Dimitriov points 8.7, then Luis Batista 7.83. So they are the best waves of the competition so far. 8 minutes to finish. Thiago Camarão is leading his heat, and now the priority is with Ethan, and he tried to improve a 4.17, and he needs a 5.67 to first place.
And it looks like sun is starting to come up a little bit, and shine on this way from Ethan Osborne, just trying to work that 4.17 out of his scoreboard. That was a 2-turn combo for Ethan. Let's see what the judges think of that one, but that was a split pick situation with Brad going to the right there. Thiago Camarão with also a layback. And then he did a good turn there, but unfortunately coming in stuck on the cutback. As we see now the replay of the surfer who went left, none other than Ethan Osborne. Ethan with a good backhand combination, but nothing really major for the young American. Let's see if he's gonna improve on that 4.17. He needs, I believe he needs a bit more than that to really jump to first place, but he's pretty far from third. I mean, Michael Zog really needs to catch up. So Ethan is probably not too worried about second. He just wants to try and do the best possible surfing he can. I got the word that some of the surfers, because of all the onshore wind that is pretty strong at the moment, can't really hear what's going on in the water. But
completely.
Meanwhile, looking out the window out to tent, I can see that Brad is catching a wave, and it is still going, and he got an amazing wave. Unfortunately, we missed that on the webcast. We're gonna see the replay soon. But Thiago Camarão, I wouldn't be surprised if that was an excellent wave, because he surfed it really good, and hopefully we'll see the replay of that. Meanwhile, Michael Zog on his backside floater there, and hitting that section, releasing the tail a little bit.
Really nice wave. Really nice approach in the backhand from Michael Zog. Maybe he's his best wave of the heat. And now the scores are dropping. I didn't see that wave from Thiago Camarão, but for sure we're gonna have some replay.
Hopefully.
Hopefully we have some replay to see. It's interesting because there is a lot of guys doing some free surf.
Oh, there we go. Good job from our camera guys. Let's watch the replay of this one wave of Thiago Camarão. It was a long one for the Brazilian. He put some really good turns on. It was a long one also, almost made it to the city center, and look at that combination of turns. Good job from Thiago. I wouldn't be surprised to see it hit the excellent mark.
Yeah, it completely smashes all the way. And then Ethan
Osborne on a left.
Yeah, a good backside air reverse. Just one maneuver wave, but a really nice one. And Thiago Camarão dropping just a 6.43 is not his best wave, but it's pretty similar, so he actually improves. And now Ethan is chasing a 6.10. Maybe he's got it with that backside air reverse. And then Michael Zog improves on the last wave for sure, and he's trying to do another score on the right hand. Maybe he's seen Thiago Camarão on that front side approach, and
let's
then you
watch
see
the replay again.
Replay.
It were probably the judges who asked for it. It was a good backside 360 for almost a full rotation there, yeah. But it was a really good air for Ethan. Ethan that comes from Ventura area. Ethan coming from that same area where Dane Reynolds usually surfs. An excellent surfer also. I remember Reynolds being on tour and doing the qualifying series, and It was very exciting. Hopefully Osborne, Ethan, who's still a pretty young guy, will bring some of that excitement to the WQS. And look at the scores that dropped for the last one of Thiago Camarão. It was a 7.67, like we said, really close to excellent surfing. He did really good. That's one of the best waves of the heat. It's actually the best wave of the heat and one of the best waves of the day. And he's pretty much safe in the lead. Michael Zog in third. He's pretty much in need of a combo situation to move up to first. Needs a 7.77 to go second. But we are still waiting on scores for the last of blue for that air we just saw. And I agree with you, Diogo. I wouldn't be surprised if it's way better than that 4.17 that Ethan has as his backup at the moment. We're still waiting for the score, but meanwhile, hopefully we'll see some more surfing.
And we are waiting for the score on blue and in white too. We have two waves left for the Michael Zog, so maybe he's chasing. Oh man! Right now she's chasing a 9.17 because.
Excuse me.
And you see the replay from Thiago Camarão approaching this backhand attack. Oh, really nice turn there. He's trying to change his backup. It's a 6.5, and
Ethan's air was a 5.57.
5.57.
Ooh, the judges are playing it a hard game to get some good scores on an air, but nevertheless, Ethan and Thiago are pretty much. Running away with the qualifying spots in this heat. And Michael Zog, we're still waiting on scores for Zog, but still, it's a tough job for the young surfer from Switzerland.
Yeah, he's almost in Cumberland, you know, he needs a 9.17. So actually it's better to do or to try to reach that result in two waves, but with the 1.5 minutes left, it's gonna be difficult. Thiago Camarão is completely in a good rhythm, in a good momentum. He's looking for this left, but it's an in and out. So it's completely confident about winning this heat. That's now.
Oh, there we go.
There
okay.
we go.
So that 5.83 was only for the second to last wave of Ethan, and the last of Ethan, that backside 360, was the 9.17. That's more like it. I was a bit surprised and concerned about that score, but that air that Ethan got was the 9.17. Sorry for misleading you at home, but we missed that previous to the wave previous to that air. But 9.17 or Ethan takes the win. Takes the lead. And Thiago Camarão is now second, and Michael Zog, I mean, the heat, it's pretty much over for him. He needs something like a total of 14.18 to move up second, and there's only 30 seconds to go.
So, Ethan Osborne with the best score of the day and the biggest error of the day, and he's ripping again. Nice
and look at him,
turn.
He's excited, he's all energetic and going. That's what a high score does to you. It really pumps you up.
And he's going.
Yep, 5 seconds to go. The heat is pretty much winding down, and it's over here. Heat number 11, and Ethan Osborne, that's his wave, last wave, a victory lap, a bit of a victory lap for young Osborne, who got a 9.17 for that backside rotation we saw of him. And a good job for both our surfers in the qualifying positions in this heat. Thiago, look at him. Oh, going for a rotation of himself there, and
maybe he heard the score.
Yeah, he saw the wave, heard the score, and tried to do the same thing.
The same thing.
Yep.
And that's it. That's the finish.
That's all she wrote for this heat. Exciting times here with Ethan Osborne getting that good one wave. And up next, it's gonna be one more heat. After heat 11 usually comes heat 12, and that's what's happening after. And meanwhile, we're going on a short commercial break, and we'll be right back with more action. The surfers interview with Ethan Osborne, and some more waves from Santa Cruz. And the Santa Cruz Pro, presented by Oakley, the QS 3000 event of the World Surf League. Stay tuned.
Get up. Let your bare feet touch the sand and feel the sea breeze. This is the moment. Seize the day. Let the sun bathe your skin. Let the sea wet your hair. Let the flavors light your mouth and let your friends fill your heart. We thought of everything. For you.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Pro Santa Cruz presented by Oakley. We are live at Santa Cruz, west side of Portugal, with really nice waves. We had a victory on the last heat from the young American guy Ethan Osborne with a great hair reverse, and Thiago Camarão in second place, the Brazilian guy with a lot of experience on these kind of events and these QS events, and that are the official results. Right now we have on the water Slade Perstridge, the South African guy in red, Francisco Carrasco from Portugal in blue, Lander Davila from Euskadi in white, and Juan Lopez from Spain in green. It already started the heat, and maybe these guys have seen the last hit and the last maneuver from Heaton and trying to do the same approach. Right now we have live action. Actually it's a replay, but it's from this hit. Nice turn there, a lot of rail there, and a nice finish, releasing the fins out there, and it was a nice first wave for Francisco Carrasco. I'm gonna be here. I'm Diogo Patrocinio, and with me already I have Paul Heavens.
Oh, good to be back, and I'm still buzzing off that last big old air there from Ethan Osborne. That thing was mental. 917 up into the excellent range, and there was a little buzz go around the contest area from that. It just kind of upped the ante here, and things are getting kind of serious now. We're getting through this round, and we're already getting scores in the excellent range, and pretty psyched.
Yeah, best score of the day so far. And then again, the Portuguese is completely on fire and catching every waves you see. So maybe the scores are dropping for the first wave for Francisco Carrasco. And I can't wait to see that score, because I think it was a really nice wave with 3 good turns, and maybe he's gonna go to the good range. We have right now the winner of the last heat with us, Ethan Osborne. Good morning.
Good morning.
So, how it was, and tell us about that trick, man. Everybody's talking about that trick.
Yeah, it's well, the wind's kind of perfect for the backside for the lefts right now, so it's kind of just an air reverse, and it was
Yeah.
just an air reverse.
Yeah, and the best score of the day, man. You seems to be enjoying Santa Cruz. It's your first time here in town?
Yeah, it's my first time here.
And what's your goal for this event?
I don't really have a goal. I mean, obviously to make a couple heats, but it's I don't know. This is a big contest with a lot of people, so I mean, just as far as I can get, I'll be stoked.
Hey, tell us a bit about the conditions out there. It's tough, it's cold, or how it is?
The air's cold, the water's pretty warm, but it's just tricky. It's just wind swell. But if you get like a fun little left or right, there's a good section.
Well, thank you so much, and congratulations. And we are looking forward to see you in the next round.
Thank you.
Thanks, man. Back to live action. And actually, there are no waves coming in on the screen. but maybe in green we have the first wave of Juan Lopez. Maybe you're gonna have the replay. There it is.
Here goes the Spaniard having a little look at a right-hander on his backhand. And a little tentative off the bottom, a little bit more impetus off the top, and then it took him an eternity to get his board back moving again, but that's what he does, and a decent little slashing turn, throwing up a bit of spray, and he'll clock it again. It was a decent looking wave. I can't help but feeling he maybe undersurfed that slightly. Never really looked like he had the bit between his teeth. Let's see Presswich having a little look out the back, but it's priority, good use of priority by Davia out of the Basque Country, and here he goes backside, covering a bit of ground. Then the wave gets steep and he throws up a nice big old bash out of the lip. So a decent bit of spray there for the young Basque surfer.
Yeah, it was a pretty nice turn, the last one, using the priority there, as you was saying, and down the pocket, try to get some speed, and then bam, a lot of water in the air. It was a nice turn. So 3.4, it's a good wave. And then the first wave from the Portuguese one, Carrasco, it's a 5.5, so he's leading the heat, and now he's up and riding again. Good rail turn, and then bam, again off the top, trying to reach that final section. It was a bit late, but it was good.
Carrasco, he's up for this today. He likes the look of these lefts. He's set his stall out early. This is his tactic. And nice and easy on the drop, and he'll just swoop around that first maneuver, staying super tight in the pocket, and he'll kind of bank off the foam, kind of a set-up turn. And again, he'll tag the lip, and just making sure he completes. So important. Make sure you finish off your maneuvers, finish off your waves. Ask the question each time of the judges. Don't make their decision easy for him. If it comes down, sometimes it's a battle of low scores. You keep finishing off your waves, and you're going to be asking that question next heat, getting ready there. And that is Charles Kopka. No, it's Ivo Lourenço from Portugal. Getting ready for the next heat.
Yeah.
And he's just surveying the lineup. Of course, it's a pretty short paddle out. These guys pretty much just off the sand. This wind swell kind of hitting the shore break section here in Santa Cruz. That's the situation in the water. 14 on the clock. Carrasco of Portugal. He leads Davia from the Basque Country. Lopez from Spain in third. Slade Presswich, the South African, the highly rated young surfer out of South Africa, has yet to get much going. I reckon we'll see him. He'll get his skates on fairly soon. Of course, he had a really strong showing a couple of years back in the World Pro Juniors in Neresida, and a great young surfer. One of my favorites probably out of this field. I love his kind of powerful approach. And let's see if he can swing and turn around and go on something. He's been a little quiet so far in this one.
It's a quite different wave from Neresida and Santa Cruz. There, the Junior World Tour was in Ribeira de Ilhas, a nice point break. Now we have Davila working on this left-hander. Nice turn there. Another snap there, but it finished the wave. It was not a really nice wave, but I have loved this second turn. I think it was a really nice turn with a lot of water, but then he tried the third, but he couldn't finish. So maybe he's going to the lead with this. No, he needs a 5.3. It's going to be difficult. Right now, Carrasco is leading on the way when we have 12 minutes to finish the heat, and it's totally open heat. We have lots of opportunity to everybody, and they are trying to. Right now, it's a bit more powerful waves. I think the swell is coming, and it's a bit bigger than in the morning. So I think we're gonna have more good turns, more water in the air, and some nice hair tricks. So maybe the game planning has to go to that place, to the hair maneuvers on the last section of the wave. Even in the short break, it's pretty shallow there, but if you can manage a good hair on the end of the wave, that is going to be the points that you need to go through the heat.
Yeah, definitely a little bit more impetus in this wind swell, a little bit more meat on its bones. From this morning, we were kind of waist, shoulder high. Now there's some pretty decent head high sections out there. So this wind kicking up kind of a local wind swell, but it's not hindering the scoring potential. Just saw a massive 917 go down from the American we had on interview a minute ago, Ethan Osborne. And let's see if anyone can go anywhere near that range so far. But at the moment, even their combined totals aren't going near that one particular high score. Plenty of time left, 11:15 on the clock. It is Carrasco and Tavia 1-2, but it's all pretty tight down there at the moment. I reckon, I'm pretty surprised actually. Presswich 9 gone. He's only caught one wave. He's got a 107. Let's go with Tavia the Basque. Had a little look then and decides not to go on that one. So he's decided to stay busy. At the moment, it's paying off for him. He's not really made any of those opportunities really count. Can't help but thinking, those kind of lefts, he said 2 long lefts. He could have gone a bit bigger, just slightly tentative from the bus so far. Let's see if he opens up a bit more, surfs with a bit more freedom in the back end of this heat. At the moment, it's good enough for a second place for him.
Yeah, and now with priority, we have the South African guy, Slade. Slade is a really good surfer, and he has so many years trying to reach the World Tour, and he's like here 10 minutes away with just one wave. You have to move because 20 minutes in this kind of conditions is running really fast. So Sled knows the way. It's a lot of confidence, a lot of experience. So maybe that is João? No, this guy is from the next seat. Reo Inaba is going against Gerald McCade, João Kopp, and Ivo Lourenço. Yeah, we're gonna have 2 Portuguese guys on the next heat. And as I was saying, Slade maybe is choosing the right wave to put that score in just one wave, that 6.5, and he's pedaling out, and it's in the wave. Yeah, it's in the wave on his backhand. First turn, nice snap. Another one more like a cutback, and now the finish. Whoa, really vertical on that approach, and it was a really nice wave for the South African guy.
Good stuff from Presswich. I'm surprised he waited this long to get going, but this will certainly help his cause. He just had a 1-something in the bank before this, so it's definitely going to count. And here he's just setting up, and then this one, he really spanked its bum and then just finishes off. So good stuff there from the South African, and he'll want to use that and kind of get some momentum going now. He's not got a whole lot of time, and this one, it's not really got away from him, but he's put himself in a position where he's got a bit left to do.
Yeah. Now the priority is in with the blue guy, the Portuguese Carrasco is leading since the first minute. Right now we are waiting for scores because I think it's going to be a change on the leaderboards, and now we have live action with the white Davila. Try to do some turn there. Whoa, really nice off the top, and now try to finish. Oh, so fortunately, but he fell down. And now with this set, there are some lines coming.
It's smooth from the Basque. I just think, maybe he's not really got the down the line speed going. You're going to need to get at this level, QS 3000. I just think he probably just wants to get going through the gears a little bit more. I love the way he's got that smooth approach, but I'd just like to see a bit more venom. Let's check out Lopez from Spain on the left. And nothing much really doing there for the Spaniard. A couple of little hits. It's not going to be anything of massive consequence. And you can see instantly, as soon as you're standing up, if you're cutting back like that towards the foam, it's a softer wave. You're really hoping for a reform. That one was better, but that's all he really got going was that turn in the middle.
Yeah, he works really well, the wave, but that was a tough wave.
Right,
it's a pretty fat one.
Presswich has come to the party with that 6.93. It's the highest score so far of this heat. We thought it might be. It's put him up in second place. He'll go to work on that backup, which is just the one. But in the meantime, heat leader, the local boy Carrasco, out of Portugal, snaps off the top. And then he'll swoop around. A kind of wrapping cut back turn, and he just kind of got unbalanced, tried to get too much on the front foot. The board got stuck, and he went down. We do have a little lead change because I think Lander might have got himself up back in the first place. Here's a replay. So a nice first turn. He just kind of unweights and uses the tail, and then just throwing that one around, and he got bogged a little bit. The wave, these wind swirls, they go from steep to deep so quickly, and he went a little bit underwater. So De Via, well, he's back up in that first place now. So
yeah,
he's built up a head of steam.
That's for sure. And then Slade needs to change that backup. It's 1.07, so definitely he's gonna want to improve that backup score. Meanwhile, Davila went to first. Lander Davila from Euskadi. We say Euskadi and Basque Country, but actually it's Spain. Juan Lopez is actually from Spain too, but in Spain there are several cantons, you can say that, and the Basque Country, they really are passionate about the division in Spain, so they are they also they have a lot of good surfers, but they like to well known about from Euskadi.
Here goes Carrasco, and maybe that turn wasn't really on there, but I like the way he's going for it, and he's not leaving anything out in the lineup. Let's see what Presswich has got, if he can get up into an advancing spot. He only needs a 177. He's going to work on his backup basically. He's got a little bit of meat here to deal with. Let's see if he can get a steep section. And as the 5-minute warning goes, he'll crack out a couple of little turns on the inside, and he'll just make sure he finishes off. So important then not to try and go too crazy and go for a 9 or go mental. He just needed to get the job done and go on to work on his backup. That's exactly what he did here. Keeping his board moving. The wave just a wee bit fat, and he kind of used the rhythm of that wave pretty well. It didn't offer too much in terms of lip or face. He just got those kind of maneuvers together with some nice rhythm. Let's see what the judges make of it.
I think that he have done what he needs. Now we have Juan Lopez chasing a 5.17. Just a little floats that foam, trying to reach that second section, but he couldn't. But Slade, he shows a lot of confidence. That's it. Changing in the lead with the last wave of red. Slade, and he's actually on the lead when we see the replay from Juan Lopez, and that's what we were saying about Slade. Has a lot of confidence, a lot of experience, and the scores are not so high, and that he just need to do some really nice 2 waves, and he have done it. And right now he has a total score of 13.10 and solid leading on the heat.
Yeah, we caught a replay of Lopez there on that left-hander, and you just saw it. That shows how tricky it is to read out here, because his first turn he kind of waited a while and made it more of a set-up turn, and as he recovered from it, there was no second section. There was nothing left for him, and he couldn't see that as he was coming off the bottom from his first maneuver. So it just goes to show, sometimes it looks like you got a little bowl on the inside and it'll suddenly evaporate. So there really is a bit of luck out here too, and all about rolling the dice and just kind of going for it. 3 on the clock, and it's Presswich in the lead at the moment. The South African in red, he leads Davila out of the Basque Country in white. Carrasco now back in 3rd, Portuguese in blue, and Lopez from Spain back in 4th place at the moment. Time running down now. Presswich has had that slow start, but he's got himself where he wants to be. That's in the lead. Let's check out Carrasco out of Portugal on a left-hander. He's been going left all day, but that one not really offering him anything.
Yeah, he's chasing a 4.52. It's not a big score, but with this kind of conditions, you have to have a open wall, a green wall, to try to put some 2 or 3 maneuvers to getting that score. It was the red one, Slade, and now you have a paddle fight here for this wave. It's a really nice wave for Davila. He rounds it. No opportunity here on the wave. It seems to be a good wave, but it's always difficult to read the ocean with these kind of conditions. And it's like we said before, it's like the lemon, you have to go on the wave to see if it's good.
And this was Prestwich. It's a replay from him, and he'll slash off the top. This was your heat leader, and he just got that one maneuver in. I'm not sure it'll change all that much. Good use of priority here from De Vere, but he basically went a whole long way and ended up with no real wave left to surf. So he uses that priority. Let's see what happens as we go down towards the last minute 20. And here he is again, and he'll set up with a little highline attack into that first maneuver, and he just stayed a bit high. The wave doubled up underneath him and ran away. He's going to make his way back into the lineup. He will have another opportunity. It's just a very short paddle back out. We're getting down towards a minute to go now. Let's see if Carrasco or Lopez can attack into that second place. At the moment, it is the Bass Surfer in white. It's good enough for second place at the moment, under a minute.
Yeah, and now the priority is in green to Juan Lopez. Maybe he's going to have some opportunity for one more wave. He's chasing a 5.81, and maybe he's got the opportunity right here. He's going to go left, and we have Slade on the right too. Try to put some rail, nice roundhouse cut back, right on the pocket of the wave. Now a bit vertical, releasing the tail, really nice turn. And I would love to see also the replay from Juan Lopez, because he's chasing a 5.81 and he could have it on that left-hander. That's the replay from Slade. Roundhouse cut back, and then bam, releases the tail, really nice off the top.
Yeah, textbook stuff there from the South African. He ended up back on the whitewater from that roundhouse and set him up beautifully. Just waited for that lip to stand up. Impeccable timing. Not a whole lot of wave there, but he surfed it well. And on the other side of the peak, we did get some action. I wonder what Lopez got going on that, as we'll just follow Carrasco, Portuguese surfer. This, I think, is after the horn. So we'll just wait and see what happens. Something might have happened out of shot. But at the moment, unofficially, it will be Prestwich and De Vere. Let's have a look here at Carrasco, the Portuguese surfer, staying low, and he'll bank high off the top. Goes into that kind of layback snap and doesn't quite get the execution on his final maneuver. So unless Lopez did something mental that we didn't see, it looks like it is going to be Prestwich and De Vere advancing.
Yeah, we are expecting the official results. Now we have on the water two Portuguese, in white João Kopke, and green Ivo Lourenço, and then in red we have Reo Inaba, the Nipponic Japanese guy, and then in blue from Ireland we have Gerard McDade, and actually we have the green one, the Portuguese one, Ivo Lourenço, up and riding. I didn't saw the wave. We have the replay. Nice off the top there, and then he misses that that foam or that junction over there, but it was a nice first turn. It's the 11th, no, it's the 13th hit from this round. We're gonna have 3 more hits, and we have the composition of that 13 hit from the round 1. We are expecting the results of the last hit, but we think that Slade advances to the next round with Lander De Vere. So, next we're gonna have Ode Colazo, Luís Perloiro, Roberto D'Amico, and James Triglone. And there's the first score for Ivo Lourenço, 3.33.
All right, 18 on the clock in this heat 13, and I'm welcoming back into the booth James Porch, Diogo Alpine, back in the booth, fired up. And he's
Always
pretty
fired up.
psyched.
I'm super psyched, but not as psyched as Gani looks and seems to be about Surfer in green coming up next. This kid just started, but he's already getting a green all psyched. That's James Triglown. And up and riding in green, none other than
Ivo Lourenço from Portugal, one of your compatriots.
I know. But the thing is, I was reading his name, but I wasn't sure why they call him Ivo Lourenço, because his artistic name is actually Ivo Santos. So
you guys do that a lot with your names, though, don't you? You kind of.
But it's his actual
confusing.
name. It's his last surname. Lorenzo is not his last name. Santos is. And this is Yves Santos up and riding.
All right, mate.
There he goes.
Okay.
He lives around here. Actually, if you look a little closer, he's originally from Costa de Caparica, but works a lot and surfs a lot in a Sintra area, from where Nick is. Ivo Santos, João Kopke, Geroid McDade, and Reo Inaba.
I tell you what, Inaba is a great surfer. I've seen him in a few QS 10,000s.
Who? Reo?
Reo Inaba going mental.
Yeah.
He's a great surfer. Small waves, kind of amazing the speed he can get. And he's got a good bag of tricks on him too. So let's see what he gets going here. But he's a great surfer, a young Japanese guy.
What about McDade?
Gerard McDade out of Ireland.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's good to see him out on the QS, putting in the hard yards in Europe, competing.
Doing the QE.
And here goes Kopke out of Portugal.
Whoa.
He slammed one off the top there.
That was an interesting turn for Kopke, and now Reo going fast, burning some speed with a frontside carve. And there we go, just connecting the dots to finish that one way off. But he definitely showed some of that speed you were talking about, young Paul.
Yeah, so heat 13, we're smashing through the rounds. 20-minute heats. There you go in the mere blink of an eye.
I love this 20-minute heats. Surfers
Yeah,
don't
I mean,
really
I would
wait
be
a lot.
pushing for 15 myself, but hey, you know, I can deal with 20.
Yeah, 20 is good because the surfers in the water don't really sit and wait. They just hurry. They know the hits will be over in a second.
Hardcore ripping from the first horn to the second one. Let's check out Lourenço or Santos.
Santos.
Whatever he's called. He's slashing and bashing, and a couple of good hits there from the man.
No claim.
The man in green, a little head down.
A head down.
Almost like a sort of praying hands emoji type of claim.
That's actually not a praying hands. That's a high five emoji.
Okay. Oh, is it?
But everyone uses it as a praying.
All right, let's check out Kopke.
Look at what happened. He lost control there, but after losing control, he controlled the game.
Just like the Joy Division song, She's Lost Control.
Oh, Joy Division.
So 2 Portugueses there, the 2 Goofies, and at the moment that's your 1-2, McDade and Inaba. Was kind of waiting for scores for a Japanese surfer. Let's check out Geroid out of Ireland.
Yeah.
And here he goes. Some nice ripping on his backhand, going up in the lip, using that small nuggety frame.
Do you have
a backhand attack?
Do you have a Goofy impression on you, or just dog impressions? Just Scooby.
Huh?
You know who's Goofy, right? The Disney character. Do you have a Goofy impression, or on dog's impressions you're just on Scooby Doo?
Yeah, pretty much just.
Okay.
Yeah, where did that come from?
What? Because we have 2 Goofies in the water. 3 Goofies in the water, actually.
Sorry, right.
4 Goofies in the
okay.
water. They're all
Yeah,
4 Goofies.
Nicely done, mate. Yeah. Nicely
Sorry
done.
for that.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Good commentary. That's good.
Good commentary,
Yeah.
isn't it? Look at the scores dropping for... yeah, they dropped so much that they're gone, and they're back. This is Reo Inaba's scores that just dropped. We're waiting for some replays and some detailed scores after the replays, hopefully, as we see the replay of the last one of Ivo Santos. He's a fisherman. He drives boats, also repairs them, and he's obviously an accomplished surfer. Competed for a long time for Portugal, and he did do some contests around the nationals and all that. 817 for that wave of Reo Inaba we saw.
Told you.
Yeah.
What did I say?
That he burns speed.
He's
And
a ripper.
He's a ripper, and he's definitely in a good position to making it to the next round. As we see, the priority is with Kopke. And one more wave for Ivo Santos. As we see Santos with a good looking wave there, but not really much to offer afterwards. Thanks, Diogo, for the beautiful.
Reo Inaba going nuts, and some beautiful tagging of the lip, just karate chop into the face. And some real nice aggression there from the young Japanese. Let's check him out.
Deep bottom turn also.
Wow, really nice down in the bowl, and he kind of looked like he'd come undone, and he recovered beautifully, kept his balance.
He looked a little surprised himself there. It was an open mouth. It was just, wow.
That was really nicely done. Beautiful surfing. As we go under that 12-minute mark, it is the Japanese surfer leading our Portuguese, Lorenzo, rolling in a benzo. Jared McDade in third place. He's got a .67 still counting. That was the Irishman. Just having a look there, doesn't go. So he just needs to go to work on that backup. He only needs 2.54 at the moment to move up in second. Chow Kopka, and here he is. Live action. He's got a nice meaty left-hander. Can he get around this whitewater? Doing a little bit of petting the kitty. And he does find some open face. The wave's got small on him. He's not got a whole lot of speed. Nevertheless, he bashes out a couple of functional maneuvers.
Did you see that video of, do you know where Tower of Belém is?
I do, yep. It's in Lisbon, up the river.
Yep. Did you...
Up the kind of bay.
Yeah. Did you see that video of João surfing there?
Yep.
That was pretty novelty thingy.
That was a massive swell. Was it a huge swell?
It was a huge swell.
In end of February or something?
Yep.
Right
Something
on.
like that.
There we go.
And he went there and surfed really close. Well, that was hardly a wave, but he stood up. Young Kopke. In Portugal, we hear a lot from Kopke, and we have seen him surf since a very young age, always competing in the national since he was an under 12 surfer, under 14, under 16, and so on. He was a very tenacious surfer.
McDade spinning and grinning, and here he goes on a nice looking left-hander. It doubles up and he'll wrap around. Good start for the Irishman. He'll bank off the top and he'll swoop around again onto the inside. That first turn was the best of it for him. The wave didn't really cooperate for an inside, but either which way, he'll definitely be bettering his .67 that he previously had counting. Let's see how he goes towards attacking that 4.23. But might at this stage, as we go past the halfway mark in the heat, be moving himself up, albeit might be temporarily. I'm sure we're going to get some more action, of course, from Lorenzo and Kopke, our two Portugueses. But McDade now getting himself back into this one after a kind of slowish start.
Yeah, absolutely. And that wave wasn't much, but it was probably enough to move him up to second. He didn't need much, 2.54, and he started off good with a good turn, and just a little check turn on the second section there, and just finished things off. There we go, a 4.23 for McDade. He's in second now. Lorenzo needs a 5.1 and Kopke needs a 4.8 to move to second. Meanwhile, Reo still has a 1.13 as his backup, and is leading the way with an 8.17. There we go, a 5.5. Did we miss that wave for Reo? I remember that, watching that one. But nevertheless, Reo Inaba in a really commanding lead at the moment, and with one of the best waves of the day, that 8.17 that we saw in the beginning of the heat for the young Japanese surfer. I really enjoy seeing the Japanese surfers in these kind of conditions, when the ocean doesn't look like much. They always make the most of those situations.
McDade there looked interested, didn't he? And just decided in the end there was no potential, and Lorenzo having a little look of his own, got a little bash away. I noticed Jared's gone the boots, so he's opted to go the booties out here. The water's not super cold. What do we reckon? 17? Something like that?
No. Colder.
16?
16, yeah.
Okay, well, you know, we're being a little bit. What do you reckon? 17? No. 16. Yeah. Oh, all right. Sorry, that's 1 degree out.
Sorry for that.
Settle down.
But it's like 15 to 16 for sure.
Okay, there we go.
and it's João Kopke. That's the replay of his last wave. A nice turn to finish things off, but I'm enjoying this heat, and the judge is really having an easier job comparisons-wise because they're all goofy footers. They have all surfed lefts and rights. And Reo Inaba, I remember last year in Pantene, the Japanese contingent did a really good job in the first round, didn't they? I remember they surfed good. That was so
no, I purged it from my memory. Everything that happened at that event.
Yeah, well,
it's pretty much as soon as I get in the car to leave, I just erase, delete all.
You hit the reset button.
Yeah.
Reo Inaba, great surfer from Japan. There's a big generation of young Japanese surfers. I believe leading the way is none than Ihoto Ohara, who won the US Open a few years back. He was going to get some cars, and hopefully he got them. But I think since Masatoshi Ono, we haven't seen as big of and as talented of a contingent from the Japanese guys, and it's good to see him come back into these events. Meanwhile, the last of Kopke that we just saw was a 6-point ride, and it was enough and more than enough to move him up to second. So McDade is now looking for a 5.44, and Lorenzo needing a 6.3 with 6 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Not surprised, Kopke really pushed that last turn, and it was a nice car for him, so good to see him move up to second.
6:20 on the clock, and McDade now. He's
the
dropped
Irish.
the score, and he goes back up there. He's got a 6.33 in that 4.27. He's now in second place. A little bit of a tussle. It looks like the classic QS battle for second that we love so much. It's become so dear to us down the years. But it's kind of out in front. Let's see what Lorenzo Santos has got. He surfed off our screen. He went back out on a right-hander just to the south of our shot. We'll stay with our heat leader in red, sitting there in the lineup, keeping it real. And just behind him is Gerard McDade out of Ireland. He's got himself a bit of momentum going now. He's got the second high score of the heat with that 6.33.
Yeah.
And if he can work on that backup, he can try and put a little bit of daylight now from between him and Kopke. And here goes your leader, Inaba from Japan, swooping down the line. Kind of a tentative opening turn, and then unleashes a little bit more sting on that second maneuver and throws in a nice layback on the end for variety.
Yeah. What I'm really enjoying about Inaba's approach is the deep bottom turn.
Okay.
Yeah, it's really good to see surfers getting some projection out of their bottom turns in difficult conditions. I mean, wind-affected kind of waves, and when there's a lot of bump, it's not that easy to really get a lot of going on in the bottom turn. But look at, really crouches down and really gets a lot of stuff going in with that bottom turn. That's what allows him to do these kind of exciting turns. He's showing us young Reo Inaba from Japan.
He did well to kind of shoehorn in 3 maneuvers there, and not a whole lot of room as we joined Kopke on the end of a ride. I'm not sure what he got going before that. He looks like he went quite a way onto the inside. Maybe he did some damage out back. Needed 4.61, as you can see on your screen, to threaten that second place. Currently occupied by the surfer at the top of your picture, Jared McDade, the Irishman. Let's see what Shaw got done. Here he is. Bang. Oh, nice turn there. Beautiful stuff. Just that one maneuver, but it was good.
Yeah, but will it be enough? Will it be that 4.61 that's going to move him up to second? Let's see McDade answering back. Ooh. Dug a bit of rail there. The wave didn't really hold as good as Kopke's wave, but it allowed him some more room for turns. And I actually saw McDade earlier this year surfing Super Tubos in March. And he was getting some good barrels there. Let's watch the replay, Paul. What did you enjoy about this one wave?
I really like the way the thing stood up, but did get a little bit bogged on that one. Then after then, it went a bit whitewatery on him. Just incidentally, did you see that clip that he made from that trip? Did you see a clip that he made?
I did.
Did you hear the soundtrack? Like the way he kind of finished that thing off. Did you hear the soundtrack? A bit of Irish hip hop.
Was it?
There's not a genre that you hear that often.
Irish hip hop.
Yeah.
I don't recall that, but
it's kind of a niche. It's a niche genre, but
I gotta go back and
I liked it. Yeah, check it out. Check it out, surf fans. I can't remember what the clip was called, but it was pretty good. Here goes Kopke. And he's in late, and he's got a meaty wave, and he'll slash off the top. And we've got a nice tussle here between Kopke and McDade. Kopke's stolen that second place back, but we are due a score.
That was close.
And Inaba going like the bullet train, and very close to running over his foe.
Exciting times also for Japan. It's going to host a 6,000 QS later this year, so it's going to be fun seeing all the Japanese surfers and the Japan hosting a big contest there. Obviously in anticipation of the Olympics in 2020. But meanwhile, McDade improving his situation.
Oh, I love this tussle. These two just going at it, aren't they? Kopke and McDade, that classic battle for second.
And the situation changed yet again. Let's watch the replay of Inaba's. Look how fast he made it around this section. With a foam climb to almost a new haircut for McDade. That was a close call, huh?
Yeah, it was a mere whisker away. But I'm pretty sure Inaba had that under control. To us, it looked close, but to a surfer with the board control that he exhibits, he always had that, didn't he? Let's have a look. We've got paddlers. Who's keen? It looks like Lorenzo in green. He's deep on a left-hander, and he'll snap slightly ungamely, if I may say, of his first turn. His second one a little bit late into the lip. Not particularly convincing for me there, Diogo.
No, not at all. I feel like Ivo is still playing a bit of a catch-up game concerning the scores that the other guys are getting. Nevertheless, he found a nice-looking nook there, but just didn't have the momentum going to hit the wave in the right places with the right kind of turns.
All right, we're down to the last minute. McDade occupies that second spot, of course. 1 and 2 advancing. Inaba looks reasonably good value. He looks pretty safe out in front. It is that classic tussle for second. McDade does have the priority. Well, he did.
Yeah.
And him and Kopke both had a little look at that. He's just looking back to see if priority changed.
Cat and mouse game now going on between the white and blue, huh?
Absolutely.
Oh, there we go. Priority change,
yeah,
like
well,
you
it should have done.
anticipated.
It was definitely a paddle. So let's see what happens as we go under 20 seconds now. Kopke does have the priority. Needs a 5:17. And time is not his friend at the moment. 15 to go. It looks like we're going to tick away without another wave. And McDade should find himself unofficially. He's going to advance behind Inaba. That's your 1-2. A good heat, that one. Pretty exciting. Saw some great surfing and some good competing.
Yeah, absolutely. And McDade enjoying a bit of that Irish luck there in the last few minutes of the heat and making it to the next round with Reo Inaba, who just pretty much ran away with first place there. And exciting times here in Santa Cruz. The waves are definitely getting better. That's what we were hoping for with the higher tide. And official results, unfortunately, the two Portuguese surfers go down in this heat. And the Japanese and the Irish go to the next round. As we get ready for one more heat, one more of those 4-minute heats with Jose, Luis, Roberto, and James. But first, we're going on a short commercial break, and we'll be right back. Stay with us, enjoy Santa Cruz, and enjoy the Santa Cruz Pro presented by Oakley. Stay tuned.
I started surfing when I was 3. Now it's about the chase of a world title. It's maneuvers that haven't been done before. Places in the world that haven't been surfed before. It's never ending. I'm Julian Wilson. and I can't stop.
And we're back live with the Pro Santa Cruz, presented by Oakley. We are in Praia de Vigia in Santa Cruz, Torres Vedras. Round 1, heat 14, that's what's in the water. And Rodei Collazo, Luís Perloiro, Roberto D'Amico and James Triglone, the surfers now in the water, as we see last heat's winner, Reo Inaba, just going back to the site.
And
just exited the water and he's happy.
He's
Big
happy,
smile.
yeah. Yesterday he was trying to do some surf here, but on the high tide it was his first day, and that he came on the beach, and he's on the cliff surf camp, just there on the German beach, as we call him. So he's completely in. And he puts his wetsuit to go to the water without seeing the conditions, and there was completely flat conditions with high tide, and he came back to the cliff surf camp still dry, and that was the action of this heat. We have waves for red, blue and white. I think we have in blue, Luís Perloiro, the Portuguese guy. Yes, he was ripping, and it was a 3.8. And now the red, Rodei Collazo, a tough competitor, putting a 5.34. Now back to live action with Triglone. 2 nice turns on the backhand, a third one and a fourth one. Nice surfing, nice approach from this guy, James Triglone.
Yep, let's watch the replay of the first wave of Rodei Collazo, now working close with Pukas, back in the Basque Country, the board maker there, now welcoming Rodei Collazo in a new gig. And this is Triglone's last wave that we just saw. 3 good turns for the Aussie surfer. Just trying to get something more in that one wave, but it didn't allow for much more. But the damage was done in those first 3 turns. As we see, Luís Perloiro, he's a skinny guy, but he did a very powerful turn there. Start things off on this one wave for Luís Perloiro. He used his priority. And 15 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Round 1, heat 14. And it's going to be an exciting heat here with all these guys. A 5-point ride for Triglone on his last one, as we see the Australian surfer getting ready for one more wave. That first turn was exciting. Unfortunately, the wave didn't have much more to offer.
Yeah, but talking about that last wave of blue, Luís Perloiro, let's watch the replay. This first turn was awesome, and then the second one, powerful turn with the fin releases and showing the fins to everybody in the beach and to the judges too. I think it's going to be a really nice score. That's Triglone trying to improve his backup, but it's going to be difficult with that wave. Now Rodei Collazo again. I think this was the first wave of the heat. I think it was the replay when we were on the commercial break.
Yep, that's very likely. As we see white paddling, it's the Italian surfer Roberto D'Amico. Unfortunately, the wave didn't really allow him to get in and surf it. But 6-point ride for Perloiro's last wave, the replay that we just saw with 14 minutes to go. We are still catching up a bit on scores. And Triglone's last wave changed the situation. So for now, Triglone and Perloiro pretty much lead the way in this heat, with D'Amico now up and riding. There we go. Those are the scores.
Oh, and you saw, and you see a 6.47 to Luís Perloiro. It's the best wave of the heat. Now we have the replay from the white guy from Italy, Roberto D'Amico. Roberto D'Amico now has a nice looking for Leonardo Fioravanti from Italy, the first Italian guy reaching the World Tour. He's gonna be like for Roberto D'Amico, is gonna be like a goal, or like it's nice to see an Italian friend doing well on the World Tour, and maybe for the next years you're gonna have more European guys and Italian guys.
Absolutely, we have some European guys on tour for sure. And this event might just help another Euro guy or another American or Australian join the tour next year. As we see Luís Perloiro trying to improve that backup of a 3.8. I'm not sure he's going to make it with this one. We have a pretty soft approach there, but the wave didn't really allow for much more than that. So Luís just trying to make the most out of it. But the wave was a really funky looking one. Just click there, just passing by the lip and then just finishing off. He finished good, but the wave didn't really have much to offer, and it definitely wasn't more than that 3.8 that Luís has on his scoreboard right now as his backup. And 12 minutes to go. Jode Collazo, the surfer in red, with priority. A classic of European and Spanish surfing. Jode, good friends with all the Portuguese guys and all the Euro guys that do the tour for some years. Marlon, also Goni, of course, and all that crew. They're really tight friends and have been doing the tour all over the world for some time now. So it's obvious that they became friends and start really hanging out as a group and being really tight, as a lot of support while on the road is really important for a successful career. And Jode, I remember he got a big win in a QS event in Ericeira some years back in Ribeiradilhas. It was a big event. He made it to the final with Goni, actually. And Jode, definitely one of the highlights of his career. Another highlight was when he took out Andy Irons on a CT event in Mundaka some years back as a wild card. Being a Billabong surfer, he got the wild card for the Billabong Pro Mundaka back in the day, and I think he defeated Andy maybe 2 times actually. So Jode Collazo, definitely a classic and a good and well-respected European surfer.
Yeah, and we are talking about Goni. Goni is actually in a great shape. He's come from a back-to-back win in the QS 1000 in Caparica and in the routes. But we're going to live action with Triglon, the leader of this heat, and he's trying to find that left-hander that gave him the 6.17. Now he's trying to improve his backup. He's a 4.87, but it's going to be difficult with this wave. But as I was saying, Goni is in a really nice shape. He's come from a back-to-back wins in the last QS's 1000, and normally he's on the QS. He's staying on like top 30 of the world, and it seems like it misses always. It seems to be just almost there to the qualification to the WCT, but it didn't happen the last years. Maybe this one is going to be the year to Goni to go to the World Tour. Maybe with Vasco. Vasco is going to be here too in the round 2. Heat number, I don't know. Goni is going to do the heat 11 against Nelson Cloarec, and Vasco Ribeiro is going to be on the 14 heat for the round 2 against Miguel Tudela. He's a really nice, goofy footer.
Isn't that round 3? Yeah, that's round 3.
Round 3 or round 2?
Round 3, that's round 3. Vasco
okay.
is in round 3.
Okay.
So yeah, but really good European surfing and a lot of European surfers. doing some good surfing here. Actually, one of the best waves and totals of the day was done by a French guy, Dimitri Ouvre, but the best wave and the best total was an American guy, Ethan Osborne. Great show with that backside rotation that Ethan performed on a wave some heats ago, as we see D'Amico with a big carve frontside turn there. I think Jode was surfing the left. Oh, we're gonna watch the replay soon of Roberto's and Jode's last wave. Let's take a look at it. We're gonna go with Roberto. His first turn looked good, but the wave didn't have much more to offer to the Italian surfer. He's a big guy. He was already this size and he was doing the juniors. And now let's watch the replay of Reds. Jode Collazo, a very experienced surfer. He really knows how to win heats. And he's always a threat when he does compete. He doesn't do it full time anymore now, but he's still a very well-seasoned surfer, a veteran of the European contests.
Yeah, and a tough competitor. I mean, Jode Collazo is full of experience of these kind of events. Then when we watch the replay, he's chasing a 5.61. I think he's gonna be close to that. Now he had the priority again, and that's it. 5.34. It was that's the total.
No, I think that's just a temporarily graphic mix-up there.
Yeah, but he did improve, and he's now on second place. So
I think they are catching up on on scores. I think our beach announcer Nuno Jonet is only just now giving them the scores they got on their waves. Probably had a bit of a technical issue there, but it's being solved by now, so no worries there. For now, let's stay with Triglone in the lead and Red second with 6 minutes to go. Still to go actually with in this heat.
Yeah, and during my break I was watching the ocean, and actually it's improving the
with the high tide, huh?
Yeah, it's improving. There's a lot more opportunities to everybody and some powerful waves. Right now we have the lead, the Portuguese in blue, Luís Perlouro, and now Jode Collazo needs a 5.61.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, that's not true. I'm gonna assume that's not true.
I think we have a bit of a mix-up going on in the score there, but let's watch the replay of this one wave of Jode, and we'll care about the scores later.
Nice turn there.
Just a tap there, and then a carve. Didn't really push it. It wasn't that tight of an arc, but the second one was much better. And Jode just trying to get something more on the board.
Yeah.
There were no interference situations, so 5 minutes to go.
That's it. 5 minutes to go. If that score is right, Luís Perlouro is leading and is trying to improve 3.8, and Triglone is up and riding again in the left hand. Oh, a bit of a bump there, and he lost the all momentum of the wave and all the rhythm. But it's nice to see Australian guys surfer, you know. When you see an Australian guy surfing, the line that he draws on the wave it's always characteristic. It's nice to see the different kind of approaches. I almost say that there are two different kinds of surfing, the Australian way and the Hawaiian way. So it's nice to see the long bottom turns. It's really nice to see the different kind of approach from country to country.
Oh, and there we go. Now the scoreboard is updated. I believe everything is in right now, and Jode needs a 6.05, and Triglone, who is up and riding, is trying to improve on a 5.6 and getting a 6.38 to go up to first.
Yeah, that's it. Luís Perlouro is a solid leading. He's surfing really well. I really love that 6.47 The nice combo of two maneuvers, releasing the tail on the junction, and here try to go to the air. Roberto D'Amico, the Italian guy, trying to go high on that backside reverse. But yeah, Luis Perloto is in a good shape and he's trying to reach the next round. Right now the pressure is all on the red surfer Ode Colazo, but you know what, he's used to it.
As we see the replay of the last one of green of Triglone, nothing major yet. This was the best turn of the wave, so it's pretty much it's gonna be a low score for James. Not gonna go on his top two waves, as we see now. Luis Perloiro, that's his typical surfing with a really nice style there for the surfer from Lisbon, almost running over Triglone. Fortunately, he hit the brakes there and was able to avoid a bit of a situation there. But Luis Perloiro with a very characteristic style from the young Portuguese surfer. He went for an air there. Did he complete it? He did. Hopefully we're going to see the replay of that air of Luis Perloiro in blue. He lives in Lisbon, but usually surfs in the Cascais area. As we're going to take a look at the replay of the wave of red.
Really nice turn there. Oh, nice approach from Ode Colazo. And I don't know the score, but it seems to be the best wave on the heat, man. Really nice surf, really nice approach.
You think so?
I think so. That's really nice surf with some good rails. Now the replay from the Portuguese. Yes, stylish tweak up there with the mute grab, I think, or a indie grab.
Yeah, I didn't really notice it, but it was a good air for Luis Perloiro. He's a bit of a lanky guy, but he definitely has a nice style going on. Reminds me a bit of Owen Wright with those big limbs of his. But now up and riding, that's Roberto D'Amico. Just a short wave for him. Yeah. Very exciting heat once again.
Yeah.
I think with the conditions improving, we are seeing some better performances from all four surfers. And it's definitely good to see,
Yeah, it's improving by minute. And it seems that also the wind is not so strong right now. So, and the waves are a bit more powerful. So really nice condition. It's starting to getting good for the next few days. The forecast is going to be awesome for the next few days. So if you are in the zone, come join us in the beach, in Santa Cruz Beach, German beach, and come join us to see these spectacular surfers in some really nice waves. 30 seconds to finish. Maybe there's an opportunity there to Roberto D'Amico. No. And
there we go. You were right.
Yeah,
Last of red.
points.
It's a 7-point ride. So changing the situation now. Suddenly, red is in the lead, and green, who pretty much was in the qualifying position all heat long, is suddenly down to third with Luis Perloiro sneaking through in second, and the heat is over. That was a good one for Hodei.
Yeah.
With a 7-point ride there.
Yeah, a lot of pressure for him, but he delivers. He always delivers. And it was a really nice wave, really well surfed, and with some powerful turns. That second turn was really good, and he managed to reach the lead and go through the next round.
There we go, Hodei Koyaza. We're gonna see the official results of this heat on our screens soon, and a very exciting heat for us in the last 20 minutes. Hopefully another one coming up next with Paul Evans back in the commentary. But meanwhile, we're still waiting on next heat start. It's gonna have Marc Lacomar. Lacomar also a high-ranked surfer of the QS, probably a late entry too here in this Santa Cruz presented by Oakley, and hopefully we're gonna see some more good surfing as we wait for the official results of that last heat with Hodei Colazo. That's what it looked like it to us. He's gonna make it to the next rounds.
with young Portuguese surfer Luís Perloiro.
Yeah, really nice hit for the Portuguese guy. I really like to see his surfing, his approach to the waves, some really nice combos between maneuvers, some really nice lines, and he's on the next round with a really nice score. And now we're preparing to go to a short commercial break. So join us here in Santa Cruz to the Pro Santa Cruz presented by Oakley. Join us to the next hit with Marc Lacomar, Luanjo Fernandes and Eli Caceres.
Mãe, não posso falar alto. Já estão todos aqui a dormir. Eu é que não consigo adormecer. Deve ser para amanhã ser o primeiro treino. Beijinhos.
Adira ao M4O e escolha um pacote SmartNet à sua medida com 10 GB mês para utilizar nas suas apps preferidas. Aproveita a oferta de um pacote SmartNet grátis até ao final do ano e ainda da primeira mensalidade M4O. Ligue 16200 ou vá a mel.pt. O mundo é a tua casa. O mundo é Mel.
Get up. Let your bare feet touch the sand and feel the sea breeze. This is the moment. Seize the day. Let the sun bathe your skin. Let the sea wet your hair. Let the flavors light your mouth and let your friends fill your heart. We thought of everything. For you.
Santa Cruz to the Pro Santa Cruz presented by Oakley. And then the official results, Luís Perloiro actually changing the lead with this last wave. A 7.77 puts Odei Colazo in second position. So Luís Perloiro wins that battery, that hit, the 14 hit for the round one. Right now we have from France, Marc Lacomar, from Spain, Luanjo Fernandes, and from Israel, Eli Caceres. Actually, Israel have some really nice waves, but you know what, Paul, welcome back. I think Marc Lacomar is a possible contender to winning this event.
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. Let's check out a replay there. So, what are we looking at? That was
Eli Caceres.
Okay. Right on. And there's another look at this stuff. And a beautiful backhand attack. Plenty of punctuation points on that. Stabbing up in the lip. The long hair flapping nicely behind in the breeze. But yeah, Marco, definitely one of the pre-event favorites. Let's check out White. And that is a surfer out of Israel. Just having a little look. Decided not to bother. That wave kind of ran away from him. There's Mark on the right of your screen in red. Of course, came very close to qualifying 3 years ago now. There's Hodei Collazo, Cloud Collazo. How does that out? And just debriefing there with Jonathan. Is that Jonathan Gonzalez?
Yeah, and Marlon Lip, I think,
right
on behind. And yeah, actually, he goes through to the next round, but not in first, but in second, because Luís Perloiro on a buzzer beater changed the situation. And now we have the first wave for Luanjo Fernandes. It's a 6.17. I don't think it's just from one wave or two waves, because we were at a commercial break, so we didn't catch all the waves. So maybe it's a 6.17. Right next and right beside me is Francisco Alves. The Portuguese guy is gonna go on the next hit against Bruno Maia de Andrade, Luis Diaz and Kairi Noro. The Japanese guys are coming from far away, but they are ripping. The Nipponic style is getting in the WKSs and really hard, like Hiroto Arai, several Nipponic guys presenting some really nice surf and powerful surf.
Does look like it's cleaned up a little bit out there. Doesn't feel like it's any less windy up here. If anything, the wind feels even slightly stronger up on top of the cliff, but down there looking a wee bit smoother. Just that bit less texture on the face. Could be the tide as well filling in.
That's it.
Helping out. So we were anticipating things improving as that tide fills in. At the moment, it's Fernandez in blue, the Spaniard. He's out in the lead, 16:30 to go in this one. Of course, just a 20-minute heat, so don't want to be resting on your laurels too long out there. Kind of want to get busy as early as possible. Let's see. Marco's going to have a look at a left-hander here, and we'll stay with this live action. It's Mark Nakamar. Powers down the line, tags the lip, banks around the corner, and goes up for a nice vertical stab, carrying all that speed, pretty smoothly done. And while we wait for that score to go in, we're going to go down to an interview with the winner of the last heat. After this replay, we'll just check out another look of Mark as he keeps that forward momentum driving down the line. Nice stuff from the Frenchman.
Yeah, and nice replay too. Maybe it's the best wave of the hit so far. But now we're going to Luis Perloiro. Luis, are you in there?
Si.
Congratulations for the winning on the last hit.
Thank you.
Talk a bit about the conditions. It seems to be a bit smoother the wind, and it seems to be the high tide is coming, and it seems to be a lot more opportunity to everyone.
Yeah, for sure. It's completely different from the morning. Now it's much clearer. The wind is so much less wind, and the faces are getting steeper and cleaner. And yeah, I think I probably got the best tide because the left was so good comparing to what I've been surfing here, and I hope to still can do some good scores in the next round and keep going.
And yeah, it was a really nice surf on that left-hander. That's the strategy. You think that's the good strategy is to go left?
I think so, but for me, for sure, because in these type of conditions, I surf better to in front side. But I think Odei Colazo did a 7 on the right, and he changed the heat for a little while.
Yeah,
and
but then
so,
you on the buzzer beater, you change again with the 7.77.
Yeah.
Really nice job. Thanks, Luis. Look forward to see you on the next round. Congratulations.
Thank you. See you.
Yeah, so we are back in live action, and actually we have pedaling out the Israeli guy. Yeah, Eli Kassira. Yeah. Actually, Israel has a really nice waves, and then was...
That's Fernandez.
Yeah, Luanjo Fernandez.
And during this interview, we're just bringing you back up to speed on what happened while we had that cross there with the winner of the last heat. And there's an exchange between our Israeli surfer and the Spaniard. Looks like the Spaniard kind of got the better of that. 13.5 to go. Just the 3 out in the water. It is Fernandez in the lead. Mark with a 4.17 for his first wave. That left hand of the 2 hits.
And Luanjo Fernandez is like 5 point something because he's already had a 6.17. So really nice job on the beginning of the hit. The really nice perform from the Spanish guy, Juanjo Fernandez. I don't know if it's Luanjo or if it's Juanjo. It's a J, so definitely Juanjo Fernandez. The Spanish guy, there's a lot of Spanish guy here. It's normal. You can drive by like a 5 hour trip or 6 hour trip, and you are completely in here in the west side of Portugal, between, as we said before, Ericeira and Peniche, the World Surf Reserve Ericeira, and the well-known WCT spot Super Turbos in Peniche. Actually, we're gonna have in October, I think 12 or something like that, the the WCT event, winning by John Florence. It's the defending champion, and it was really nice last year because he was crowned world champion here in Portugal. So he's gonna be on his memory for the long time. And really nice performance from other athletes. So, but right now we are at Santa Cruz, the perfect spot of this Pro Santa Cruz presented by Oakley, and we are almost finishing the first round. This is the penultimate hit, and then you have Marc Lacomar. I was said before on the hit that it's a possible contender to winning this event here, but you have to prove on the water there.
Lacomar down to business on the backhand with a decent right-hander, and he was just looking for a section to cooperate. And let's check out the replay here of what he got done. Kind of late and a bit behind on the first one, and then he's kind of in recovery mode. Gets a nice little crack off the top here. Some decent spray for him. He thought about going again and then kicks out. So Marco, he's had a left early on, he's backed it up with a right, so that will be the counting score for him thus far. It will go, and this is just a second wave. Of course, it's your two top waves counting, and our two top surfers advancing. Here goes our Israeli surfer, Eli Kassire, and he'll bank off the top. Gets a little bit bogged on Israel, but does well to get another turn away. It's pretty nicely done. Not the greatest of lefts there for Eli, but a couple of decent turns. Got that nice rhythm, 2 turns, quick succession. Judges all lock in, 10-20 to go.
Yeah, and the priority changed to Juanjo Fernandez. Actually is leading this hit since the beginning, and now he has the priority. As I would say, when we are finishing this round, we are straight to round 2, and I don't know, maybe we have to check to the commissioner if we go through the whole round or what are we going to do. But stay tuned because we are live with live action.
Yeah, we'll bring you the official call on what's happening exactly, but we are going into round 2. We're not sure how far through that round we're going to go exactly, but as soon as we know, we'll fill you in. But at the moment, we've got a couple of heats left to contest of this opening round. Of course, day 2, the waiting period, but our first day of competition yesterday was pretty small and marginal. And today we've had a little bump and swell, and we have opted to use that and pull the trigger.
And it was a really nice call. There are several good waves. You have some really nice scores. Remember the 9.17 from Ethan Osborne, and a total score of 16 points. So
massive.
You have some really nice scores.
Dimitri went pretty nuts.
Yeah, with a 15.0 result. Luis Batista, although with a 14.83. So there are several opportunities. The judges are getting this, putting the scores on the board, and that's the way.
All right, we got paddlers, and Mark had a little look and just let that one left-handed go. So just a little bit of inactivity the last couple of minutes.
Yeah,
let's see. Oh, here's our Israeli surfer. He's on his backhand, and the classic curse of the commentator. Just as soon as we pick him up, he kicks out.
Yeah. But yeah, it's maybe about the tide is getting high. There are not too many waves, but the waves there are much more powerful and rideable. That's my opinion. And you can see some scores above the 5 points, and some really. I remember the last hit. The last wave from Odey Colaze, a right-hander with 4 to 5 maneuvers with a lot of water in the air. That's what we want to see. That's what the judges want to see. And that's what everybody wants to see.
Yeah, absolutely. So maybe just a little bit more selectivity in the approach. Let's check out Lacomar out of France, having a look. And again, just deciding that's not really what he's after. These three sitting pretty tight. They're holding close quarters out there in the lineup, pretty close together. And just listening out for the situation being relayed to them by the beach announcer. Wednesday morning, in the beautiful west coast of Portugal. And we've got some sunshine, which is more typical of what we'd expect this part of the world.
Yeah.
But of course, April, you kind of get a bit of everything, right?
Yeah, that's it. Always raining in April and it's always sunny, so it's a difficult forecast. Even to the ocean, it's difficult to read the forecasters. But now back in live with Marc Lacomar in the front side approach, nice off the top there, another one, and 3 solid turns with the tail release, showing the fins to the public and to the judges, and it was a really nice approach on then front side attack. Let's see, bottom turn, bam, off the top, really good stuff. Another one, and this one with the fins released, really well done by the French guy Marc Lacomar.
Best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, definitely.
He throws a lot of spray pretty effortlessly off the top. He's quite a strapping young lad, pretty powerful. And I dare say that's going to be a pretty healthy score for Marc. Let's check out Casire, see what he's got. He's a little bit behind on this one. And he's not really putting his back into it for me. He looks a little bit tentative. And if I were him, I'd be firing up a little bit. He's in a 3-man heat. He's got a really good chance of getting through.
Yeah.
Just needs to go a little bit more into attack mode for me.
Yeah, he needs to be more aggressive, more commitment. You have to show more commitment on the wave. But you know what? In Israel, they are start surfing there, you know. There is not, the response from Juanjo Fernandez, but it's a closeout. As I was saying, Israel is already had a community surfing. They already have some QS events there, and they are starting their own way on surfing. So yeah, I remember Pedro Henriquez, the Brazilian Portuguese guy that won 2 years ago. And
they had the event this year too, right?
I think so.
In January.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, QS 1000. Yeah. So they are putting their name on the world.
All right, so scores are dropping in, and Marco out in front now, and just kind of consolidating that position. 4 minutes 40 to go. This one's absolutely flown by. We haven't had a whole lot of waves ridden, but that last one by Marc has kind of been the high point so far in terms of quality, and a really decent left-hander. And he'll just have a little look here. Now it's really surf. I'm not sure he's going to get on it, but as you were saying there, Diogo, just slightly fewer waves, but a bit cleaner and a little bit more quality in the water.
Yeah, and this sandbank actually works better on the high tide, middle to high, than with the low tide. So I think right now, as Luis Porloro said, it's the best part of the tide, and the guys that are the lucky to surf these kind of conditions, it's always different conditions on every heat, and especially with this kind of conditions. So we have the event call there, Paul, I think, on the other sheet. Oh no. Round 96 are on. So definitely we have the confirmation that we are going to round 2 for the first 8 hits of the round 2, and then I don't know if you are standing by for the next 8 hits, or if we are going off after that.
Live action. Here goes Lacomar. Great first hit from Marc on his backhand. Wave goes a bit fat. He'll just check around this section. He'll look for some speed, which isn't forthcoming. And he'll check out. That's your heat leader in red, Marc, from the southwest of France. Looking to get this part of this season off with a big result here in Santa Cruz. Of course, no stranger to competition in Portugal. Been coming down here since he was a little junior. You'll know this part of the world pretty well. Well versed in the dark arts of WQS competition. And at the moment, good enough for that first place. 2.5 to go. This one's absolutely flown by.
Yeah, 2 minutes. Now you have the Israeli guy, Eli, trying to do something on this closeout, but it's difficult. You have to put more speed, and then we have the replay from Marco Lacomar. Great job there. And then a snap. He's not going to change the situation. He's not going to improve his backup result, but he's staying alive and ripping without priority. Now Juanjo, nice snap and nice finishing to Juanjo. And then again Marco Lacomar, that was a really nice run. Yeah, there were two replays from different kind of angles to see all the approach of one of the best surfers in the world. Man, look at the score of that left from Marco Lacomar. It was a 9 point, and yes.
We thought it would be the high score of the heat. It's one of the high scores of the day.
Yeah.
Massive number thrown at Mark Lacomar, 9-point ride, so he's gone way up into that excellent range for those 3 hits on his forehand, that left-hander. And the judges really enjoying, I think, the spray, the aggression, and also a little bit of variety between each turn. And he has been rewarded duly with a big old 9-point ride. So it's always nice to have the win. It's always nice to have that little kick of confidence too, to go right up the scale in the judging.
For sure. So 30 seconds left. It's completely, I think it's completely finished this hit. I don't think that the Israeli Eli is gonna get that score that he needs. It's an 8.86. And then we see again the replay from Juanjo. Nice finish turn. And another wave from Marco. We didn't saw this one, but really nice serve.
Bringing that
It's a really nice serve from him.
Bringing that all the way in. There's the horn at the end. And unofficially, it's Mark Lacomar and Fernandez advancing you 1-2, and our Israeli server just a little bit frustrated there. He'll put that down to experience. It's a steep learning curve on the World Qualifying Series, and he's come up against 2 pretty sharp competitors. Just kind of feel like maybe could put a bit more oomph into his surfing, and that for me, but hey ho, they'll put it down to experience, and they'll be back to fight another day.
That's it. Official results, it advanced to next round, Marco Lacomar and Juanjo Fernandez. Right next, the last hit of the first round, gonna have the Japanese Kairi Noro against Canary Islands Luis Diaz, Francisco Alves from Portugal, and from Brazil, Bruno de Andrade Maia. We are just going to a quick commercial break. Join us after the break, and that's gonna see the last hit from the round 1. Stick with us.
I started surfing when I was 3. Now it's about the chase of a world title. It's maneuvers that haven't been done before. Places in the world that haven't been surfed before. It's never ending. I'm Julian Wilson, and I can't stop.
To Santa Cruz, heat 16, the last heat of round 1 out in the water. Kairi Noro from Japan, Luis Diaz from the Canary Islands. in blue, Francisco Alves from Portugal in white, and Bruno de Andrade Maia from Brazil in green and
Maya. It's actually Maya. It's shortened there.
Set down. Joining me back in the booth, the dulcet tones of Diogo Alpion, which means James Porch.
Well,
hello, mate.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. I just had lunch.
Just had a severe dressing down as well. Management, I believe.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Come back to
no
the booth
biggie.
with your tail between your legs.
No, not at all. I mean, just bits and bits that
Mate,
happen. And
if you get sacked, if you get fired, I don't think it'll be live on air. So all the while you're in the booth with me, you're safe anyway. You're not going to get sacked while you're on air. If I were you, I would just keep hold of the mic
forever
and just keep going. Filibuster.
Oh boy.
All right, so what have we had so far? Noro's dropped to 183. And other than that, kind of some zeros on the screen.
Yeah, a bunch of zeros. Luis Diaz, that's an exciting surfer. I like his surfing a lot. Luisito, that's it. He's a good surfer coming from the Canary Islands. Did some good surfing in Australia, although free surfing because he didn't really compete in the Peak Pro. But he definitely competed. Definitely did some good surfing there, and he's quite a surfer. Francisco Alves, that's the name we've been hearing a lot since like forever. But Francisco Alves.
Chico, that's it. That's what I
and
tried to say.
he just got back to doing this kind of contests after a few years out of doing contests. So he's just got back to the QS, and yep, it looks like it's working for him for now with already 2 scores in. Close to the 6-point range, and he's in the lead. First priority with blue. We missed a bunch of waves there, but hopefully we're gonna catch up with the replay soon. And Chico Alves in the lead. $15 minutes to go. Looks like the ocean is a bit calmer at the moment.
Diaz,
Diaz
the
is up and
Canarian
running.
on his forehand, and he's swooping down the line. Looking kind of composed and looking uncomposed.
Oh, did he look composed there?
Ditches the board and goes down.
Yeah, didn't want to risk the board there with the short break right below him. It's a bit of a sand there.
Got a bit dry, didn't it, on him?
It did. That's why he got out of there.
Very shallow, very suddenly, and he just ejected. Made sure, kind of like the way he kind of tossed the board up in the breeze to safety. Nicely done.
Yeah, nicely done with the eject button.
All right, here we go. Japanese surfer in red, Noro. And he goes out, and the Andrade Maia.
That's Maya.
On his backhand. Bit of a mouthful.
Not really sure where Bruno comes from, but
I reckon he's probably thinking about moving to Portugal. By the sounds of things, I'm surprised there's any of them left over there.
Well, there's a big relationship between the Portuguese crew and the Brazilian crew, and the Brazilian people and the Portuguese people. So I'm not too surprised. Brazilian people that have Portuguese grandparents can ask for Portuguese nationality. No biggie. Really easy. They just need to prove that their grandparents were Portuguese, and you can prove that by coming to Portugal and get one of those birth certificates.
Good to know.
So if you want to...
Good to know. Thanks for sharing. 13:30 on the clock. It's Francisco Alves, known as Chico to his friends.
Chico, yep.
He's out in the lead. Luis Diaz out of the Canary Islands, the Goofy. He's in blue in second place. Let's check out Francisco. And here he goes, the Goofy. And he swooped down the line and crack a beautiful first turn off the top. And again, he'll kind of muscle his way around. He's a big lad.
Really pleasing style, huh?
He uses that strapping frame to throw up nice spray, and he's running the goatee as well. And you don't see a whole lot of goatee still these days in 2017.
You'd be surprised. There are a lot of them in Portugal, huh?
Okay, there you go.
We're still a bit stuck in the
90s.
Yeah, something like that.
Right on.
We are not trendsetters like Londoners.
Let's have a look at the replay here. So it's a nice first turn, and then after that, the wave was kind of wobbly, and he just joined up the dots, kept his board moving, and just tagged it again on that last maneuver on the inside. Pretty nicely done there from Francisco. Yeah, so the goatee's still running strong. How about kind of tribal tattoos? They're still...
That's still around.
Yeah.
As we see Noro up and riding, trying to get a back up to that 3-4-3 he got on his first wave. He's definitely doing that. Let's see how wrap ups that one wave, and it was good. That's a good stuff there for Noro.
He's a wee slip of a lad. I like. He looks kind of dainty on his feet, doesn't he? There's not a whole lot of him. I love the way he got up into the lip there.
Yeah.
And then just slashing around, using that light frame to stay limber. Really nicely done.
Yeah,
I enjoyed
absolutely.
that. I like the way he kind of broke his line and made room for himself, and then got vert. Just showing plenty of variety.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be his best wave. He reminds me a bit of a Portuguese guy, Luís Perloiro, who we just saw serve two heats ago. They're like a bit of a... He's not a tall guy, Noro, but he's a bit lanky, isn't he? Like a really thin guy, kind of a limby kind of guy. And Perloiro is the same thing, like Owen Wright style, in the sense that you're really thin, although he's really shorter, but younger probably. But still, Noro did a good job there. Got something like a 5.5 there, and he's moving up to second place at the moment with Luis Diaz now looking for a score.
Francisco Alves up
Francisco
and riding.
got a 6 on his last wave, if I'm not mistaken.
And he gets out quickly. And I tell you what, that jet ski driver out the back is having no fun at all. There's like a sort of 1 second period swell, just bashing his jet ski. And he's all over the place. I hope he's taking his seasickness tablets. Or even just a bit of ginger. Ginger does the job.
Does it?
Absolutely.
Like raw ginger?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, just whoop.
Yeah,
you just pop it.
Make it, put it in a drink. Make
Okay.
a nice little kind of tea out of it, an infusion.
An infusion, yeah.
Why the hell not? So with 10.5 remaining in this Heat 16, we are going to go down and catch up with the winner of the last heat standing by. Mark.
Yo.
How you doing, buddy?
Good, and you?
Yeah, good, mate. So a 9-point ride for you on that left. Talk us through it.
Yeah, the wave looked pretty fun. I think he got way better than this morning. So I was actually pretty excited to go surf. And I didn't find a lot, but yeah, I had that fun one. Like, could do 3 turns and got rewarded good.
Nice. And just tell us a little bit about your season so far. How's things going? How you feeling? How's your form?
I'm feeling very good. I got surgery in January, so I try to recover as fast as I can from that. And so now it's still feeling it a little bit on my knee, but every day a little better. So I'm feeling good. My boards are very good, and hopefully make my hits.
All right, and Portugal is a place I guess you know pretty well. You've been coming here a long time and competing. Just tell us a little bit about your relationship with Portugal and how you feel about the place.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's only a few hours drive from my house, Agora, and so I come here often. And yeah, I love it. People are very nice. There is amazing waves and cheap food, and I don't know, beautiful.
Nice. All right, buddy. Well, we look forward to seeing you come up in round 2. Good job.
Thanks.
Thanks, Marco. Right.
That's Mac Lacomar rocking the, how's it called?
The soul patch.
There you go, soul patch.
Yeah, good stuff from him, and a very polished performer, Mark.
Mm.
And definitely one of the names. You look at the heat draw, one of those guys that kind of stands out that could easily smash out a big result here, go all the way.
Hopefully.
He'd love to pick up those 3,000 points.
Mm.
And 3,000 would be a keeper.
It's a keeper. It's a keeper. That's what Rob Gunning said on today's morning show in the video. 3,000 is a keeper. And if Rob Gunning, the boss, says it, it's because it is. And Marc Lacomar, hopefully he'll get inspired by Johan Duroux's performances last year in Qualify. Johan Duroux, a friend and a fellow French surfer, qualified for the 2, so hopefully they'll both be on tour next year. Hopefully for them. Not for the guys that aren't on tour because of them.
All right, under 8 minutes now, and it's still Francisco Alves in the lead. Luis Diaz in that second place, and Noro of Japan in third, bringing up the rear. It's Maya.
De Andrade Maya.
All right, Francisco having a paddle, Diaz having a paddle, no takers.
Maya, that's just like the name of the surfer, the Brazilian female surfer, but with an I instead of a Y. And as a first name, not as a surname. It's a variation of the Mayan civilization. As we see Francisco Alves up and riding, going for a first turn there. Nice looking turn for Francisco. Surfs a lot in this area of the stretch of a area between Caparica and Peniche. He knows the place around and he's a good surfer. He got a bit, he bogged a bit of a rail there in the going for that turn. It didn't bother him too much, and he put all he got on that kind of a layback turn, and it's looking good. Looks sharp, looks in form, and looks stylish as always.
Yeah, definitely. It's been pretty good value so far, but you know, he's got a healthy score, but he's definitely within reach. So let's see if this can turn around. We've seen some scores, some guys go in the excellent range, like Mark. We've seen kind of Jode Colazo with the kind of come from behind. So let's see what happens in this one. There is our Japanese surfer. He was in third. He's looking to move up in the second, and he's got his skates on. You see, he's got real impetus there as he gathered the board in with the leash.
Yeah, he's excited. He's excited to be here.
Brazilian out the back in green.
This is Maya.
Not particularly convincing. There was it.
It's the first time I see him surf. Was he happy? I guess he was happy with it. Good for him. I mean, it's good to get happy. It pumps you up, and hopefully it pushes you to better performances. And hopefully Bruno will show us some more of that. Bruno de Andrade Maya from Brazil. Probably lives in Portugal already. I don't know. He might just be a local who decided to join in.
He's making plans, if not. All right, 5.5 to go in this one. Let's check out a replay here of our Japanese surfer Noro. Here he goes on the backhand, swoop off the top. And again, another little clip in the lip, nothing of major consequence. And he just made sure he stomped on the tail, hit the brakes before he ground those fins into the dry sand here at the beautiful Praia Santa Cruz. There's a 5-minute warning. And Noro did move up into second place by dint of that last effort. It was enough to get him up in second. And here goes your heat leader. Ours had a look right, swoop left, banks off the top, throws a little tail, possibly a little too much. Is he on a quad?
Didn't really notice it. Sorry
nice
for
to
that.
see you're paying attention, mate.
No, I wasn't looking at his fins. I was looking at his turn, and I was looking at the scores and thinking about how close it is for second, because even Bruno, who's in fourth at the moment, only needs a 6.99, and Luis in third, needs a 5.14. And we all know what someone like Luis is capable of doing. He won the U.S. Open, the Junior U.S. Open 2 years ago or something like that. So he's quite an accomplished surfer, a good surfer coming from Spain, Canary Islands, and he had a bit of an injury last year in the Azores while competing at the ISA event there. Twisted a bit of his knee and had some trouble walking, but got some physio on, some surgery, and he's back in shape and trying to get on form like he was prior to that little injury he had. He's not nursing it anymore, but he's definitely improving. Probably a bit like Mark, he's just starting to feel confident again. As we see Bruno.
He's not really had the rub of the green so far, has he? He's got a lot of waves. None of them have been that good, for being brutally honest.
Yep.
Let's see if he can turn something around there. He's got 320 if he's going to do that, but he's not really had anything with any kind of steep open face on it at all.
As we see Surfer in blue in the next heat. It's going to be Samuel Pupo, if I'm not mistaken.
Sammy Pope's coming up in the next heat, fresh off was he in the trials at Bells?
He was, yeah.
He was in the Trials of Bells.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Let's go with live action heat leader. It's Chico Alves from Portugal. Boom.
Going down there. But I think the damage is done for Francisco in this heat, and now the battle is pretty much for second. And I like the Francisco's wave selection in this heat, opting to catch mainly lefts and doing that kind of surfing that pretty much got known for here in Portugal, as we see Luis Dias. Look at that dynamic surfing, good contest surfing from Luis on that last turn. We didn't see much more of that ride. That's Gatien Delay from France in red in the next heat, as we see the replay of Luis. Ooh. And that was Noro. Luis Diaz needed a 5.14 to move up to second. I'm not sure he's gonna get it with that last one wave. Excuse me, as we see Noro once again on his backhand. He held his line really nicely there. Quite a composed surfer, like Paul said previously. And I'm enjoying his surfing, and I'm enjoying what the Japanese crew is doing so far in this event. Reo Inaba, of course, the highlight of the day. Japanese surfers wise, and this is Bruno once again, surfer in green. Much better wave for him. Looking at the judges, I guess. That was a kind of a...
He's looking for love in all the wrong places, isn't he, really, so far in this one? He's not really found the waves, unfortunately. He's caught quite a lot of waves, but it's just not really come off for him. Let's see if he can have a Hail Mary in the last 50 seconds of this one as we count down towards the horn. It is Alves and Noro, your 1-2. Diaz needing a 5-1-4. And here goes your heat leader, just turning the screw in first place. He'll go straight into the lip. Got a little bit too much lip. And he'll go down. Let's see, will he turn around and see one of his adversaries capitalize on that error? Possibly not. There's the view pulled back of our lineup. And it is Noro in second. Diaz only needs a 5-1-4. Time is not on his side as we count down. And it looks like we could conclude our business without a change in the situation. Unofficially, Alves of Portugal, Noro of Japan advancing, Diaz of the Canary Islands, and Andrade Maia of Brazil bowing out of competition.
Yep, that's exactly it. And as we are getting ready to start round 2, heat 1, we're still waiting to get that updated heat sheet, but nevertheless, it's going to be Gatien Delay, Samuel Pupu, and some other guys in the next heat. Meanwhile, official results of this last heat with white and red. Moving on to the next round. Congratulations, Francisco Nicari. And we say goodbyes to Luis Diaz and Bruno de Andrade Maia. Some good surfing, but unfortunately a bit of an upset here with Luis missing out on the chance to get a good result in an important event, and Bruno de Andrade getting a bit of a taste of what competitive surfing is here in Santa Cruz. We're going on a short commercial break, and we'll be right back with more action from the Pro Santa Cruz presented by Oakley. Stay with us.
Mãe, não posso falar alto. Já estão todos aqui a dormir. Eu é que não consigo adormecer. Deve ser para amanhã ser o primeiro treino. Beijinhos.
Adira ao M4O e escolha um pacote SmartNet à sua medida com 10 GB mês para utilizar nas suas apps preferidas. Aproveita a oferta de um pacote SmartNet grátis até ao final do ano e ainda da primeira mensalidade M4O. Ligue 16200 ou vá a mel.pt. O mundo é a tua casa. O mundo é Mel.
Get up. Let your bare feet touch the sand and feel the sea breeze. This is the moment. Seize the day. Let the sun bathe your skin. Let the sea wet your hair. Let the flavors light your mouth and let your friends fill your heart. We thought of everything. For you.
Welcome back, everybody, and to those who just joined us, welcome to Santa Cruz and the Santa Cruz Pro presented by Oakley. We are in Portugal, just a bit to the north of Ericeira and the south of Peniche. We are doing the QS 3000 WSL WQS event. Round 2 is just about to start with these 4 guys in the water: Gatian Delay, Samuel, Pupo, Armstrong, and Ruben Gonzalez. These are the 4 guys in the water now. If I'm not mistaken, that really is Samuel Pupo. Hopefully I'm not making a mess out of this heat. I'm pretty sure it's Sammy Pupo. But we'll make it clear in the next few minutes. If I'm not mistaken, the heat has started already. The high tide is really here in front of us. The guys are really in front of us due to the high tide. We are approaching the high tide at full speed. It's gonna be at 3:30. Hopefully we'll be able to do those 8 heats we have scheduled for the second round. And by the way, some news: these round 2 heats are gonna have 25 minutes, so it's gonna take us that extra long to really wrap up these heats. As we saw, just a beautiful backside blowtail from Gatian Delay. He already has a 733 on lock for his first wave, and we are still waiting for some more scores coming from Samuel de Souza, which I believe is Sammy Pupo, but I am not sure about it, to be honest.
Me neither. I can't help you.
Welcome back, Diogo.
Yeah, thanks, everyone. And actually, again, I was on my break and I was watching the ocean, and it seems to a bit of improvement on the waves. There are some really nice walls to hit, and proving that is just the high scores that are coming from the judge towers. Right now, we have 5.17 from possibly Samuel de Pupo. That Samuel has last year a really nice result in Azores in the ISA World Surfing Games. And with really nice
He did some great
conditions
surfing. Unfortunately, he did an interference and didn't make it, but he had like close to 210s, which was pretty exciting. As soon as he stands up, surfer in blue stands up, we'll figure out if it's Sammy or not. I don't think it's Sammy, actually. I don't think it's Samuel Pupo. Sorry, Samuel. I think it's another surfer, so sorry for that, Pupo family and De Souza family. But nevertheless, we're excited to see this guy in blue surf. Also Gatien, Aaron and Ruben. We have already seen Aaron and Ruben surfing today. They both made it in the first few heats of the morning, which we started pretty early today, 7:15. That was the start.
If you remember, Ruben was in the heat with Joan Duru, but that actually was that free practice,
run,
free run, because Landon McNamara
didn't
show up. So it was a 2-man hit just for a practice run. Now we have the replay of the 7.33. No, it couldn't be.
Yeah, I'm not sure about it either, but it's that was the delay is in red.
Maybe the 3.33. And this is live action.
Live action from Gatien. Going for wait, yo.
Sometimes that is dangerous.
Yeah, sometimes the landing there looked a bit sketchy, but hopefully, and he's feeling fine. Look at him, just paddling out the back again, just going back to the lineup, and he's fine. And look at those big letters on his back. That's where we are, the Pro Santa Cruz, presented by Oakley. We are in Santa Cruz with an upgrade from last year. Last year was a 1,000. This year a 3,000 only man, and a very important event as we see the replay of this last wave of red. Fortunately, he didn't injure himself there.
Yeah.
It was a near attempt for Gatien.
But you know what? Last year we have a final here. with José Ferreira and Andy Crier.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, they are not in here.
Meanwhile, we have the last heat's winner. It's none other than Francisco Alves, who's ready to answer some of our nailing questions. Francisco, you there?
I'm just putting the microphone on my ear.
Okay,
It's all good now.
The microphone on your
Watch
ear.
out, watch out,
Watch
so you don't
out
get
with
hurt.
that.
Francisco, tough conditions, but you made it pretty easy to get those last scores. You had a pretty nicely done heat there.
Yeah, I'm feeling great. The conditions are really good. Like the last two comps we had was really small, and it's actually really good for what we have been getting for the last 2 weeks. So I'm really stoked with the conditions, and I hope we can get some more for the next rounds.
What was your strategy in the water in this heat with the higher tide and on all that? What was your strategy? Just going left?
No, like I want to keep like loose on the heats. I don't want to think too much, and I want to keep surfing. Because sometimes when you think too much on the heats is when you end up losing. So I was just thinking I have to get the good ones, which I could get when I had priority, and that's what I did. I just wait for the right ones, and I got that bigger left that was really good.
Cool stuff. And who have you been hanging out in the past few comps, and who are you here with in this event?
I've been with Vasco for the last few comps. We have been traveling together, and with Saka. And it has been great to be with them because they have so much experience and they make so many hits that it takes a lot of pressure out of your shoulders when you are with them because they make everything so simple that is easier to make comps with them.
Beautiful stuff, Francisco. Good surfing, good job, and hopefully we will see you here again. Enjoy your time here in Santa Cruz and good luck for your next heat.
Thank you very much.
That was Francisco Alves from Costa da Caparica, Portugal. He just had a great heat.
Yeah, it should to be nice to have Vasco and Thiago on his corner.
Yeah, absolutely.
And now we have the best wave of the heat, the replay from Gatien. Really nice snap there. Nice turn off the top, and another one with just a good line between maneuvers, just really flow and really flawless. Definitely a nice wave, 7.33.
Yep.
And he's now in the lead. He is in the lead since the beginning of the heat of this round 2. Now the Brazilian De Souza needs 5.84 for reach the leading, and Ruben Gonzalez is chasing a 6.24 to second place. Now we have a replay from Ruben Gonzalez, the 4 times national champion, and nice turn. Let's gonna see the foam climb, trying to reach the other section, but didn't work as well. So now De Souza.
Yeah, this is blue up in the riding. That's not Sammy Pupo at all.
Definitely is not Samuel Pupo.
Much older than Sammy. He went for a little of a corrupt air there.
Yeah, really stylish, but it was on the shore break.
It was an incompletion there for De Souza. And I guess with this 25-minute heat, we're going to see a lot more wave surf, but a lot more lulls too because of the high tide. So actually, it's going to be pretty much the same. They're just going to have more time, and we're going to see Gatien. I think everyone saw that air of Ethan Osborne. Now they're going for the same strategy to get those high scores. But Gatien doesn't need to worry too much because he's in the lead, although he has a pretty small backup. So Gatien needs to improve on that 367.
Yeah, and normally with the onshore winds, they put you up on the wave when you go to the air. So actually, it's nice the onshore for the air reverts or the air maneuvers. Now you have
that was white. That's
Aaron Strong, and that's the replay on the backhand attack. You won this round 1 hit. It was the first hit in the morning. We turned like this, and she's chasing like a 5 or 6 points to go to second place. It's a 6.37 that is chasing, and it was a 4.2 wave. So definitely he has to come back stronger on the next wave. Right now we have a paddle from the blue surfer, but he didn't choose the wave, and the leading is with Gatien. Gatien have the best score in the heat, a 7.33, with that connection of 3 powerful maneuvers. Now, without priority paddling to everything, Samuel de Souza is looking to every wave, and now we have Ruben Gonzalez with a nice wall to work out, puts the cut back, and now good lip transition, and trying to finish up with a re-entry just on the sand. It's everything alright? Yeah, it's everything alright for this backhand left-hander for Ruben Gonzalez, the 4-time national champion. He's already 40?
Close.
Close to 40, but always delivers with some really nice results. And actually, he have done the first air maneuver of the contest, the end of the day.
Yeah, he did the first air on the second day, second heat of the morning with Joan. It was an exciting heat.
Yeah.
Only 2 surfers, yeah. But it seems to me as the high tide is really conditioning the surfers' performance at the moment. I don't think anyone expected the waves to be so affected by the tide so early.
Yeah.
It's good that we have some waves, but I'm not sure if we're gonna have waves with the high tide. Although we have a bigger swell, I'm really not sure about it.
Yeah, that's why we only have 8 heats from this round, because
still, I'm not sure we're gonna be able to make all the 8 heats.
All the 8 heats, yeah. But we are standing by. The call was done, and it was a really nice call. We have been.
Yeah, we're all excited to see more action for sure.
Yeah, and it definitely there are some waves. Look at the screen. We have some lines, and we have on the wave.
Aaron
Strong on the backhand. Oh!
That was a good fin release. Almost lost control there, and eventually lost it on his second turn. But the second maneuver was good, and now this is Samuel de Souza just hitting. Wow, that was a good layback. And he found this wave. Where he found it, I'm not sure, but he did find it, and he surfed it good. These are the type of waves that the surfers competing want to find. So Aaron used priority to catch this one. Look at that. I think he released his board style a bit more of what he was expecting. That's why he lost a bit of control there. As we see Blue up and riding, Red forced Blue to go on this one, but I think it was a good call for Blue because the wave really looked good, and it pumped Blue a little bit extra on that last layback.
Yeah, and I think he's going to improve his backup. I think it's better than a 4.27.
It might just be better than that 5.17. I mean,
yeah,
it was a good wave for Souza.
And if he pulls out a 5.84, he goes to the lead. And then it's gonna be more difficult to Ruben Gonzalez. Right now he's needing a 6.24, and he's up and riding.
Yep.
Backhand again, really nice snap. Another one. It seems to have something on this last section. Good turn there, and the finish. Oh,
he had to get out of there.
Yeah, he had to get out of there because he was dry on the sand. Look, the replay. Nice approach there. Really nice snap. Another one. And then he looked forward to the end of the section with this turn, and then he tried to finish. But look how how shallow is that section, completely on the sand.
Oh, and that was interesting.
Man.
So an interference has been called red on Blue. And I think that was the beginning of that last one wave of Blue. But that's just unfortunate for Red because Red was in the lead and was surfing really nicely. But I think he showed a bit too much interest on that wave of Blue. We're still waiting on scores for the wave of Blue. I was finding it a bit weird the time they were taking to really reveal the score for the wave of Blue, but there's the reason. Red
Yeah.
So what happened was that red.
I think it was a paddle interference.
It was a paddle interference. I think I think
he's gonna lost his second score. I think
full second score. Yeah, that's it. So what's happening is that Gatien only now has one wave counting. So the maximum total of a usually normal 20 he can get, it's a 10-point ride. Yeah. And there he goes again. He won't be happy about it, so he's gonna be that extra. There's be extra aggro on these turns. Look at that. He just doesn't care. He's probably really unhappy about that. He's in fourth at the moment, and as we see Ruben just wrapping up that his latest effort in this heat.
Or maybe
that's just important for Gatien because Gatien had the best wave of the heat.
Yeah, it wasn't the lead, but maybe he didn't hear the interference, so it might just surfing all the way.
I think you're pretty close now because of the high tide, so he probably heard it, but still.
Yeah.
Let's watch the replay of his last wave. That's unfortunate for her.
Yeah. But you know what? Since they have changed the competition to the four-man priority, there is a lot of similar things happening like this one. And you know what? It was a good improvement because right now the guys, back in the days, they were struggling when they qualified to WCT. They were struggling about four-man hits to man-on-man hits. So normally they weren't so prepared to fight against the top seeds, and so it was hard. But right now, with the changing of the competition to the four-man priority, and then with the change from 4 to 2 men on the quarterfinals, I think it's a good preparation to the WCT. You know, right now the rookies reach the WCT with more background of competition.
And this was a blue going for a huge rotation, unfortunately coming unstuck there as we see green up and riding.
And
I'm not sure what happened there. I'm not sure who had priority on that wave. It was if it was red over green. I think it was, yeah, because the last wave was between the two of them. The last wave was caught by green. That was the one wave that green just wrapped up right in front of red. So I believe everything's gonna be right. If it is another interference, Gatien will be told to leave the water. Let's watch the replay here again of the last wave of Gatien. Was this the last one? Yeah, this is the previous one of Gatien.
Yeah.
And he's gonna finish it up here. And green is gonna show up on our screens any moment now. Now this is the previous wave. This is not the last of red. This is the previous of red. And what's gonna happen is that this one wave, as we wrap up this wave, green was gonna show up. So there won't be a situation concerning these two waves. And as we enter the 5 last minutes of this heat, situation is looking good for pretty much everyone besides Delahaye. But Ruben still needs to work on his scoreboard to get going to the next heat.
But yeah, that's the replay of the situation of Ruben finishing the wave. But you know what? We are seeing the scores dropping a lot with the high tide, and that's normally a sign. And then Ruben Gonzalez is destroying this wave. He's chasing a 6.24, and I think he got it with this wave. Let's watch the replay because this could be an important wave on the heat. Look, see, nice bottom turn, and then bam, really vertical with a lot of commitment.
I really like this second turn, was really good.
Second one really good, and then a finish. So
I wouldn't be surprised if it was the second best or the best wave of the heat. Absolutely, that was a really good combination of turns for Ruben with 3 turns done there. So yeah, really interesting.
And it's impressive. He never quits from doing his job.
Never.
It's impressive how in good shape he are, and we are used to see Ruben in national competition, and it's always like this.
He
It's
never
always
gives up.
like 9 waves, 10 waves, 11 waves for hits.
That's
and
very true.
Yeah, so it's impressive how a 40-year guy, 39-year-old guy, it still have some really nice shape.
And look at that, the 713, the second best wave, like we were saying.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the Souza in blue got a 777. That was the wave with the interference situation with red. So 713 for Ruben, jumps to second, and now White is in trouble, needing a 674 with 3 minutes to go. That was a good wave, good strategy, good competitive surfing from green. Ruben Gonzalez, the Portuguese guy, going on top of the British surfer, and Gatien Delay is still, well, for Gatien the heat is pretty much over because he only counts one wave and he needs to do a 10 on that wave to maximize his score.
Yeah.
And this is, wow, Aaron Strong, how did he land that?
And he's not finished for Aaron Strong. And he fights back with a really nice right-hander.
So it's finished for Gatien, but not for this man.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at it.
And really nice finishing maneuver.
I think the board bounced off the bit of the white water, and that accidentally put him in place to really complete that turn. That was a really funny situation, but good for him. And this is Samuel up and riding, but a bit unhappy there.
Yeah. So
yeah,
he needs a 6.74. Maybe he got it on that last move.
Yeah, we gotta wait and see. But for Gatien, like we were saying, he can only get, because of that interference, he's only counting his best wave. His best wave can only be a 10. And since the second place surfer, Ruben Gonzalez, has already a total of 1176, Gatien cannot really move over that. So the heat is pretty much over for Gatien. He can try and be third, but it's going to be difficult for him. That was a nice air for the French guy.
Yeah, and now we have on the whites, but we don't have the screen. Sorry guys, but we are seeing on the screen and live action too. We just sneak our eyes to the lineup sometimes, and there was a wave, a left-hander surfed by the white surfer Aaron Strong. He's waiting for the score 5.03. Maybe it's the...
No, I think we're still waiting. I'm not sure.
We're still waiting for the...
We might just be waiting. We have to play a bit of a catch-up here, but we're not really sure.
In the last minute of the heat, maybe yes, maybe not. But we have seen again
there we go.
the Souza.
Surfer in blue.
Nice turn, nice snap. Oh,
going
again.
for the corrupt. Coming unstuck there. Needs a bit more glue in those feet of his.
I think he needs a bit more speed, a bit more pop.
Well, I'm not sure. He made it. He did the rotation.
Yeah, he completed the rotation. He couldn't be able to finish well, but the rotation is there.
And the heat is over. Look at that. He was just a bit off balance, a bit too much weight on the front of the board. So the heat is over, and an official result's gonna be blue and green moving on to the next round. And unfortunately for Gatien, who had the best wave of the heat, just pretty much losing because of that paddle interference with the surfer in blue.
Yeah, and you know what? Ruben Gonzalez moves forward, unofficial results. But you know what? The round 3, it's the place to be, because on the round 3 is beginning the prize money. So
you can have a little bit of extra motivation there going on.
That's it. So we are done for the first heat of round 2. Next we're gonna have the heat 2 of round 2. The German-Portuguese Marlon Lipke is gonna be underwater against Kaito Ohashi, Joan Duru, and I think Ted McCardle. I think he was the second one on the round 1 heat 1. No, it's gonna be Frederico Magalhães. So we're gonna have Frederico Magalhães, Joan Duru, Marlon Lipke, and Kaito Ohashi for the second round or for the second heat of the second round. Actually, we are expecting that official results. That was in white Armstrong with Pire, classical guy from Portugal, classical surfer. He had his son participating on the contest also. So it's a great name from Portugal. So we are almost on the high tide. The conditions are, I think they are still good, but I don't see anybody on the water. Paul, can you see anybody on the water? Maybe we have done some standby, I don't know, because I don't see the surfers on the water. Maybe they move to the north point. You think so? Yes, they moving to the to the north peak of the beach. That's why we don't think the guys, but yeah, they are in there, and we are waiting for scores from the last hit. Yeah, we have one guy south and the 3 other guys a bit north. So official results, Ruben Gonzalez and Samuel de Souza moves on. Aaron Strong, just for half a point, he couldn't get that result. So Ruben Gonzalez and Samuel de Souza.
Get up. Bare feet touch the sand and feel the sea breeze. This is the seize the day. Let the sun bathe your skin. Let the sea wet your hair. Let the flavors light your mouth and let your friends fill your heart. We thought of everything for you.
So, well, we are back in live. Welcome to join us to the Pro Santa Cruz presented by Oakley. Round 2, it's number 2. Kaito Ohashi, Marlon Lipk, João Duru and Frederico Magalhães. As we are saying, it seems that we have a split pick. The Japanese guy prefers this south peak, and the other 3 guys went to the north peak. So let's see who had the right approach to this lineup. So welcome back, Paul. Have
Cheers,
you seen
buddy.
Have you seen the last hit, or you went to your break?
I was actually having a spot of lunch.
Oh yeah!
But I heard an interference.
Yeah, an interference by the
Ouch.
leader of the hit.
Ah, devastated.
A paddle interference. So
yikes!
It was a tough decision, but yeah, it's the way it is. So the food was good.
Yummy.
You like the Portuguese food?
Yeah, really good. Yep, it's the Noah restaurant down here in Santa Cruz doing the catering for the event.
Yeah.
And it really is first class.
Yeah, shout out to them, man. It's a huge friend of mine, and they have a really nice place. So
the place is epic. Last night they had a little DJ out on the deck. Food's great. They got all the wood burning, beautiful smells coming out of the kitchen.
Yeah, it's a beautiful place with a fireplace just beside the. Oh, thank you so much, Diogo. Now
Marlon,
we have
live action as we just saw a little exchange there. We saw the Portuguese surfer Magalhães, and then right behind him Marlon Lipke in the blue, just working his way through to that inside for Marlon. All of that experience, of course, was a former CT surfer. Here goes Ohashi out of Japan, and I love the spring in his step. The way he just puts that board up there beautifully as he stabs and climbs over. And goes for the laziest of little ollies on the inside, being careful not to remove those fins from his surfboard in the shorey. Let's check out a replay of this for Marlon. Here goes the Hulk, bashes off the top. And again, he clocks it really nice and hard. So much control from the big man.
Insane maneuver, powerful. And then we have the replay from the Nipponic guy, Hashi. Really nice foam climb, really vertical. And I think he needs to finish the wave earlier. He was waiting for the junction, and it was a mistake, I think. And that's Frederico Magalhães that it moves on to round 2. He had a tough hit on the round 1, hit 1, the really first hit on in the morning against Aaron Strong and Robertson Gonçalves, but he have been through to the round 2, and now he's here trying to reach the round 3. The prize money is starting to give extra motivation. And right now, Diogo, are you in there with the last winner of the last hit?
Yeah, guys, I'm here with Samuel, who just won his second round hit. I'm gonna do the interview in Portuguese because Sammy's English is not as good, and I'll translate it afterwards for you guys. So, Samuel, como é que foi essa bateria? A primeira vez a competir em Santa Cruz, como é que está a sentir?
Pô, tô muito feliz, né? Muito feliz por estar aqui em Portugal, um lugar maravilhoso, com pessoas educadas e boa cultura. A bateria foi difícil, eu não tinha surfado aqui ainda, acabei que optei no começo da bateria pegar algumas zonas para ir saltando, mas foi bom que meu material está funcionando bem, graças a Deus. E graças a Deus eu consegui pegar uma ondinha também de 2 movimentos bom, que acho que arranquei 7, alguma coisa, mas deu certo, estou muito feliz, vou avançar. E é isso, bora para frente, focar para a próxima.
Quem é que é a sua galera aqui neste campeonato, com quem é que você está?
Então, eu estou na casa de um grande amigo meu, que tem eu como filho, é o Tele, ele vive aqui já há 5 anos. E foi até bom até para mim visitar ele, já estava devendo essa visita a ele. Eu estou em Cascais, né? Mas eu vim agora com o Pedro Henrique e o Robson Santos. A gente está meio que junto, assim, fazendo free surf direto. É bom que puxa o treino também. Claro. Então tá bem divertido, tá maneiro.
Boa, então olha, boa sorte para a próxima ronda e boa competição aqui.
Muito obrigado.
Diogo, I'm going to ask you so we don't lose any more live action, I'm going to ask you to translate the interview, and take care, boys. Back to you.
Okay, Diogo, thanks for the interview. We are actually directly to live action with the white surfer Marlon. No, it's João Duru, yeah. The city surfer showing the way here in Santa Cruz, again on the North Peak and on the left-hander, so João Duru knows the deal. Actually, what the winner of the last hit, Samuel de Souza, is really happy here. He's traveling a lot with Robson Santos and Pedro Henrique. He's not living, but he's in his house in Cascais, so they are training a lot over here. And yeah, he could find some really nice waves. That left-hander with 2 turns, he was really happy to go through to the next round. And that was the interview with Samuel de Souza. Right now, Marlon Lipke is already on the lead. Maybe during the interview he puts down some really good backup score. And João Duru, we saw the other waves, so maybe we can watch the replay from the wave from Marlon Lipke. Marlon, as you said, was a former CT. It was just 1 year, but it was a really nice, for sure, experience for Marlon. And then you have the scores 7.17 and 5.03 for the Hulk, the half Portuguese, half German guy. He's leading this heat with a lot of confidence. And now the WCT surfer João Duru is needing a 3.43 to moving up, but actually he's in 4th position.
Yeah, 5.37 for João for that wave that we saw there. He fit in a lot of maneuvers, just couldn't quite execute the last one. If he had, he would have nudged up the scale that bit further, but Still got plenty of time for a backup. Well, here he goes, exactly looking for that backup as he snaps off the top a couple of times in quick succession. Super light on his feet, Joanne. And just tag that thing a couple more times. That will count for him, of course, just the one wave reading previously. Let's take a look from the top. And he gets that first turn. You see, as he kind of squared up from that section, he just realized he had just about enough room to get those two maneuvers away. Yeah, nice execution there from Joanne. Finishes off his wave. Score all lock in. And let's see if it's good enough to get him up into that second place. Marlon out in the lead, that's 7 and a 5. I think we saw the 7. That's the replay that we saw previously, and the 5 he got right at the beginning of the heat. So Marlon straight down to business, getting himself out in front. That's always decent tactic in a 4-man heat. Get yourself out in front and try and build from there. There he is in the lineup. He's taking stock, and a very, very experienced competitor. And yeah, as you said, he was on the CT, but he's still showing up at all the important QSs. He loves to compete. You know, he wouldn't be doing it if he didn't love it. And you know, you never know. The end of the year, see where you end up. Anything can happen.
Yeah, and he's he have already like a side project with Goni from the decks on the board.
Jam Traction.
Jam Traction. There are some really nice video, webcast videos and Instagram videos from the surfers that use the Jam Traction, and it has a nice and clean communication, and the decks are really soft. I have one on my board, and it fits really well. And it's nice to see former surfers to get back in the business, getting back.
They're turning the wheels of industry.
That's it. That's it. That's the way to do it. And Joe Drew with this last wave is a 7 points, so now he's in the lead. And now you see the Portuguese Frederico Magalhães trying to improve his score. He needs a 6.48. He's not gonna have that score with this wave. You're gonna see the replay.
Does seem to have favored the left so far. He went for the right hand option. And yeah, his timing was just slightly off there. He did have a nice section. He arrived a bit early. That was all he could really do. Let's check out Ohashi swooping back beautifully, fading on a meaty looking left. Probably the biggest wave of the heat so far. And he'll bring this all the way into the shore break, and he'll throw some tail. That was beautifully done. Really nice surfing there from the Japanese. I love the way he just faded that takeoff. Let's check the replay here. You see him basically going right, makes room for himself, and he sets up beautifully for this first initial, just a kind of banking foam climb. And here he sees the lip. He's like, I got room for one turn. And he just liberates the fins, reverses it around, kind of effortless as well. Super stylish, super casual at the same time, radical. And I reckon he's going to do some damage points-wise with that.
I think so. And you know what? He's surfing all alone on that peak. The other 3 guys are a bit north. And Ohashi,
I like it. Yeah, I like what he's doing.
He's having 25 minutes
surfing
only for
his own heat.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't care, whatever. Those guys can do what they want. They can go out there and hassle each other and maybe get interferences and mess around with priority. I'm just going to surf 25 minutes on my own.
Yeah.
Smart guy.
And it's paying off, you know. He has already a 6.6, and now we are waiting scores for this last move. But I think he's going to be a good score, maybe on the good range.
Here we go. Let's check out Marlon, and here he is with that trademark kind of Marlon head snap. And there again he goes, and a nice little bit of liberation. Just releases a little bit of tail, putting some variety on the end move. I think at the same time, Ohashi is having another look down the beach. He's about 100, 200 meters south, just basically on the next bank.
Yeah.
And he might have got something going. Check out Duru, CT surfer, your heat leader, uses his priority on a right-hander. He's got a deadly backhand, Joanne, but he's not going to get the opportunity to use it on that particular wave.
Now the replay from Marlon. Really nice snap with a lot of amplitude, and now releasing the tail. But it was like a 2-time maneuver. It was not so clean. And now we are seeing live action. No, it's the replay of the... No, it's another. It was another wave.
Yeah, this just happened actually at the same time. While Marlon was riding that wave, this happened at the same time, but on another bank, and that's another beautifully surfed wave.
And he's destroying, man.
He's on fire. We're due a couple of scores for him. Both of them, he's got those blow tail reverses on the end. The first one was a bigger wave, but that one was pretty smart as well. And judges are going to be having a good think about that, but I reckon we could see some really healthy numbers. Let's check out our Portuguesa, the man in green. And here he goes, just kind of slicing a bit of a foamy right-hander. Just catching up on some replays here. So we've had a flurry of activity as we come down towards the mid part of that heat.
Frederico Magalhães. Actually, Magalhães is a well-known name from the ancients Portuguese discoverers. With Fernão Magalhães was the first navigator to cross the, I don't know the name of the cape, but it's a great cape in Africa.
Cape of Good Hope.
No, it's not Cape of the Good.
Cape Horn.
No, maybe Cape of the Good Hope.
Good Hope.
It was the first one to cross the Cape of the Good Hope.
That's right.
Good Hope.
Went into the Indian Ocean. Yep.
Yeah, that's it. And so it's a very traditional name in Portugal.
All right, well, we've got some scores coming. We're going to shuffle the pack here. 10.5 remaining. Judges deliberating. We've got a few waves to score, but I think two that might be important numbers are going to be both for our Japanese surfer.
Meanwhile, Marlon with this last wave is changing the leading. Now he's on the lead at 12.97. Meanwhile, again, I think just one score for Ohashi. I think we are waiting for another one for Ohashi. So Joan Duru now is chasing a 5.7. We are at the last 10 minutes of the heat, and Joan Duru is struggling with Marlon Lipke and Ohashi from Japan, discussing this heat until the end. We are at the final 10 minutes, and maybe Francisco Magalhães have something to say, although.
Let's check out the Portuguese surfer right now on his backhand, slashing off the top. And here he goes again. He'll throw up some spray behind him. Wave gets a little foamy. Gets a nice little maneuver on the end. 3 good turns there from the little guy.
He's trying to improve his backup with the 4.17, and I think he got it. Really nice bottom turn, slashy snap, a lot of water, another one really good, and a finish up really vertical. Almost lost it with the nose entering in the water, but he managed to finish the move, and maybe he's gonna improve that 4.17. I think there are some waves to entry on the scores, but I don't know.
I think we got him. I think we're up to date. I think it's 6s for Ohashi for those left. Which
6 and 6 then.
Wow,
maybe.
Okay. There we go.
Yeah.
So Marlon out in front with that 7.17, and he's got a 5.8 as his backup. Ohashi in second. Duru needs a 5.7, and here is Showan having a look at a right. He's having a good old paddle. He liked the look of that wave, but in the end, just couldn't quite get himself on it. Let's see what Ohashi's got. He's going to roll the dice again on the left, and he's trying to get down the line with some speed, and he snaps a nice turn off the top. And again, he goes in for a layback with some beautiful power. I really like the way he kind of coils up the body and then unloads. He's got that classic kind of style. For some reason, we sort of associate that a little bit more with the Goofies. I don't know why. But kind of low center of gravity. I just really like the way he unloads those turns. And he was in second previous to this. Let's see if this can change anything scoreboard-wise. He kind of layback was nice. He missed a little bit of the turn. Didn't quite get as big a bite of it as he would have liked. Nevertheless, he completed.
Yeah, it
Good
was
stuff.
a bit sketchy, but really beautiful turn from the Nipponic guy, Ohashi, Kaito Ohashi. And now Joan Duru is asking for scores or time. It's going to be pretty difficult to hear something with this strong onshore, but time, you have to be on the watch. The scores that he needs is a bit more difficult, but if you can hear us, guy, you need a 5.7 Joan to reach the second place when we reach the final 7 minutes of the heat. And we don't have some lines entering right now, but it's really choppy over there, but there are still some waves. You can see the moving water just on the horizon, and there is a lot of chops in there. But the walls of the waves, they are still pretty clean. There are some bumps, but there are some waves that are pretty clean. We saw the left-hander by Kaito Ohashi was a vertical green wall, good to work.
Yeah, definitely. There's plenty to work with for these guys down here in the Shorey at Praia Santa Cruz. Of course, this is the Pro Santa Cruz 3000 QS presented by Oakley. And things are kind of hotting up in terms of the QS now. Just World Qualifying Series, just starting to, the rankings starting to settle out. And of course, in terms of Europe and the little mini leg we've had recently, Connie Zubizarreta winning the last couple of events. We're going to see him coming up later in this competition. Let's see if he can back up and go again. In the meantime, let's stay with Marlon, who's now been bumped into second place. And here he goes with a beautiful fan off the top. Rooster Taylor spray there from Lipke. He wants that first place back. Ohashi is the heat leader. He had a paddle there, but he got a 7 on his last wave, and that was enough to get him up in first place. There's the 5-minute warning, and let's have another look at Marlon's wave.
Oh, really powerful turn, this one. And then he lost a bit of momentum on that bottom turn, a little of a bump there, and he couldn't finish quite as well. But that second turn was really powerful, and maybe he's trying to improve that 5.8. But meanwhile, Kaito Ohashi with that left turn, the last turn with the layback, the judges seems to like that, and they put him. For me, my opinion, the other wave is a bit better, but I'm not judge. I'm just commentating and let the judges doing their own work. But it seems to me that the other one was a bit more powerful. But yeah, 7 points on the last wave, and he's up and riding again. Yes, it is.
Here goes Ohashi, and he's sticking to his game plan. He loves these left-handers. There's the snap, and he'll swoop off the bottom, and he'll bang that lip right on the sand. And I think he probably just decided to abort that one. I don't think that was a fall-off. I think he decided to get out of there because he was basically, if he was going to ride out of that maneuver, he was going to be on dry sand. Let's check the replay. As you see him come into this turn here. Oh, no, he did actually. No, he was trying to land that, but he would have been grinding his fins on sand. And Marlon's taken that lead back again. So a nice little seesaw at the top here between Lipke and Ohashi. Marlon's back in front. And here we go. He's got a 6.53 on that last wave. He already had that 7.17. So 6.53 improves this back up. He nudges back in front by 1/10 of a point. So that's your 1-2. Lipke, Ohashi, Duro in third, looking for 6.61. Joanne's gone slightly quiet the last 5 minutes or so, which would be something of an upset if he goes down. Of course, he is a surfer on the championship tour. But at the moment, he's looking for 6.16, and our Portuguese surfer, Magalhães, looking for 7.8 at the moment, under 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, Joan is definitely on a difficult position right now, only 3 minutes away from the finish of the heat. And Marlon and Kaito, they are completely on fire on this heat, in completely different opposite picks, but they are fire, and they are putting some really nice scores. And then when you need a score, you don't want to hear the scores of the other surfers. So Joan Duru is really in a difficult position, but you know what? He has the priority, and he is a WCT surfer.
It's coming down to backups, isn't it? I mean, the three of them have all got 7s.
That's it.
Because the high score is just his backup is a 5.37. That doesn't compare favorably with the others who've got at least 6.5 as their backup. So basically, he needs a healthy backup. He needs to go close to his high score, and he's back in this thing. But as you said, time not on his side. 2 minutes now on the clock.
Yeah. Let's see if he's gonna have an opportunity here. There's some lines coming up. He's paddling to it, and he's not choosing the first one, maybe the second one. Meanwhile, Marlon surfed again. and 90 seconds to finish the heat. That are some free surfers on a bit north. They're outside the area of competition, so they cannot interfere with the guys on the water competing. And João Duru sits on the board again, and with 1 minute to go, he's gonna pedal to this one, maybe the next one, or maybe not. It's difficult position for João Duru. Third place, needing a 6.61, and whoa, been a kind of a shocker here.
Yeah, down on that 50-second mark now, and João just needs away from his point of view. Of course, Ohashi and Lipke will be hoping things stay very much as they are. They'll be happy if another wave doesn't come in at all. And at the moment, João just sitting there, just wondering, am I going to get an opportunity? Am I going to get another little lump come my way? Marlon has kind of led from the front. His lead was wrestled from him by Ohashi just for a short minute or so. Let's check out Duru. He's having a really good paddle here, and he needs to go there. So 20 seconds to go. He's on, and he's up, looking for 6.61. And he's looking to get going down the line. He'll bang a nice maneuver on the end. And he's still trying. He's not done yet, but I'm not sure that's going to be the score that he needs. It just didn't quite give him the opportunity.
I don't think so. Maybe. Let the judges work. So right now we are waiting for scores. This was the replay of the last hit, or this is the last wave from Kaito Ohashi. Really nice wave again. 2 turns, but 2 powerful turns.
Could be back in the lead even with that.
Yeah.
Interesting to see.
And this is the last wave from João Duru.
I just thought the peak he surfed, although it was high tide, his surfing was up and down. It was vertical, and these guys are kind of going down the line and finding lip, but kind of going down the line. He was going straight from the top of the wave into his bottom turn, straight back into the lip. I really like the look of his peak, and for me, it was the best surfer in the heat.
For sure. That was the best. There were the best waves on the heat. We are talking about that in the beginning of the heat. Who is gonna do the right choices and choose the right pick? And it seems that the Nipponic one, it was the best chooser of the pick on this heat.
Yeah, I mean, unofficially, the advancing surface won't change. It'll be Lipke and Ohashi, but I just wonder who got through. Maybe he picked himself up in the first. It's all kind of elementary, really. But those two will be advancing through to round 3. This is, of course, round 2 of the Pro Santa Cruz presented by Oakley. So we're getting down to business now. We're getting our bigger seeds come in. We're seeing the guys, obviously, that made it through this morning in round 1. And things are getting kind of serious down here in beautiful Santa Cruz in the west of Portugal. And we're going to be going to a commercial break. We'll be right back with more live Heat 3 action from round 2 right after the break.
Get up. Let your bare feet touch the sand and feel the sea breeze. This is the moment. Seize the day. Let the sun bathe your skin. Let the sea wet your hair. Let the flavors light your mouth and let your friends fill your heart. We thought of everything. For you.
Welcome back to Santa Cruz. Beautiful Praia de Santa Cruz in the west coast of Portugal. And this is the Santa Cruz Pro presented by Oakley. There's the official result of the last heat, and there is Ohashi with a massive 8.33. We thought it was going to be the high score. It's good enough to get him back into first place. And some great surfing from the Japanese. He will advance alongside the Portuguese at Marlon Lipke. CT surfer João Duru bows out. Federico Miguelis of Portugal. And on deck for this heat 3, Thomas Fernandes from Portugal, Luan Carvalho from Brazil, Charlie Quivrant from France, and Peterson Crisanto from Brazil. And joining me back in the booth for the call is the man whose first job after he left school was testing the ginja from the little drink they make at Obidos. What's that called again?
Ginja.
Ginja. That was your first job, right? You were a ginja tester, no?
Was it?
Charlie Quivrant, straight down to business. His first job is getting some points out of 10 on the judging scale, and that's exactly what he did this morning. He'll be looking to get back at it. There he is, Quivrant. So, Diogo, welcome back to the booth, mate.
Thank you very much. Do you enjoy that drink as much as Quivrant enjoyed doing this first turn?
Yeah, I've tried it. It's all right. It's okay.
It's kind of licorice, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all right.
As we see Blue paddling for his first wave. This is the replay. Who is it? Is it? Oh, interesting.
That's Luan Carvalho.
Yeah, yep, that's Luan. Luan, very good. Still Luan up and riding in this event. Whoa. As we get ready to go with the interview with last heat's winner, none other than the Japanese surfer who took his heat by a storm, Kaito Ohachi. Take it away, Diogo.
Yeah, that's true. I'm here with the winning Kaito Owashi. Tell us, Kaito, you choose the South Peak beside the North Peak, and it was a right choice, wasn't it?
I think this lift is like more powerful and more maybe good to turn. So everybody going to south, then yeah, I think I free.
When you saw the heat, you go against guys like Marlon Lipke, former WCT, and Jean Duru, actually a city surfer. What was your approach?
Like just fun surfing, because like Jean Duru is so good surfer and Marlon is too. So I just fun surf, yeah.
Okay, just congratulations for the winning and look forward to see you on the next round.
Thank you, obrigado.
Back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Diogo, and thanks to that man there. And he's all smiles, so he should be. Absolutely ripped that heat apart. I would have even thrown bigger numbers at him for those lefts he got early on, but whatever, doesn't matter. Absolutely shredded it. What a performance. Good man. And he's stoked to be through to round 3. This is heat 3 of round 2, and that's Charlie Quivrant from France. And we're going to check out
Luan Carvalho.
Le Carvalho, and here he goes. He was telegraphing this for a ways, and he got it done. The rotation on the backhand.
Nothing major, but still good on photos. And this is white up and riding. Quivrant once again.
Yeah, a little replay here from Charlie, and he looked so sharp this morning in kind of marginal conditions. And things have smoothed out a bit, a little bit more order to proceedings. Thomas Fernandes.
Yep,
from Ericeira, Portugal.
Yep.
Just down the coast, about 20 k's away?
Yeah, something like that, yeah. 25, I think. And this is
25, I think. Sorry. Unbelievable.
I just like to be precise.
Unbelievable. Good surfing there from Thomas. He opened his account. That was his first wave of the heat. 25-minute heats now. So just that extra 5 minutes for our surfers to strut.
Yeah.
Stuff.
And Tomas always looks good on this on right hands. He's right-handers. He's a well-composed surfer. Likes to surf and put his board on rail, and he's quite a surfer. But so are these guys, as we see Peterson Crisanto just going for an air like nobody cares, and he's out of there.
Little flat spin there for Peterson. This one's busy. Here's Quivrant quick in and out for him. So a flurry of activity in the opening 5 minutes of this one. The scores coming in all over the place. A 7.33 is the most significant of them so far. And that is the Frenchman, Charlie Quivrant, up in the lead. Let's check out our Brazilian here as he goes for his punt.
Again, and nothing major, but still, it's a good wave to start things off a bit more seriously for Crisanto. That was only his second wave. This is his third. We only got the end of that, but hopefully we'll see the beginning as we see red up and riding. That's Tomas, just connecting the dots, trying to get something a bit more major there, but not really being able to it. Meanwhile, Charlie Quivrant has dropped some good scores for his side. 7.33 on that wave. I guess that's the right-hander, right? And Charlie Quivrant taking the lead, and in an interesting position to start things off this morning. This afternoon, actually. As we see Luan Carvalho, as expected, as 5.37 for that little air he got there. Still waiting on scores for the second and third waves of Crisanto. We missed the last one. Crisanto, once again, it feels like we just saw him surf, but it was so early today that, yeah, we're seeing him again. And some new scores for Tomasz, and it's pretty much an open race for seconds, with priority being in blue and white commanding the heat.
So running order, we're confirmed up to heat 8?
Yes, that's what's on plan.
So after this one, we got
5 more heats.
5 more to go.
After this one, we have 4 more heats to go, yeah. Yeah, because this is heat 3. This is the 5th.
We've got 5 more to go after this one, mate. We're going to run heat 8. But anyway, let's not get caught up in the arithmetic.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, we see Carvalho there with a little bounding effort on a right-hander. And trying to keep busy, keep moving, keep that energy. And he's going to need all that energy to get out of this heat because it's a pretty stacked one. He's up with some stiff competition. Thomas Fernandez there hasn't really unleashed the beast as yet so far. This is his first participation in this event, starting in round 2. So him and Carvalho coming in this round hot. Crisanto and Quiveron had to make their way by dint of round 1 performances this morning. That means, well, they'll have had a slight advantage in terms of logging time in the water in these conditions, although things have changed a fair bit since this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit of a higher tide. I believe the new swell is already kicking in too, so it's going to keep things interesting. I think the tide is going to be dropping soon. Hopefully we'll be able to run some more heats during high tides. No more heats past 8, but hopefully we'll get some good conditions during the last few heats we'll be running today. And this is green up and running. That's Peterson. Got a 5.67 on that first air we saw, going for a little shove it there.
The varial, yeah.
The varial, huh?
Wow.
Yep. An interesting air for Peterson, getting creative there. In fact, these kind of a high tide conditions really allow for smoother landings. And the guys are full on taking advantage of that with the 6.27 on his previous wave. Peterson Crisanto takes the win, and now Charlie in second, needing a 4.61. I'm enjoying the different approaches we are seeing in this heat, with Crisanto and Luan going for airs, Charlie and Tomasz going for a bit more rail surfing, as we see Tomasz just waiting for the wave to stand up so he can hit it one last time. Unfortunately, that doesn't really happen there, so Tomasz got out of there as soon as he was able to, and with 16 minutes and 25 seconds to go, it's a pretty open field at the moment.
Yeah, Crisanto just nudging in front, doesn't have the high score, but he's got the better top 2, and let's check him out here, see what he got done. Deep off the bottom, nothing really off the top. Kind of a missed opportunity probably, and then he was looking down the line, he was always telegraphing in air, and there you see, just uses the hand to help rotate the board around, but not particularly impressed by that kind of stuff.
Nah, not at all. I don't think the judges will be either. Everyone knows, and Peterson himself knows that he's able of doing much better. So hopefully he's aiming for that, and we're definitely excited about seeing some more of that aerial surfing and innovative surfing than Peterson is able to do and got us used to doing. So yeah, definitely exciting as we see Tomasz paddling and up and riding, starting off with a cutback just to rebound off the white water. Boom! Releases his fins a little bit, gives his tail a bit of a kick, and he's out of there.
Yeah, it's nice and smooth from him. Didn't really get on the face. Early on it was fat, and he was waiting, and then by the time he got back into position, he was behind it. He never really found the open face there, but nevertheless, it's pretty nicely executed. You see him setting up here, stalling, and then all of a sudden he's behind it. Maybe, with the benefit of hindsight, it could have been a gun down the line type of effort from the start, but hey-ho, he'll make his way back in the lineup in a very short space of time. It's just a 10 or 15 meter paddle out off the beach here. And we go under the 15-minute mark. And we'll check out live action with Quiveron in second place. He's got the high score so far. And he goes to work on a left-hander with some nice hits. Keeping that speed going down the line, keeping that projection super light on his feet.
So, Paul, as someone who's been witnessing good surfing like this one made by the French surfer Charlie Quivron for a long time, there's plenty of surfers coming from the French islands and from the mainland. There's a really great number of talent coming from France, and there has always been. Is there a specific reason for that? Do they have some special scouting going on? Well, why does France keep on providing us with so much talent throughout the years?
I think it must be something to do with the cheese. Got no idea, dude. They got pretty good surf, I guess. Maybe that helps.
Yeah, that helps. But Portugal gets good surf and doesn't have, well, it doesn't have the same amount of population. So, but still, they do have a lot of talent there, especially coming from the islands. As we just saw, Luan Carvalho wrapping up that one wave with a good backside heat. Let's watch the replay of this one wave. We just saw Luan just trying to get in the first 2 spots of the heat. I enjoyed this last one, going vertical, getting a bit more aggression in that last turn. And he's definitely gonna enjoy the fruits of that. 'Cause I feel like every time, every new contest, every new season, there's a bunch of new French kids that are ripping and being contenders, which is really interesting to see. And although there are many French surfers out there, and there's a big French population, there must be some scouting going on to get them surfing so good and so early. And this is Quivron once again. Sorry for missing out on the live action, but a good combination of turns. I'm not sure if it's going to be better that 697 he has as his backup. But
back in the lead, man, wasn't he? That last wave, the left-hander got him back in front, and nicely done from Charlie. And another wave there. Let's check out the replay. He's in, he's up, and he attacks the lip straight off the bat, and then wind into that kind of wrapping, carving turn, and then he'll go for that kind of drifty little foam climb thing. Nice variety, very light on his feet, effortless and kind of shifting his weight from his front to his back foot. Good stuff.
Yeah, good stuff. I mean, yeah, Charlie surfed good this morning, surfed good last week in Zarao, surfed good 2 weeks ago in Caparica. Although he, like he said in the interview this morning, although he isn't getting those big results he's aiming for, and that maybe his surfing is showing he's capable of, he's surfing good. He's surfing really good. He looks in form. He looks like he has some good boards under his feet.
A little bit like Lane Beachley.
Whoa.
Face.
Charlie. Yeah. I didn't notice it. He might.
Have a look at him next time.
I will. Maybe if he wins this heat, you'll have the opportunity to interview him and ask him that. I'm not sure if he knows who Lane Beachley is, but
She's like a 26-time world champion.
Yeah, for something like that.
All right, 11:20 on the clock. This is heat 3 of round 2. It is Quivron of France at the moment in the white, out in the lead. He leads Peterson Crisanto of Brazil, and his compatriot Carvalho in 3rd place, looking for 588. Thomas Schwenninch, the local boy from Ericeira, which is about 25 kilometers south of here.
I think it's more about that 20 actually.
Needs a 717.
Yeah.
Wow, that's kind of unexpected. But he does have plenty of time left, actually. 11 minutes is a bag of time, but he's probably going to need, well, to get up into 2nd place, he needs 717, so he can certainly do it in one wave, but he'd hopefully be looking to get 2 brand new scores. Wow. Here goes Quivron.
Surfing good, huh?
He's looked pretty deadly this morning, and he's looked sharp this afternoon. It's all coming kind of easy to him. Let's see how this goes score-wise, but certainly he looks like he's enjoying himself out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's watch the replay of it. I enjoyed the second to last turn. It was a pretty good one. Look at that. Bam. I think the surfers are definitely enjoying the 5 extra minutes the contest organizers
I think the fans are enjoying it too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Come on.
And, I mean, with this high tide, there aren't as good as many as good opportunities there were before, but those 5 extra minutes really come in hand. And someone like Luan, he's definitely enjoying it. Unfortunately, not having room to wrap up that aerial whatever turn he did, whatever that name is, but definitely some good surfing prior to that. Looks well and balanced there. on a similar board to the one that Samuel was using. Look at that, boom. He's going for an air, but didn't really have room to land it because of all the shallowness of the shore break.
Blowing a little tail there, the Brazilian Carvalho is going to go for a little jog up the beach into the wind. As we see Santo and Fernandez in the lineup, close quarters, 9 minutes 20 remaining in this one. Let's see if we got any takers here. Santo would have just heard about Quivrant's lead nudging in front and think, well, I'd like to have something to say about that. We've got a little meaty lump coming in here. Peterson's having a look, but it's going to be Fernandez, and he goes left on the backhand, and he'll swoop off the bottom and banks a really nice turn.
It's a nice turn, but
unfortunately, it's just the one. He could have done with a little combination there. It was a beautiful maneuver. Never really had room to fit 2 turns in that wave.
Yeah, but still a good turn, but he needs a bit more than that. Definitely needs a bit more than that, and I think he's in good form. I just think he needs a bit of extra luck to really start making some more hits, because the surfing is there. I mean, the surfing is pretty much there for every surfer in the QS, but they just need that extra thing that makes him pop out of the crowd. And this is Crisanto just trying to get something. I feel like it has been a million minutes since the last wave of Crisanto. Fell asleep a bit for a while there, didn't he?
He's just waiting for the right opportunity.
With priority, I guess so, but not sure if it's the right strategy there, because Luan Carvalho is getting closer and closer by the minute, or by the wave, should I say. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. What time is it just now? Local time? Well, you don't know. But it's close to...
It's shred o'clock, mate, if you're Thomas Fernandez, because here he goes. He's having a paddle and he's up on his backhand. And he'll smash a first time with so much spray. And he almost just wanted that a little bit too much. And bit off more than he could chew. Let's check out Peterson Crisanto as he gets a quick up and down. 7:20 on the clock. I don't believe either of those scores are going to make a whole bunch of difference to much. And we're going to be left with the same situation. Quivrant 1, Crisanto 2. Quivrant, of course, now has priority.
We're 1 hour and a half away from high tide. That's what I wanted to check with the time. And this is the replay again of Tomáš Furlan. He definitely lost a bit of balance there. He went with a bit too much aggression on that turn. And Patterson, you know, he waited like, what, 10 minutes with priority? 8 minutes with priority for an in and out. That's what I'm saying.
See him splashing the water there, a little bit frustrated.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying, that he probably should have gotten his heat running.
And you see that wind is whipping up quite persistently out here. It's looking a little bit Lionel out there.
A bit what?
Lionel. Messi.
Oh.
Isn't it? You just see a little bit ragged on the lip line there.
Oh, man, can't believe I fall for that.
So there we go. Situation still Quivrant. Crisanto, you 1-2. Carvalho breathing down the neck of his compatriot, looking for 5.88. Fernandez, the local from Ericeira down the coast, looking for 6.47. It's kind of anyone's really at the moment. This, well, even first place, but certainly the second place is pretty much wide open.
Yep, it's pretty much wide open. And even Tomáš Furlan has something to say in this heat.
Yeah, he does.
He only needs a 6.47. I mean, he can do that. It would be his best wave, but still, he can do it. And Luan needing a 5.88. He has already a 6.07. It's danger time for Peterson Crisanto as we are about to enter the last 5 minutes of the heat. As we see Glatzer getting ready to hit the water next. The young surfer from Costa Rica told us in his first heat of the day that last year he spent 2 months straight in Portugal just surfing rights, because he grew up pretty much in Pavones, so he only knew how to surf flats. So that's interesting of him, and he's enjoying his time with Gani, but we'll talk about it later as we see Charlie Quevrant asking for a situation to our beach announcers, Bruno and Nuno. Well, Bruno and Nuno. Similar names. No relation between the two of them.
5-minute warning, squeaky bum time. And Quivrant Crisanto still in that lead. And those lips just kind of starting to crumble now. I'm not sure if this extreme high tide is going to do us too many favors. Low tide this morning wasn't ideal. Got a bit better when it came in. Now we're possibly even getting up towards the point where it might be just going to get a little bit backwashy and get these real fat spots. Let's see our heat leader and see what he's got on his backhand. He's got a nice little wall, and he just get the one maneuver in, and he's got that trademark kind of smooth style, pretty cash. Let's check out Fernandez. Really needs to get his skates on. Looking for 6.47. He's slashing off the top. He has not really found much open face in this heat so far. That's probably the closest he's coming to have like a kind of good opportunity in front of him. But I'm not sure if that is going to help, particularly in terms of his requirement of 6.47. Here he goes again. How did you like this one, Diogo?
I enjoyed it for sure, but I think he lacked something a bit more vertical to really get the score he needs. This was a nice looking last turn, but I think he lacked a bit more of a really big turn, vertical turn. If he wants to get the score on his backhand, he really needs to go vert and really find those sections.
That can only be Nick Runner-up, surely, waddling down the beach there. Let's check out Charlie Quiveron. A quick in and out for him. Your heat leader still looking pretty strong up there. And he can afford to just roll the dice and have a little look. Surfing with plenty of freedom. As we see behind him, we've got a paddler, and it looks like Crisanto, the Brazilian, and he'll go bang out of the lip. Super powerful, that first maneuver. And here is an immediate reply from his compatriot Carvalho. And again, it's going to be of no consequence because it's just an in and out.
Interesting talk about the high tide, because what's unplanned is that we go past the high tide, because high tide's at 3:30. We're going to have a little bit over 2 hours still of competition, and it's 2 p.m. at the moment. So we have high tide in a bit more than in a bit more than an hour and a half. So we're going past high tide, which is weird in the sense that why don't we do more heats if we are going past the high tide?
Don't ask me, mate. I've got no idea.
Yeah, I'm just wondering.
Okay.
Probably the contest director and the head judge know something we don't, forecast-wise, and that's why they are opting to do things this one way. With 2 minutes to go in this heat, things are looking really tight for second. Peterson just sneaking through in second place at the moment as Tomás Fernandes is surfing. It's live action from the Portuguese young gun. And Luan Carvalho, Peterson, Crisanto, they are all spread apart by less than a point. So it's really close. Let's watch the replay from a different angle. Good jump from our production crew, just providing us with different angles for this one ride of Tomás. It's not the kind of wave he needs. He needs a bit more room to go vertical. A bit like what Charlie did on this occasion, although he didn't really bottom turn. It was just a really fast whoop-a. And yeah, that's it.
Quiveron staying really busy, but never really challenged in terms of that first place. He looks pretty safe through. It could be a question of that second at the moment. Crisanto hanging on by his fingernails. He's had those scores since pretty much early on in the heat. For the meantime, let's just bring you up to date with Quiveron as he drifts a bit of tail and banks around again. He sprays Fernandez in the face, and then he'll just bring this one through to the inside. Keeping busy, keeping the board moving.
Always good to spray your competitor.
Oh, it's nothing better. And this is Fernandez with the whitewater takeoff, and he's late, looking for that elusive 6, and you can see there's a whole lot of bump now coming up the face at these guys with the high tide, and they're almost kind of surfing a little bit uphill at times, and that just makes it all that harder to get that score up in the good range or better. And for that reason, we haven't had a sort of scoreboard change really now for a while. Santos kind of consolidated. He hasn't done much himself, but from his point of view, fortunately, neither have his competitors. And there goes the horn. An official Quiveron in first place, Crisanto in second. They'll advance to round 3.
Crisanto sneaking through, huh? He was like he didn't get a good way for a good 15 minutes. So that was a bit of a a risk game for him, but fortunately he made it. So things are looking good for his side as he moves on to the next round in second place. Just behind Charlie Quivron, who performed really nicely. Luan Carvalho from Brazil third, and Tomas Fernandes from Portugal is fourth. And a good job for Charlie and Peterson, and hopefully we'll see some more of this good surfing we have been seeing from Charlie in the first few heats of tomorrow in round 3, as we see some good waves from the first heat, from the next heat already surfed. But meanwhile, we're going on a short commercial break, and we'll be right back after this. Stay tuned.
Mãe, não posso falar alto. Já estão todos aqui a dormir. Eu é que não consigo adormecer. Deve ser para amanhã ser o primeiro treino. Beijinhos.
Adira ao M4O e escolha um pacote SmartNet à sua medida, com 10 GB mês para utilizar nas suas apps preferidas. Aproveita a oferta de um pacote SmartNet grátis até ao final do ano e ainda da primeira mensalidade M4O. Ligue 16200 ou vá a mel.pt. O mundo é a tua casa. O mundo é Mel.
Get up. Let your bare feet touch the sand and feel the sea breeze. This is the moment. Seize the day. Let the sun bathe your skin. Let the sea wet your hair. Let the flavors light your mouth and let your friends fill your heart. We thought of everything. For you.
And we're back to the Santa Cruz Pro Santa Cruz, presented by Oakley. We're back to Praia de Vigia for one more heat of the second round, heat 4, and an interesting one. Nick van Rupp from Portugal, Yuji Mori from Japan, Leon Glatzer from Germany, and Jan Costa from Brazil. It's not Iran Costa, the former singer, but it's really close. Hopefully we'll see some great surfing from all these 4 guys. I'm pretty sure there were some waves surfed already and some good ones, but we gotta wait for the scores and for the replays there.
Yeah, interesting hit that starts now. Remember Leon Glatzer and Ian Costa surfing on the round 1, and it was a really nice. There were really nice performers on the round 1. And right now on the second round we have Nick van Rupp, really good Portuguese surfer, a charger one. He loves to go big on that places like in Ireland, in North Ireland, and even in Nazaré. Although all the big wave surfers. So Nick van Rupp, and actually here in Portugal, in here close to Santa Cruz, in Peralta, he's an insane point break, a left.
It's kind of a slab, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a really huge slab that handle really big swells, and actually Nick van Rupp was always in there.
So let's get back to the previous heat, actually, where we have Paul Evans with the winner. Who is it?
Yeah, I'm standing by with Charlie Quivron. Charlie, 2 heats, 2 wins. You're having a pretty good day.
Yeah, I'm having a good day. Waves are pretty hard, but find a couple waves here and there, and yeah, making it through. I'm happy.
Conditions are pretty tough this morning. It was kind of marginal, then it got a little bit better, and now again it seems kind of tricky. Just tell us about it.
Well, yeah, this morning was way smaller, I guess. And then, I don't know, maybe it was the tide and more wind and the swell coming, I don't know, it got bigger. Yeah, that's it, surf the same bank. Yeah, keep the same thing.
All right, and we see like different approaches from different guys. Some guys get fired up. You seem like a pretty cool customer, pretty laid back. What's your secret?
I had a couple of beers last night, so just cruising. But yeah. No, I'm just relaxed and trying not to put too much pressure on myself, because that's when I don't surf good. So just trying to be relaxed.
Whatever you're doing, keep doing it. We look forward to seeing you in round 3, boys. Back to you.
Thanks, Paul. Thanks, Charlie. And we know the strategy. If we want to be professional surfers, just have a couple beers the previous night and you'll be all relaxed. I mean, 2 beers don't hurt anybody.
Man.
So
Look at the Australian guys. The Australian guys always done that, being back in the days, and they have former world champions, Mick Fanning, Joe Parkinson, Holtman, a lot of them. So it's a
good strategy.
It's a good strategy for sure. 2 beers in the night, who cares?
Absolutely, absolutely. And it's good to see Charlie Crivon ripping as much as he is in this contest. He's definitely doing a good service for France and a good service for his camp. Is a really excited and a really exciting surfer, as we see some scores already in for the last few waves of everybody pretty much, with Leon Glatzer in 4th, Yuji 3rd, Jan in 2nd, and then Nick van Rep in 1st with a 5.33. That's the best wave of the heat so far. So it's pretty much open field at the moment, with no surfer really above the rest of the field. And Nick van Rep with the best wave so far, a 5.33. Ian Costa up and riding, that's him.
That was a backside attack from Ian Costa. We are here with the speaker of the contest, Nuno Jonet.
Yeah.
It's a traditional and the traditional host for the Portuguese competitions. And back in the days, in the French competitions, Hawaiian competition, we were always invited to that contest, and he is laughing at us because we are freezing out there.
We are in.
You should see these guys. They're wrapped in carpets.
Yep. Thanks for revealing our secret, Nuno. Yes, it's windy, and the wind here is really cold. It's an onshore wind coming from the sea, so it's really cold this morning and this afternoon. So we are wrapped up in some carpets, just keeping ourselves warm. And yeah, pretty much everyone is laughing at us, but we got to do what we got to do.
That's it, man. And you know what? If there is some good surf, that's all
that matters. That's what matters. It's that we have some good surfing going on, and it doesn't really matter what happens outside of it, as long as the surfers are happy and they're enjoying the waves at hand. Hopefully, so that's what the forecast says. We're gonna have some really good conditions tomorrow and the next day on Friday. Who knows? We might just wrap up the event. We just don't know. It really depends on how the conditions and how the waves hold up during the high tide, but we are expecting some offshore winds and some bigger waves, and we are definitely excited about that. And
we are seeing along the way the swell is coming, and it's already here. In the morning it was like 1 to 2 feet, and now you have like sets with 2 to 3 feet, maybe a bit.
That isn't much of a difference, though.
Not as so much, but you can feel the energy coming and the lines coming. It's not a big difference, but the thing is, the surfers are ripping, like Leon Glatzer on this left hand, on his front side attack. Really good wave. We just saw the last 3 maneuvers of the wave. Maybe on the replay we're gonna have the all wave, and then we have also the replay from the green surfer, air reverse triangle, and we have right now the replay from the white surfer. It's Leon Glatzer.
Yep.
It was a really nice, strong turn, the first one. Maybe he's gonna improve his score.
16 minutes to go. We are waiting for scores. The last of Ian Costa, the previous of Ian Costa actually was a 5.5. Best wave of the heat so far, but if you take a look at the scoreboard, you can see that it's pretty much an open field, as we see Ian Costa just going for a backside turn. Let's see what the wave offers him. It doesn't look like it's gonna do much for him. He goes for a backside reverse there with a bit of a nice off the lip, but the thing just doesn't really get done properly, and he's out of there. Just was a difficult wave to really wrap up that turn, and hopefully we'll see some more of Jan in the next minutes. Still 15 minutes to go. And a bit of a contrast there with what we have seen in the last few heats. Score-wise, we don't have anything in the good range yet, over 6 points. That's probably due to the high tide. We said in the previous heat, high tide is at 3:30, so that's in about a little over an hour from now. And we'll see what happens. What's on schedule is that we'll be doing, we'll be running till heat 8, including heat 8. So let's see what happens. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, right next you're gonna have Ethan Eguigoren from Euskadi against Jerónimo Vargas, Pedro Neves, and Felipe Teixeira. Even though Felipe Teixeira is running for Portugal, we're gonna have 3 Brazilian guys against a Basque Country guy. So it's gonna be an interesting hit.
As we see Leon Glatzer up and riding, just connecting the dots. He was always behind on that one wave and didn't really finish that last turn. Unfortunately for him, I think he's looking for some ramps to punt. He's a really good air guy. And look at that, just boom. It was a little bit late to that second turn, although he did a good job there in the first turn. But it didn't really have much for him.
Yeah, and it's interesting because Nick van Rupp is sitting there with priority. He's on the lead. You have a couple of 5s, I think, and he's just sitting down waiting for the good opportunity. But with these kind of conditions, I think he should be moving a bit more. But it's just my opinion.
I tell you what, that's what I was saying in the previous heat, that Patterson, who was in second and third, only did like a small score, and Patterson was just waiting and waiting with first priority, just waiting, and eventually it worked for him. But I'm not sure what's going to happen with Nick, because it's a bit of a risk game, isn't it?
That's it. Now we are seeing some free surfers on the North Peak.
Yep.
Maybe Pedro Henrique, I don't know.
Didn't look like him.
No.
Oh, wait, it is.
Yes,
You're right.
yes.
Yeah, it is. Good eye, Diogo. Good eye. That's him. That's him. That's definitely him.
He's just a free surfer, but he's actually living in Portugal for a few years. And his sister too. Actually, his sister won the
Zarautz Pro.
Just
a few days ago.
Just a few days ago. So, and they are competing for Portugal too in the ISA World Surfing Games.
They are both Portuguese, actually.
They are both Portuguese. And then we have seen Glatzer doing left-hander, and then we have the Brazilian guy Ian Costa responding. Let's see the replay. That's the wave of Ian Costa. Bottom turn, nice off the top. And then a good snap, and then a finish, just a foam climb, but he managed to finish that wide junction. And I think that Leo Glatzer is surfing too, but we have saw him on the next section of the wave. Maybe you don't have the replays, but okay, let's wait for the scores, and the scores are going to tell us how the situation are, if Nick van Rupp still are in the lead. Maybe yes, maybe not. Yuji Mori from Japan. I think it's the 4th guy from Japan that we see out here.
Big Japanese crew here.
Yeah, really good.
Yeah, it's a good event to get some points for lower ranked surfers, as we see Yoji up and riding. It's really good. It's 3,000. It's you don't really have those higher seeded surfers. That was a good finish of that wave, and it's a really good event. Start build your ranking, start build your seeding, and just really get some competitive groove. It's a long trip for the Japanese guys, but still, it's totally worth it. As we're gonna see the finish of that one wave of blue, just releasing the fins there a little bit there.
Oh, there's Nick van Rupp in action with a good drag turn with a lot of rail on the water, and then a good finish. I really like this wave. 3 maneuvers, the second one with a really big amplitude and a big rail game for Nicolau von Rupp, the half Portuguese, half German guy. So maybe he's gonna improve his leading. Really nice wave.
As we see, the surfer in white in the next heat is none other than Julen Egiguren. He's going to be surfing next on a very exciting heat, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, it's Julen Egiguren, or is it Julen? Ethan, it's Ethan Egiguren, and it wasn't Ethan, it was actually Pedro Neves. Sorry for that.
Pedro Neves.
As we see Leon Glatzer up and riding, just working on his scores, just trying to get something a bit more valuable going. He's going for an air for sure. There we go.
Yeah, nice air.
Unfortunately, that was a bit too shallow, and he wasn't happy with it. He definitely wasn't happy with 10 minutes to go. Leon Glatzer working on his scoreboard. It looks like Ian Costa's last wave moved it up to first. Now Nick van Rupp is second, but you could see from the start that Leon was going for an air there. With those big long legs, he has a bit of a grasshopper there. Just really going for that air as we see Blue up and riding. Just a bit late on that occasion.
Yeah, and definitely Leo Glatzer is a new school surfer. He loves to go to the air, and maybe he's trying, when we have 10 minutes left or 9 minutes left, maybe it's the way to get through this round and get through to round 3.
He's risking it all.
Yeah, that's sometimes it pays off. And right now, Ian Costa with priority is now on the lead. Nick von Rupp is now second, needing 5.41 for first place. And Leo Glatzer is chasing a 5.10 for second. The Japanese Yuji Mori, with his last wave, he didn't improve his situation, and he needs now a 5.8.
Last of red was a 693. That was that left-hand wave that we saw with the good three turns for red. Moves him up back to the first place, and now Nick takes a bit of a lead here in this heat with Ian Costa back in second, and it's now a bit of an open field for second. Nick van Rupp isn't safe yet. He needs to work on his backhand, but still that 693 he has as his best wave so far definitely improves his situation. And now Ian, Yuji, and Leon are going to try and fight back to overcome Nick's and push him out of that first place where he is. Nick van Rupp. I haven't seen much of Nick lately. I don't know what he's up to, but he's definitely doing some trips for sure. And he was injured for a bit, wasn't he?
Yeah, but he was on a competition by a brand, I don't know, Monster, maybe. I read something about winning the best wave of a competition somewhere in the islands, but he was always like traveling a lot, chasing swells, and that's
enjoying his time around the world.
I think he's struggling, you know, about his life, about choosing a way or trying but we have seen the replay of Yuji Mori. It could be a nice improvement for his backup score. But as I was saying, I think that Nick is trying to fit himself or in the WKS, trying to go to the CT, or just leaving that.
As a video guy.
Yeah, as a video guy, as a free surfer, as a big charger. I don't know. So maybe he knows. Maybe he wins.
Maybe he doesn't need to know. Maybe he doesn't need to choose, and he can do it all.
That's it. And have fun.
Exactly.
It's the most important thing. Sometimes we forget about that, but the most important thing of surfing is to have fun. Now we are so many competitions and competition style that sometimes the fun is getting to second place. But I want to say one thing. Normally, the guy that wins a competition is the one that have more fun.
Yeah, that's very true. No one's happy for losing, especially second place surfer who just lost the final one.
Yeah.
So yeah, but Nick van Rupp, he's definitely enjoying his time. It looks like it. He was in Hawaii for the competition in Pipeline in the beginning of the year.
The Vulcan Pipe Pro.
Yep.
Yeah.
And he's now here. If he wins his heat, we might just be able to ask him what he's up to.
Yeah.
What he has been up to lately.
Yeah.
With 5 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Maybe he's working on a new video series. We never know what Nick von Rapp has under his sleeve. And a tough day at sea for both surfers and jet ski drivers.
Yeah, shout out to them. Antonio Silva and Sergio Cosme, always looking for our athletes on the water and for their own safety. So shout out to them. It's completely freezing out there. I was lunching with Antonio and he was said in the morning was really hard to work in there. Too many hours on the water. So definitely they are...
yeah, they have their hands full for sure.
Yeah.
With the type of conditions we're having at the moment. Hopefully it will get better tomorrow. Hopefully we'll get some good offshore winds and waves. The forecast looks a bit funky because it's a bit of unusual to go from onshore to offshore in just a few hours, but hopefully that's what's gonna happen, and we'll enjoy those kind of conditions for the next few days of action. And green up and riding, that's the young Costa on a backside turn. Boom, another one. Great combination of turns for the Brazilian surfer. And one more. Look at that. Beautiful, beautiful stuff coming from Jan. Let's watch the replay. Beautiful change of angles. That was a nice looking turn, and another one. Wow, releasing a bit of detail there. I wouldn't be surprised if he got the score he needs to move up to first. He doesn't need much.
I think so.
It's a high 6 if I'm not mistaken, and if he gets that score, it will be well deserved. And this is Nick von Rapp answering back, trying to work with his backup to answer back and not really allow Ian to move up to first. And that was a huge combination of turns for the Portuguese surfer. Nick von Rapp just fighting back, really wants to move on in the first position there, Nick.
I mean, this is for me the best wave of the heat. We have to compare this wave to the last wave of Ian Costa because there are the two best waves of the heat for sure. Look at this. Oh, too much water in the air, and then the finish was not so committed and so good as that, but that for sure it was a really nice wave. Ian Costa did improve. That's not a 10.73. He's got more. You have some technical issues for sure.
Let's listen to what the beach announcer is saying, so we can. Okay, so what the beach announcer is saying is that the situation is gonna change, but he doesn't really have the wave wrapped up yet, and I wouldn't be surprised if the situation changes yet again. The graphics are a bit confusing at the moment, but don't worry too much.
Nice move from Yuji Mori there, but unfortunately was just only one. And now Nick von Rapp attacking his backside. He's in the right-hander with his backside attack. I think it was his first wave on the backside angle. So maybe he's trying a new approach. Now there is left in just 2 minutes to, and he have already, I think, won the heat. So he's trying to look for the right-handers and his backside attack to see if it's worth it to put some effort there.
Absolutely, we're still waiting on scores for the last two waves of Nicolaus and the first wave and the last wave of Green. Those are very important waves for the both of them. But I don't think Leon and Yuji are going to have much room to fight back. Although Ian is here trying to, again, improve his situation. He's not going to do it with that one wave. But I'm thinking that Nicolaus and Ian are going to run away with this heat. Change of directions here for Yuji, who went left for a change after catching a few rights. And we are still waiting on scores for that as we see the surfers in the next heat paddling out, which means we're definitely running heat 5 next.
Yeah,
and who knows what's going to happen afterwards.
Yeah. We have a lot of good surfers on the next heat, so it's going to be an interesting. As I said before, 3 Brazilians against 1 Euskadi guy. He's gonna have some work to do. So,
We're
final minute, I think.
Yep, we are definitely on the final minute of the heat, and we are still waiting for some scores. But I'm pretty sure it's gonna be red and green moving on to the next round, and the heat's gonna wind down about now. Yep, there we go. There goes the horn. Fat Lady sings, which means we're still on standby for scores. But it's gonna be Nicolaus in red and Jan in green, moving on to the next round and winning their heat. Hopefully we'll see some great things of them in the upcoming rounds in the next few days. But for now, we're gonna wait for scores, and I'm gonna leave the booth to find the winner and interview him.
Thank you, Diogo. And right now we are waiting for scores for the last heat. We don't think there is gonna be changing anything, but we still have some scores to going. But there are the scores coming up on the leaderboard. But meanwhile, we are starting the 5th heat of round 2 in red. We're gonna have Ethan Egiguren. In blue, we're gonna have Geronimo Vargas. In white, you're gonna have Pedro Neves, and in green, you're gonna have Felipe Teixeira for the round 2 heat. That's official results. Nick Von Rupp and Ian Costa advances to the next round. And as you can see on the screen, Nick Von Rupp, Ian Costa, Yuji Mori, and Leon Glatzer. We're gonna go to a quick commercial break. Stick with us, join us after that break.
I started surfing when I was 3. Now it's about the chase of a world title. It's maneuvers that haven't been done before. Places in the world that haven't been surfed before. It's never ending. I'm Julian Wilson, and I can't stop.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Pro Santa Cruz, presented by Oakley. In the water we have Heat 5, round 2. Red, Ethan Egigoren, and blue, Geronimo Vargas, white, Pedro Neves, and green, Felipe Teixeira, the Sushi Man. Welcome back, Paul.
Good to be back, man. Pretty psyched on this heat. Got some great shredding, representation from Europe, and of course the strong Brazilian representation as ever. Waves looking kind of fun-ish, kind of tricky. Still some good scores to be had.
Yeah.
We're trying to stay positive.
That's it. That's the open beach that you can see. We are right there on the top of the cliff that you can see some, I don't know in English the name of this flower, but in Portuguese is churão. It's like crying a lot, something like that. But we are with Diogo Alpendro, with the winner of the last heat.
Yep, guys, thank you. It's Nicolaus. Nick, when was the last time we saw you in a WSL contest? Was it Hawaii?
No, man. It wasn't. Yeah, Hawaii this year. Yeah, I
It
thought
was
you.
Hawaii this year, yeah.
Thought you were speaking about Triple Crown 2 years ago.
No, I'm just kidding. What have you been up to lately?
I've been in Indonesia. I've been there for the last month. I had a really good winter here in Europe this year, chasing swells and surfing big waves. It was a really important year for me in terms of personal
growth.
Growth, exactly. Thanks for the word. Just feeling more and more comfortable in huge waves and big barrels, and yeah, that's what I love doing. This last month I've been in Indo, and waves were absolutely pumping, and just trying to better my surfing in every single condition.
Yeah, you're talking about free surfing, but taking this heat you just surfed by example, your competitive surfing isn't looking too bad. How did it go?
It isn't?
Not at all.
Thanks, mate. Felt good, man. This is actually my first heat of the year, surfing in small waves. I've been feeling good, just taking some time doing the events I like, and I love being in the water when competing in fun waves, and today is a good day for that, and it feels good to be home here and close to my home, Santa Cruz, and surfing a WSL event.
What was your strategy hitting the water with these tide-affected conditions and the wind onshore taking a bit of a toll on the waves also?
It's not that complicated. I always make a big head on what to do, and everything goes wrong. The most important is just to get out there and surf and just come down to basics and surf the heat, finalize your waves. And that was my strategy. Just go out there, have fun, not care, just, try to build some waves, but taking it easy.
Thanks, Nick, and good luck for your next round.
Thanks.
Back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah.
Enjoy it.
Good interview there from Niklaus. Always interesting.
Yeah, nice words from Nicolau and nice approach to the waves, although.
All right, let's go back with live action. Here goes Geronimo Vargas, the Brazilian. He's smashing this thing all the way through to the inside. Almost did too much on that last maneuver, but just brought it back under control. So a good long right-hander there for Geronimo. He'll make his way back out. He's gone the short sleeve. He's not afraid of a little bit of 16-degree water. And he'll make his way.
You believe he's in 16? Maybe a little less. I don't know. Like 14, 15. No way. I don't know. But the replay from Geronimo Vargas seems to be cold out there. It seems to be pretty warm. It seems to be on fire with this wave. Actually, the heat is led by the Brazilian-Portuguese guy, Felipe Teixeira, the sushi guy. It works close to here, to Santa Cruz. It's in Ericeira, and is leading all the way with a 6-point wave. Right now, it's Pedro Neves, I think. Yes, it's Pedro Neves with his frontside approach. It's the second time he's surfing today. He was on the round one, and he passes in second place to this round two. So right now the situation is Geronimo Vargas is leading with a 8.67, Felipe Teixeira in second needing 2.67, Ethan Eguiguren needing 2.33, and right now Pedro Neves with that last wave, that last score, he pulls away some, I don't know, some kind of 3 point something, and he actually moves to second place. So the priority right now, I think, is gonna be with the Euskadi guy, Ethan Eguiguren. 7 minutes remaining, and the high tide is reaching the German beach, and we are seeing a paddle from Pedro Neves. He's up and riding again.
Here he goes, Peter Snow on his backhand, and he's smashing around, gets a nice hit off the top there, plenty of spray, and he looks to see if he can eke out another maneuver. Goes a little double fist pump.
Yeah.
So there's Snow in the white. Here goes Blue Vargas, heat leader, swooping down the line, and he'll eject the side. There's no scoring potential on that inside section. Let's take another look here at the replay of Pedro Neves.
It was a really nice wave. Well worked out, beat vertical, and then look, just a check turn and then a double up junction
with a really nice perform, and then the closing fist. I think it's the first claim of the day.
It'd be awkward if he gets a 4 for that now, wouldn't it? Doing a double fist pump and then it gets a 4. Let's see. Let's see what happens.
Now we have Ethan Gigoren, but it falls up. You remember what Kelly is saying about the claims, about the 4-point claims? You remember Jadson André in France 2 years ago? We claimed on the beach running a lot and jumping high with a 2.3 or something like that. It was insane, man.
Good wave here for Teixeira, and he smashed a couple of nice backhand turns. We do have a bit of size now unloaded, and kind of all of this wind swell out the back's coming right up on the beach. As we'll check out a replay of him, he takes off late, and then he'll just angle off the bottom, banks off that first turn as a setup, and gets a little bit more of this one. Nice little attack into the lip, and then kind of played chicken with the white water, and the white water won. But anyway, a couple of nice turns there for the surfer representing Portugal.
Felipe Teixeira have a pretty similar surf to the other Brazilian guy that actually was on the tour, William Cardoso. You remember, a powerful powerhouse surfer.
Big man.
Yeah, big man. And Felipe Teixeira has a pretty similar approach to the waves as William Cardoso. So let's gonna see the last wave, and it's there. The last wave for Felipe Teixeira, it's I don't know, like a 4 point something, but it's enough to go to the lead. And right now Pedro Neves is chasing a 4.74, Jerónimo Vargas chasing a 4.71 for second, and Ethan Gigoren needs a 5.11. I don't know who has the priority right now, but I think it is with Jerónimo Vargas.
That's our situation. All quiet out there at the moment. Everyone just taking stock, coming down towards that halfway point. So everyone's kind of had a couple of opportunities, and now the dust just kind of settle in, the scoreboard settle in, and then you start to think most of these guys will probably have a strategy, obviously, towards the first half of the heat, and then a strategy towards the back end, depending on where they are. But obviously the main important strategy, as Nick Von Rupp touched upon in his insightful interview with Diogo before, is it's pretty simple. You just go out there and surf. I like that. Strip it down to the basics.
That's it. We are used to see, as we're talking about me and Diogo, you used to see Nick Von Rupp on huge slabs and huge, but it's a great surfer, and he also knows to surf about these conditions. And if you have some fun, that's the proper way to do it. Now we have Pedro Neves responding to Felipe Teixeira, and that's a nice wave too. He's surfing really well, really confident. It's a young guy, a young kid, but he's doing the right thing. Let's see the replay. Nice bottom turn with the grab rail. I like it that, but the snap wasn't so good. Now this cutback a bit better, and then the finishing, trying to kick off the tail, and it's a nice approach to that wave. Meanwhile, in blue, it's Jerónimo Vargas trying to improve his score. A nice float section there, but the wave shut down him, and he couldn't do anything more. So 12 minutes remaining, 12 and a half minutes remaining, and still in the lead, Felipe Teixeira, but actually we are waiting for scores, I think. Yes, and it's a 4.5 for Felipe Teixeira in his backup.
Here goes the bass surfer, Gigoren, and he looked like he was setting up for something big then, just changed his mind midway through his bottom turn, and ejected. Decided to get out of there, as does Teixeira. It's a kind of similar thing and ends up pretty much in exactly the same place. And those two will paddle out, keeping each other in very close company, keeping an eye on each other. Vargas does have prio. You see him there in the lineup in the blue, and it's under that 12-minute mark now. So we're into that second half of this heat. Of course, we've gone to 25-minute heats here. This is round 2 of the Pro Santa Cruz presented by Oakley 3000 QS. And we're at the beautiful town of Santa Cruz in Portugal, just north of Ericeira, around about an hour north of Lisbon.
Yeah.
And a lovely part of the world it is. If you're thinking about a surf trip, look no further. We've got a lot of options, you know, all about Peniche. Obviously, the surfboard knows all about that place, but so much more to offer as well. And, you know, this isn't the most famous surf town in Portugal, but some great waves on offer here on this beach break.
Yeah, it's not really famous, but you know what? I'm a local and I like that because we have almost clean lineups every day in the morning. We actually have no crowd here, so it's really
Perfect.
good.
That's what
maybe,
you want.
Maybe it's the last year with no crowd. Santa Cruz, if you want to see, go check it out on the WSL app or site. Now Santa Cruz is a type A beach, so it means a lot.
Here goes Vargas. This is a replay, just checking him out. A smaller wave for him and looks a little bit frustrated, maybe just questioning himself, why'd I go that one? As will join Neves. And just smaller in stature. He's got that whippy kind of style.
Yeah.
Plenty of speed down the line. Let's have a look at a replay of him here. So he went to a high line straight away from takeoff, eventually makes it to the bottom of the wave. And then he had a whole bunch of chop to deal with. Never easy.
It's a low score heat, but you know what? It's a very competitive one. Everybody had a chance to go through to next round. And there is Felipe Teixeira working on his forehand. Really good turn there. Nice bottom turn, foam climb. He's trying to finish this wave and improving that 4.5, and he managed to finish that maneuver.
Great wave.
Great wave for Felipe Teixeira, and that 4.5 is already gone.
Yeah, beautiful wave. You saw Ikegiren have a look. He mustn't have had priority against this surfer here, who Teixeira, the heat leader, who just snaffled that wave off him. And a nice looking wave it was too. Couple of nice maneuvers, and he bashed it on the end. Kind of took an eternity to ride out of it, but really, really well done. Let's check out a replay of our bass surfer Ikegiren. Here he's going down the line. He'll bank off that top section, keep the speed going, and he'll project out again to another lip. And he got some nice spray off that one. He did well to complete then. That one got wobbly. You can almost kind of see him starting to get unbalanced. He did really well just to ride out of that thing, and that's what he needed. Didn't really have a backup previous to that. That's exactly what he needed, was to finish off his wave. That's one straight out of the coaching manual. Finish off your wave. Make sure you nail a backup down. Put some scoreboard pressure on your competitors. That's what he's done. 8:45 remaining.
And that's it. But I've seen wait for it, Diogo, because it's Geronimo Vargas surfing, and surfing really well. It was a nice last turn. We didn't see what he's got on the first part of the wave. Now we have the replay from Pedro Neves. Oh, really nice move. I didn't saw that. And we are waiting for the replay too for the last wave of Geronimo Vargas, but it seems a good turn, the last one. This is live action with Pedro Neves, but a bit too late on every maneuver. So we're gonna paddle out again and try one more time. Yeah, so really nice hit. I would love to see that last wave from the blue Geronimo Vargas to figure it out if it's gonna change the situation. There we have the Ethan Ikegiren on his front side. Oh, good move there. Really nice wave, nice combination. There were 3 maneuvers, but really with a nice flow between them. So it was his best wave for sure. 460, I think that's from that wave.
All right, 7 minutes and 10 remaining. Let's see if the pack gets shuffled. Neves has been pretty busy. He's like a little kind of firecracker of a character. He's catching a lot of waves and hitting some sections. And Ikegiren, he's coming to the party. He waited a while to get a backup, and now he's getting into it. Let's check out Vargas here, replay of him. Kind of a fat, flabby takeoff. And he projects down the line and looking for some speed. He'll find a bit. And he'll crack off 2 little turns, kind of muted in terms of their impetus. But nevertheless, a decent finish. Finished, obviously, with the completion, 2 little hits. And he'll just ask that question of the judges.
But it's his best wave. It's a 5 point. The last wave of red, it was also the best wave, 4-6. And also the last of green, it was not his best wave, but he actually improves the backup score with the 6 points. So right now the situation is green on the lead. White second needs 6.63, third red needs 5.05 for second, and Geronimo Vargas in blue needs 4.98 to second. When we reach the last 6 minutes, it's all on the way. You have 6 minutes to put that score, and you have opportunities. In 6 minutes, I think there are plenty of waves to do that score.
Yeah, and our competitors there all bunched up together, right, sitting right on top of each other pretty much. Not really multiple peaks right now on this high tide. It's pretty much focused on one main bank. You see a pull-back shot there, and you can see that little bank. You see how it's just focusing this wind swell. And those lines approaching. We might get a little flurry of activity here. Everyone's sitting super close together, and it's Vargas who's up on a right-hander. And he'll bank around with a nice kind of carving, wrapping turn. Doesn't really kind of smack the white water, just stays close to it. And again, I'm not sure what that body language means, but I think maybe just a bit disappointed with himself that he caught a rail. And we'll hear that 5-minute warning sound as we'll just check out Vargas's rail work again. I think just here, his board kind of grabbed in the white water, and it was a little bit disappointed he didn't have another crack at that.
Yeah, right now you have Ethan Egigoren finding a 5.05. Oh, he slipped the tail on the bottom, and you have to have another try. 4.5 minutes remaining for the end of this heat, and Ethan Egigoren is not gonna improve the situation with this wave. Changing priority right now, I think he's gonna be at the green surfer. Pedro Teixeira again. He's comfortable on the leading. He has the priority. 4 minutes for the finish, and maybe Felipe Teixeira already. You never know. You never know until the fat lady sings. You never know. But it seems that he have the best wave score and the best backup. So it's gonna be difficult. There are not too high scores, but it still are some really good scores.
All right, we got a pattern. It looks like it is our heat leader, Teixeira. And he just checks his speed with the top turn. Then he'll go and hit the lip, and then he'll slash up, still maintaining plenty of down the line projection. He'll finish off again strong. That's nice surfing from him. Yeah, just consolidating that lead. Here's the replay. We'll look from a different angle. You see he's got that kind of strong, kind of squatty stance. And he'll just ride over this section, click up his heels there, and again, he'll bash it on the end. Did really well to finish there, to fit those turns in. It wasn't easy. And as we go into this short break, you've seen steep waves get fat and vice versa. There's a lot of water sort of swirling around in there, and he did pretty well to negotiate that stuff. Let's wait and see if he can extend his lead at the moment. He does have that all-important lead over Pedro Neves in second. Iguiguira in the Basque needs 5.05. Vargas, the Brazilian, needs just a 4.9. So basically, in terms of that tussle for an advancing slot, it's only really a mid-range score of a 5 that the guys in third and fourth need. And we will watch the Basque surfer. He has a good paddle on that one, just died underneath him. And out the back, we've got a bit of a meatier looking set, a little bit tastier. And Neves had the priority, decided not to use it on that wave. He's like, I got the trump card, I'm not going to play it just quite yet. And he'll have another look here. Vargas thinks, all right, this is a bit of me. And he's up, we're splitting the peak. We're going to stay with Iguiguiran. He's on the right hand of the Basque. And here he goes, slashing off the top. And here he goes, just clocking another maneuver, which is incomplete, and that'll be disappointing. He only needed a low 5. And you got to probably say here, Diego, this wave might even have had a 5 on it.
Yeah, I think so, but
It was a foamy one.
Yeah.
In fairness to him, had a lot of whitewater, but nevertheless, he would have been hoping to at least make that maneuver.
Yeah, that's for
got to
sure.
ask the question of the judges.
And now chasing a 5 point or 4.91, I think, Geronimo Vargas. Oh, nice turn with a tail release and then a front climb, but it was not. Oh, it's gonna be hard. 4.98.
I'm not sure that's going to be enough there. I think he lacked a little bit of commitment there with his surfing. Let's see how those scores come in. A minute 10 now remaining on the clock. Are we going to get more scoring opportunities? We do have a couple of lumps running through, but you've got to say it's easy from up here, but third and fourth then both had opportunities to at least go near a 5. Let's wait and see if they do.
Yeah, I don't think so. But look, that's another opportunity here. 1 minute left. No way, he's not. So Pedro is trying to do that wave. He's not going. And
Vargas
then again.
Looking for 4.98. 40 seconds on the clock. Gets a first clock in. He's got a little wall here, but not much of one. And he just runs out of space.
Oh.
And he throws down a little kind of pretty half-hearted fist pump. I'm not sure if he's even convincing himself there, but he thought, why not? I'll give it a go. Let's wait and see. We're waiting for 2 scores of him, but I think...
Let's see the replay.
Let's have a look and see what he got done. Decent-ish first turn. He got caught up. That'll cost him points-wise. That was just a check turn. And there's not much happening on the end for him.
I don't think so.
And that's the end of the heat. There we go. Well, not a crazy heat score-wise. It was a pretty close one. But unofficially, it does seem like we're going to remain unchanged. And it's that man, Teixeira, who looked pretty good all the way through in that one. And it looks like Pedro Neves will probably be following him through. Let's wait and get official confirmation of results. So that could well be our 1-2 here as we power on through this second round.
I think so. I think Felipe Teixeira and Pedro Neves moving forward to the third round. And they guaranteed like 500 euros, man. 550 euros for reaching the round 3. Right now we're gonna go to a short commercial break. So stick to us, join us after the break, and to the Pro Santa Cruz presented by Oakley.
I started surfing when I was 3. Now it's about the chase of a world title. It's maneuvers that haven't been done before. Places in the world that haven't been surfed before. It's never ending. I'm Julian Wilson, and I can't stop.
Welcome back to beautiful Santa Cruz, Portugal. And that's the official results of the last heat. Felipe Teixeira representing Portugal. He advances alongside Pedro Neves, Peter Snow. That's your 1-2, Ethan Iguiguera and Geronimo Vargas. They're bowing out. And out in the water right now, we're on up to heat number 6 of the second round. That's what we're looking at. Jordy Collins, Enrique Pirate, John Mel, Gonzalo Gutierrez. It's not the 6th, I think it's Vidal. It just says VI on there. I don't think it's Roman numerals for the 6th. And joining me back in the booth is the man, another Diogo.
The man, the myth, the moment.
I got 2 of them.
You got a handful.
It's very hard for me to tell a difference, to be honest. They kind of look the same to me, but he's back in the booth. Diogo Alpenda, welcome back, mate.
Thank you. Excited to be back. Excited for 2 more heats of great action, and hopefully some great surfing coming from the guys in the water in the next few heats, starting with Jordy Collins, Henry Perret, John Mel, and Gonzalo. Jordy Collins is quite the surfer, I tell you that. I saw him surfing the Azores last year, but this was actually Gonzalo Vidal, just trying to get something rolling on his first wave. They are so close to shore that it's unbelievable how they are surfing. Yeah, nothing major here from the Spanish surfer. He went for a bit overboard there, but he went for something major, Paul. And that's red up and riding. Jordy Collins from the US of A, just hitting that section, getting some nice projection for down the line. Unfortunately, the wave didn't have any more section. He was just about to hit sand with his fins. But you never want to do that. His fins are expensive, Paul. Were you aware of that? Fins are expensive.
There he goes. Let's have a look at the replay. And he'll bank off that first kind of steep section, and he gets another little cooperative lip, and he tickles it. Let's see if it tickles the judge's fancy. So he makes his way back into the lineup. We are going up to heat 8, so including this one.
3 more.
4 more, including this. That silence there, that interval was the sound of cogs turning.
No, this is heat 6. I knew. I had done the math before.
3 more, including this one. Good.
Yeah.
John Mel, he's got a 3-2. He's out in the lead. He's in white, the American. And Vidal in second in green at the moment. Do you know, we're not going to give you too many positions. They haven't even each caught 2 waves yet, so let's
not get hung up on that.
Yeah, let's spare ourselves.
As we see blue, that was a nice turn off the top for Perret. He's a good surfer. Already going bald, which is surprising for such a young surfer.
How old is he?
He's like 19 or something.
Ooh. That's heavy.
But before that, let's go with the interview with last heat's winner. Take it away.
Thanks, guys. We are here with the winner of the last heat. We're going to talk in Portuguese and then we're going to do the translate. Pedro, parabéns. 2 baterias, Filipe, desculpa, Filipe Teixeira, claro que sim. 2 baterias boas, 2 vitórias, direto no round 3. Quais é que são os objetivos para este campeonato?
Pô, o objetivo é sempre os melhores, né? Sempre estar entre os primeiros, fazer um bom resultado, fazer boas ondas e conseguir desenvolver o surf, né?
Como é que tem sido a sua vida aqui em Portugal? Você mudou-se para cá já há uns anos, já tem nacionalidade portuguesa, trabalha no Unisushi, na Ericeira. Como é que é essa relação entre trabalhar como sushi man e treinar aqui para eventos como estes, como o WQS?
Pô, tudo começou com uma viagem de surf, né? Eu cheguei aqui para pegar onda, vim de férias, pegar onda, sabia que a Ericeira tinha altas ondas e para lá que eu fui. E quando cheguei lá, me apaixonei pelo lugar e eu já fazia sushi e surgiu a oportunidade de chegar junto no Unisushi, que é onde eu trabalho, né? E gerencio o restaurante. E é bem legal a relação lá de pegar onda e à noite ir cozinhar e fazer a comida que toda a malta do surf gosta. Então eu sempre vejo vários amigos lá no restaurante e é muito bom isso.
Boa, obrigado, parabéns pela vitória e força para o próximo round. Back to you guys. Diogo, I think you can translate the interview, so back to you guys on the booth.
I'm gonna leave it to Paul to translate that one.
Yeah, he's pretty stoked. He's had 2 heat wins. He's feeling good. He's happy. He's got some good boards.
And not only that, he's happy because he splits his time being a sushi man and also being a surfer, doing some contests. His career as a sushi man and as a surfer professionally started with a surf trip. But now let's get back to the action in the water with Jordy Collins on his last wave. Yeah, he didn't wrap up that one, but still, this is Henrique Perret. Look what I told you. There he goes. A bit better on the back end.
All right, 17:50 remaining in this one. Heat 6 of this round 2.
Yep.
And it's 25-minute heats, of course, now. 2 advanced, 2 bow out, looking for that all-important slot in the 3rd round, and that's where we see our top-ranked surfers will join us. So we'll see some of our CT guys will join us in that round, like Kanoa Igarashi, like Frederico Moraes.
Some former CT guys like Aritz Ananburu and Thiago Pires.
Wow, stacked.
The European champion in Jonathan Gonzalez, Maximo Snow, former world champ, as we see a split pick situation with White going for a big air.
John Mel.
Oh boy.
Getting a little nuts as he blows some tail beautifully. And nicely controlled as well. Didn't have the biggest of waves or the meatiest of sections, but that's what it's all about, is turning little opportunities into good scores. He just checked his opponent was going right, and he just made sure his fellow American was going right. We're going to stay with him. And this is Collins.
I bet they're friends. They competed together with Team USA in the Azores last year. That was a good air for John. And I wonder if Pete is listening to us. Hi there, Pete, if you're there. And this is Gutierrez Vidal answering back, but he wasn't too happy about it. But Henrique Pirea was saying that he surfs better on his backhand. That's because he's from Ericeira and usually surfs those 2 waves, Coxos, Ribeira de Ilhas. That's where he gets the most practice on. And he really works on his backhand. He really tries to improve on his surfing there. Obviously enjoys Pedro Branca too, but I mean, his backhand is his biggest strength. And this is surfer in green, Gutierrez Vidal from Spain. Also enjoying a bit of a run here. Already making 1 heat, starting off this one pretty neatly, but it's still pretty much wide open, this one.
Yeah, it is, absolutely. Just under that 16-minute mark, and we are approaching that high tide, so these guys right on the shore break here, putting on a show, and they just sometimes, after their final maneuver, haven't ditched the board just to make sure they don't run aground with the ship on the dry sand across the beautiful golden sands of Santa Cruz Beach, Tomorrow Beach, German Beach. It's got another name as well.
Watchman Beach.
Watchman Beach, got a lot of names. And today it's hosting some of the best and raddest qualifiers around as they go to battle. And here goes John Mel in white, backside. And he'll just clock a little lip. Kind of wave disappeared a little bit underneath him. He went down.
Yep. We are just about to hit the high tide. It's at 3:30, it's 3:15 local time here. So conditions not too bad with the high tide going on at the moment. That's a good indicator for what is possible to do in the next few days. Obviously, we don't want the guys to serve 4 or 5 heats in the same day, but still being able to have that safety of running some heats during high tide, it's a good thing. That air of John Mel, yeah, what's a 4.93, Jordi a 4.67. They take a bit of a lead here, and they move to the qualifying positions as we see Felipe Teixeira's heat official results just being delivered to us, with Felipe and Pedro moving on. Unfortunately, we say our goodbyes to Ethan and Geronimo. I wonder what happened in Geronimo. He was quite a seasoned surfer a few years back. I mean, he's still a seasoned competitor, but he would do the full QS. He was well sponsored. He was all over the place releasing clips, and then he just stopped showing up.
Maybe he's grown as a person like Nick Von Rupp.
He might just have. That was a good interview, huh?
Yeah, it's good. He's always entertaining, isn't he, Nick Clow?
Yeah. He's not one of those surfers that always says the same thing. He's pretty honest. Doesn't mind saying something different and revealing a bit of his truth. So that's always keeps it fun. How many covers did you give him? A few, huh?
Yeah, 2.
Oh, there we go.
One of them wasn't very good. He wasn't very happy with it. All right, John. Sorry, Jordi Collins having a look here. The American in red on the backhand. And he banks over a little section. He rides high over the lip, and then he'll spank it nice and hard. And
Look
that
at
was
the dance move,
that
jazzy
was
hands.
really well done. I enjoyed that stuff a lot. Nice technical, sharp surfing from the American. Let's check out Gutierrez Vidal. And he'll bound down the line. He'll swoop with a nice snapping kind of almost like a handbrake turn, an e-brake turn as he skids around the section. And he gets a little bit nuts right on that inside. The thing went very dry indeed. He's in about ankle-deep water right there. Let's check out the replay.
Yeah, Gutierrez, the 6th, doing a good job here. I get what you're saying, but I do like these kind of turns. Getting powerful, stylish. I don't mind these kind of turns that Vidal is doing here, unfortunately coming unstuck there. I wonder what the scores will be like, but I
think they're better if you don't kind of stop altogether. Do you know what I mean? You can't stop.
I know what you mean.
It's never that good for surfing if you stop.
You want to keep your momentum going,
Kinda,
but
I think so.
Isolated, it looks good.
Yeah,
that turn.
That's nicely done. You know, in terms of what he had on offer,
functionality might not be the best. You lose a bit of too much speed in there, but still, it doesn't look too bad.
He moves up a little bit.
He does. It's a 4.9.
There we go. So he's up in the 2nd place now. 1 and 2, of course, advancing. And Collins. That was some really nice surfing from him, wasn't it, as well? He does look very sharp indeed.
Do you know what mel means in Portuguese? Honey. Like bee honey.
Yeah, no, I get it. I know what honey is. Yeah.
He's called João Mel.
Here he goes. And just swooping around on a left-hander. Up in the lip. Nice little snap again. He's going down the line. He's looking for something. He'll get another hit off the top end again. So fitting the maneuvers in. Just clocking them up on that inside there for young Jong Mel.
It could be Darling Honey. Besides Bee Honey. Let's watch the replay. It's a nice turn to start things off. Didn't lose his momentum. Just read the wave well. Nice 2nd turn. Just always looking ahead of him just to really finish that wave off. And he sure did. Connecting the dots there with a bit more pizzazz there for John Mel. He needed 347 to go up to 2nd, and I believe he's going to get that.
Some nice pizzazz, some nice panache.
Panache, I like that one too.
It was nicely done.
And that's Manuel Selman from Chile. And that's Enrique Pires' father in blue.
Right, gotcha. Just watching his son, cheering him on.
Yep, that's it.
Offering him unconditional support, whatever happens in the heat.
5-2-3 for John Mel.
That's good parenting.
Yeah, that's good parenting. He's also a coach. Coaches Gani, physical coach and all that. John Mel, 5-2-3 on his last wave, jumps to 1st.
Nice.
So that was worth the wait for priority, using his priority well on that long left. We're not seeing as big of a scores as we were seeing.
I tell you what, with 10 minutes to go, John Mel and Geordie Collins are making America great again. Because it's a USA 1-2.
There we go.
Let's see if they can hang on.
What happened to Mexican pro surfers? You don't get many of those, do you? You don't. You really don't. There was a Diego Alejandro Moreda, no? Wasn't he Mexican? I think he's Mexican. Coco Nogales is Mexican. But on the QS, there are many Mexican surfers, which is a shame. The Miños have something to do with Mexico, don't they?
They grew up there.
They grew up there.
Let's check out Geordie Collins on a left-hander, and he almost thought about stalling for a little head dip then. And he goes for a nice big old rotation. Beautifully done. And he's just having fun out there. He's
look how excited he is. He's just eager to look back at the crowd.
He's loving that. And so he should. Take a bow, young man. That was beautiful stuff. He's going to have a little run up the beach, I think. Let's check him out. He stood on the tail there just for, he wasn't stalling for a barrel. He just wanted to let the ramp get in front of him.
It was kind of a nollie launch, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was beautifully done. And he's pleased with himself, wasn't he? He really did enjoy that as well. He might.
As you should be. I mean,
that's really good stuff from Geordie Collins.
Yeah, that was a
and
great.
You'd almost say he seems to have the invisible touch.
Why?
Genesis? No?
No.
Phil Collins?
I know who Phil Collins is.
It's almost as if there's something in the air tonight.
That one I know.
Beautiful stuff from Collins. He was in 2nd. Let's see if he can pip his compatriot Mel into 1st with that aerial maneuver. Beautifully executed right under the judges' noses down there in the shorey. And that's our situation with 8:20 on the clock. After this one, just 2 more heats to go before we turn this thing off for the day.
I wonder what's the score going to be for this one wave of cons. I wish we could see the replay again of the last of red, because it was a great air, a great rotation, but the launch looked a bit. It looked a bit like an ollie, though. It was weird. It wasn't air, of course, but still. Didn't you find it weird?
He does go up into 1st place.
Yep. It's going to be close to a nut.
It's an 8.67, I think he got.
Oh, there you go.
Judges enjoyed it, and he's absolutely fired up as well. He should be looking really good value in that first place now. And here goes John Mel paddling on a decent left of his own. He's got some meat in front of him to deal with. And a beautiful slash off the top there. And a little kind of a checked whitewater climb. I'm not sure he'll get back up on the open face, but he did a bit of damage with his first maneuver, Diogo.
He sure did. Let's watch the replay again, different angle. Let's see this first turn straight from the front. That was a nice looking thing. Unfortunately, the wave was a bit too big for the sandbank and the tide and closed out on him, but still that first turn looked really good. As Jordy Collins went right on that same wave. That went a bit funny for red for Collins, but still. Did he get the one behind? He sure did. Once again, Collins just really wanted to go right there.
And he kicked that board away before he came a cropper on the beach. And that is your heat leader, thrown down a massive 8.67. We've had a couple of low-scoring heats. We had a little bit of scoreboard activity earlier on. But I think since Nick Von Rupp got something like a 7, we've not had a whole lot of big business in terms of numbers.
Yep.
It has been a bit quiet. This one's come back to life again with a nice big fat 8 there for the American Jordy Collins for a frontside air reverse. Nice big rotation right under the shore break. Super critical, entertaining, and gets rewarded with a score in the excellent range, and that's why he is in the lead. Of course, 1 and 2 advancing, but the biggest score that we did see so far was that American, again, is Ethan Osborne.
Also for an air. But Mark's 9 was for turns, wasn't it? Mark Lacomar's was for turns, so interesting. The judges are definitely enjoying the airs, but they're pretty much they're like an open book, willing to be read from right to left or left to right. It doesn't matter. They just want to see some good words put on paper, and that's the kind of surfing they're valuing here this morning and this afternoon. Actually, it's close to 3:30 p.m. So interesting heat for sure. Jordy Collins, he was so happy after that. That was pretty cool to see. And quite a surfer, this young guy.
There goes the 5-minute warning. We're getting down to the last 5 minutes now of this Heat 6 of round 2. The Pro Santa Cruz 3000 presented by Oakley. And it's a USA 1-2 at the moment, leading Spain and then Portugal. Let's see if Europe can get back in this thing. But at the moment, it is Collins and Mel looking really good. There's the breakdown of the scores. It's the 8.67 and the 5.33 for Collins that got him out in front. And as we have a paddler in live action, it looks like Mel. And here he goes. He's had a little look. That wave looked kind of fat. And he decided, you know what? I don't think I'm going to bet up my 5s I've already got locked in at the moment on this thing. I'll get out, save energy, see what else comes my way.
Probably a good strategy for Pete, for John, sorry. He took his time standing up. He really wanted to make sure that wave was the right one to catch. Unfortunately, it wasn't. And just behind him was Enrique Pireneco, as his friends called him. Just one turn there, another one here. Look how comfortable he is on his backhand. That's what airy surfing does to you. Get really comfortable. If you're a goofy footer going backhand, there's so many good rides there. And this is Gutierrez Vidal getting his feet ready to do some turns. Lost a bit of speed there. Had to make it around this section, but he wasn't able to, was he? No, he really wasn't.
Oh, no. Nice.
A good, nice kick out. It's always fun, huh?
He almost kind of went like chin first into that one with his his feet up behind his head. That was beautifully done.
You love that. Is that what makes you laugh? A good old kick out. That's pretty funny. Scores dropping for Piret. It's gonna be a good way for him. Moves him up to 3rd, but he still needs a good score to move to a qualifying spot. He needs a 7.13. And John Mel making an extra effort to listen to what the beach announcer is saying. onshore wind doesn't really help in this kind of situation.
Yeah, he's like, hey, Nuno and Bruno, speak up, buddies.
It's like Dupont and Dupont. Nuno and Bruno.
Speak up, mates. He's just listened to the situation there. If he can hear it, he'll learn that he is in second place. He does have an advancing spot. And the surfer in third place, Pirret, needs 7.13. So he's got a bit to do. Surfer in fourth just needs a 5.9. So they both need to better their high score by quite some measure. And they've got 2 minutes and 20 seconds if they are going to do it.
But look at that, fourth place to Gonzalo Gutierrez Vidal. Gonzalo Gutierrez, the sixth, only needs a 5.9 to go to second. Pirret in third needs a 7.13. That's because out of the two, Gutierrez has the best wave of 4.9. It's not a commanding lead. Oh, I mean, it's a commanding lead. It's not a commanding second place. There we go, the frog jump just for Paul. He's cracking up. As you should. That was a pretty funny jump, a pretty funny kick out.
You can master the ride, but never the ocean.
Point break? Is that from Point break?
Free ride.
Free ride.
1:45 to go. It's still USA 1-2. Collins and Mel. They're out in the lead. Pirret and Gutierrez Vidal with a bit to do. As the clock's ticking down. We are around that high tide mark. So scoring opportunities. They're not exactly sparse, but they're not exactly plentiful either as we get a big old woolly cotton wall. A bomb breaks out the back and just kind of washes through the lineup, and that isn't going to help either. If you're looking for a wave, you don't necessarily want a big old kind of white watery lineup, just making things even more confusing. Let's see if either of these guys can pull something out of the bag. It's Vidal having a look. He needs that 5.9, so he needs to go about a point better than his high score so far.
Yeah.
And he needs to get his skates on if he is going to do that. And Pirret's got it all left to do, really. The guy in blue, the local from just down the road in Ericeira. And he's not really come to the party in this one. He's looked a little bit out of sorts from the beginning.
Yeah, he did. I feel like you always have the same thing in these heats where you have a guy that really stands out, another one that's lost a C, and the other two are scrapping for second. I think that's a good pattern in this kind of contests. You can see
all right,
a bit
last
of that.
roll of the dice. Here goes Vidal on a right-hander looking for that 5.9, and he's not going to get it if that's all it offers him. And that wave just kind of shuts down. You can see the frustration. He wanted it. I love his desire. And he had to go this thing, really. He was running out of time. He stood up, got some nice speed going, attacked that first section. But from there, not a whole lot left to be done for him.
And heat is over. The clock is has stopped. And we're going to stand by for next heat start as we're still waiting for the official results of this heat. We're going to soon interview that heat's winner, Jordy Collins. And the official results are on our screen at the moment with the Americans taking the win. 1:14 USA. With the Iberians, Enrique Pirret and Gonzalo Gutierrez, unfortunately coming a bit short of what they needed, but as you can see, it was a pretty close call for second. Congratulations, nevertheless, to Jordy Collins with that 8.67. Meanwhile, while we wait for the beginning of the next heat, we're going on a short commercial break, and we'll be right back with more action straight from Santa Cruz and the Santa Cruz Pro presented by Oakley. Stay tuned.
Mãe, não posso falar alto. Já estão todos aqui a dormir. Eu é que não consigo adormecer. Deve ser para amanhã ser o primeiro treino. Beijinhos.
Adira ao M4O e escolha um pacote SmartNet à sua medida com 10 GB mês para utilizar nas suas apps preferidas. Aproveita a oferta de um pacote SmartNet grátis até ao final do ano e ainda da primeira mensalidade M4O. Ligue 16200 ou vá a mel.pt. O mundo é a tua casa. O mundo é Mel.
Get up. Let your bare feet touch the sand and feel the sea breeze. This is the moment. Seize the day. Let the sun bathe your skin. Let the sea wet your hair. Let the flavors light your mouth and let your friends fill your heart. We thought of everything. For you.
Welcome everybody, and to everyone who just joined us, welcome to the Pro Santa Cruz presented by Oakley. Round 2, Heat 7 in the water right now. We are in Santa Cruz, Praia de Vigia, just to the north of Ericeira, to the south of Peniche. My name is Diogo Alpendre. Alongside me is Diogo Cabeleira, and we are very excited to get this heat underway.
Yeah,
Four more guys
the
in the
last
water.
2 heats of the round and the last 2 heats of the day.
Yeah, that's what they're telling us, and we already have 4 guys out. None other than Manuel Selman in red. In green, this is the replay of his last wave. It's Julian Egigoren. We also have Eduardo Fernandes in blue and Dimitri Ouvre in white. So one more heat for some of these guys, and this is Eduardo Fernandes up and riding. All in blues, both wetsuits and vest, and it's a good start for the heat for these 4 guys that are definitely looking excited to get things underway here this afternoon. First heat for Eduardo, also for Manuel, second for Dimitri and Julian. Let's see what they have in store for us in the next 22 minutes as we are just hitting the high tide, and hopefully that won't affect too much in the last 2 heats of the day.
Yeah, and talking about Dimitri Ouvre, his last hit in the round 1, he was smashing. And talking about, this is in red, Manuel Selman, the Chilean guy, the Chile guy, the guy from Chile. Viva Chile! I have lots of friends there, and they have a lot of some really nice waves. Dimitri Ouvre, kind of a mistake there, because it was a really open wall wave, so he could reach a high result or high score, but on the first turn, let's see the replay. No, this is the replay of the red and then the replay of the white, but in the first turn, as I was saying, the first turn of Dimitri Ouvre, let's see what is happening, because
kind of made up for it afterwards. There he is, boom, backside turn. But unfortunately, that first mistake is going to cost him some scores for sure, and it's going to be as high as it could be for Dimitri, who served a good heat this morning. And this is Julian Egigoren.
Yeah, Dimitri had one of the best scores.
Yes, he did. This is Julian, the surfer from the Basque Country, surfing for Euskadi.
The 4th best wave, Dimitri Ouvre, with an 8.17.
And the 3rd best heat total.
Yeah.
As we go straight to the interview, last heat's winner, that's Jordy Collins, isn't it, Paul?
Yeah, thanks, Diogo. Jordy, good job. Got that 8.67 kind of in the second half of the heat. Tell us about it.
Yeah, it was, I went for a free surf before the heat, and it felt like I kind of had this game plan and knew what I was going to do, and then I got out there, and I don't know, the conditions kind of changed a little bit since I was out there, and it just kind of felt more all over the place. So then I kind of started rushing and falling on some waves and catching some bad ones, and didn't really have a score up until that 8, but after that felt pretty solid. Was stoked to just get a good number on the board.
And you landed it like right on the shore. You kind of looked like, we saw your sort of head pop up. It looked like you were almost kind of like cracking up underwater. So you just stoked to have landed it?
Yeah, just super psyched to land it. The shore break is always a funny finish, getting washed around. And I mean, it's funny after you get a good one. Maybe if you're in last and you need a score, it's kind of frustrating, but come up, sand in the hair, and it just makes for good laughs.
All right, and well, America's probably kind of online now, just waking up. You want to give a shout out to your crew?
Yeah, for sure. If any of the boys are watching, you know who you are. Dad, you're probably watching. Love you. Thanks for supporting me. Anybody else? That one was for the boys.
All right, nice, good stuff, and looking forward to see you in round 3, Jordy. Boys, take it away in the booth.
Yeah, that one was for the boys, the American boys. Just got their 2 of their guys in the next round of 64 with Jordy Collins and John Mel making it to the next round with Manuel Selman, Eduardo Fernandes, Dimitri Juve, Julian Eguiguren now in the water. Dimitri taking the lead there.
Yeah, talking a bit about Eduardo Fernandes. Eduardo Fernandes is a great surfer. We are used to see him. He actually lives in Portugal. He's a great friend also from Robertson Gonçalves, and he stays in his home right here on the village of Santa Cruz. So he's normally right on the lineup during the winter season, so it's pretty. He surfs a lot here, and he has a really good surf. I remember last year he went to Nicaragua or Costa Rica with the Portuguese Federation national team to the ISA World Surfing Games, and they were actually vice champions of the world, I think. It was in Costa Rica. And Eduardo Fernandes
got some important points there.
Yeah, important points, and always delivers some really good surf. Even in the national championships, he's always there on the top 10, top 5 positions, and it's a really good surf. And right now with 2 waves, the first 2 waves of the contest for him, and he's already on the lead with 10.17. Dimitri Juve improves his score. He's now chasing in needing a 5.01 to first, and then the Euskadi guy Julian Eguiguren looking for a 2.58, and the Chile guy Manuel Selman is chasing a 4.18, maybe on this wave. Nice turn there. Another one, nice connection between turns, and it was a really hard attack of those lips here in Santa Cruz. Nice first snap, and then look, almost vertical, nice off the top, and another one, power.
Yeah,
power
that was
surf.
a combination of 3 major turns for sure. There wasn't much variety there, but the turns were really good, really vertical, really really
he got
major
the score.
turn. Yeah, he definitely got that 418, that's for sure. I wouldn't be surprised if he jumped straight to the lead, and there we go, jumping straight to first. That's. I was saying that it would be close to X under X, and I was just about to say that, and I just heard our bitch announcer telling the guys that it's a 787. So Manuel Selman with 3 major backside hits, jumping the gun there and moving on to first.
For sure, some judges there gave him an excellent range.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Remember the guys in home? We have 5 judges. The best score falls down with the lowest score, and then 3 judges do an average of the score, and that's the note that you're gonna have on your leaderboard. So definitely some judges gave him more than an 8 for that wave.
Absolutely. I'm gonna guess it was between 7.5 and an 8, or 7 and 8.5, something like that.
Yeah.
But it was a good split there and a good score for Manuel, from the surfer from Chile. Great waves there. I heard there was some powder also there in Chile. And yep.
Termas de Gijan.
Oh, there we go.
It's a great ski resort. Not so big, but really good.
Isn't there a Chile part in one of the Travis Rice's movies? I think there is.
That's for sure. Yeah, in Patagonia, because Patagonia is in Argentina and Chile, and they went there in the Heart of Flight movie.
There we go. That's a famous movie, and a famous surfer here in Portugal. Like you were explaining, that Eduardo Fernandes on a Rusty surfboard. No, it isn't Rusty. It's a Rusty brand surfboard. There we go. Big backside hit for Edu. He rivals in these kind of conditions. Such a great surfer. Spends a lot of time here in Santa Cruz, and he has been surfing really good. I tell you that. I saw him surfing live in in Caparica, and he did some really good surfing. And this is Dimitri up and riding another backside hit for Dimitri, and another one. Again, a combination of turns for French surfer. He looks in good form, I tell you that.
Yeah, really nice approach for Dimitri Juve. I think the judges are gonna like of that wave. 5.01
I think he got it again. Look at the replay. Nice bottom turn, nice snap. Now another good bottom turn, nice amplitude turn there. Then just a quick snap to preparing the junction, and he could finish pretty well the wave. So it's gonna be a good score, I think.
Dimitri Houvre, hailing from France. He's good friends with Jürgen Cousinet, who is a top 3 surfer in the QS. And he's also here. I wouldn't mind seeing them hanging out together. They're good friends. Probably Dimitri getting inspired by the recent good results that Cousinet has been getting in his latest competitions. He's second in the world right now in the QS. I think Jesse Mendes is in the lead with Iago Dora in third. And last of Eduardo Fernandes, 617. Dimitri, we're still waiting for his last wave. So really exciting heat at the moment. I mean, it's pretty much it's a pretty close heat. Don't get fooled by that score that Julian and Dimitri have, because they already have a 5 locked in, but they just need another 5.5, and they jump to a qualifying spot. So Eduardo Fernandes and Manuel Selman are far from being safe in this heat, with Dimitri Houvre and Julian Eguiguren absolutely on a reachable distance there. With 12 minutes to go, there will be plenty of opportunities for both surfers. And hopefully we'll see some of that good surfing we are anticipating in this heat. And I reckon what the offshore is going to do tomorrow with with the high tide, hopefully it will give us some good waves. But I think with this kind of fatter kind of waves, the offshore doesn't really help, does it? But the onshore kind of crumbles the lip a little bit and gives you a bit more power.
Yeah, but maybe we can see some barrels tomorrow.
Well, that's in the morning with the low tide. But we never know. We never know.
We never know. But you were talking about Jürgen Cousinet. Actually, Jürgen is from Reunion Island, I think.
He is. Yep.
And last year here on the QS 1000, he reached the semis.
Oh.
So maybe he's trying to do the same thing. He's already on round 3 at heat number 4 with Vicente Romero. He's actually a Spanish guy that rips the QS event. And
he lives really close. He lives in Vigo, up north. Vicente Romero.
He surfs a lot in Portugal. And then there is a score, 6.33 for
6.33 for Manuel Selman.
Yeah.
A better lead now for the Chilean surfer. Probably really inspired by what he has witnessed in the last few heats. A 7.83, that's one of the best so far of the day. So there's still plenty of opportunities, as we see Simon Paling, who is none other than Julian Eguiguren, just trying to fight back, to get back in this heat. He needs to drop that 257 as soon as possible, but he's not going to make it in his latest effort there. Julian Eguiguren needing a 6.3 to move up.
Yeah, meanwhile, Dimitri, he improved his situation. The last wave was a 5.9, so actually he's going to need just a low 6. No, it's a 5.51 right now. Then he can move to second place. Now he have Selman again up and riding, but it's just a check out, in and out wave.
Yeah, that wave didn't have much opportunity for him. It looked good from the start. It looked like it was going to wall up, maybe give him some ramps, but it didn't really give him that. But it was actually on a similar wave that Jordy Collins in the previous heat got that 867, but that was for a abnormal heat. Abnormal air, sorry for that. It's a nose peak air reverse. That was really, really exciting.
It was insane. I was on the surfers area and everybody's clapping and cheering up because it was a really nice move. So 10 minutes, really, actually 9 minutes left. The Basque, the Euskadi guy, Julian Eguiguren, he surfed really well on the round 1, but now he's struggling with finding some waves, and right now he's needing a 6.3. It's totally open, but the Chilean guy, Manuel Selman, now I think he has a comfortable leading, so we are watching this heat, and maybe the second place is still open for the other three guys, Eduardo Fernandes, Dimitri Youv, and Julian Eguiguren. But we never know. We never know. Eduardo Fernandes now is trying to change his backup. This 5.23. He needs a 7.99 to go first, and he had the priority. Let's see if he's gonna use it right now. Yes, he does. So backhand approach, nice little snap.
Wow, that was a good turn. He lost a bit of momentum there and didn't really finish that one wave, but he waited a lot for that. Unfortunately, coming unstuck Eduardo Fernandes, but still, he still made some damage prior to that. But yeah, it's just a shame that he wasn't able to really finish that 1-8 one.
Yeah, it offered some really nice junction, but a lot of white water there, and he couldn't be able to finish that move. But it's there. He right now he has to pedal out and put himself just between Dimitri and Julian and try to sell some wave, try to do something on these last 7 minutes, because with this kind of conditions we never know when the heat is finished and when we are comfortable in that position. Although that I think again that Manuel Selman has a pretty good condition there. You have a high 7 and a total of 14.16. It's the two best waves of the heat are from the Chile guy, so he's comfortable more than the others, but we never know.
Yeah, we never know. And it's really close for second between Dimitri and Eduardo. Looks like Julian is a bit lost out there at the moment, and that was a big hit for Dimitri. I'm not sure if he had anything. I'm not sure if he had something before that. Let's watch the replay, maybe a cutback. It looks like it was a pretty straightforward kind of wave. Just one turn maybe. Oh, there we go. Just one turn to move him and give him some projection down the line to finish it off with this turn we just saw. And he liked it. That was the famous no claim. That was a good combination of turns for Dimitri. He needs a 5.51 to go to second. Yeah, I'm not sure. The judges are going to compare it with that 5.17 and the 5.9 he has already. And that's because it's a 5.5 that he needs. Got to be somewhere between those two scores. And that's what the judges need to call. Oh, there we go. 7.17 for Dimitri. Well over that. So the judges did the comparison between that 5.11 and the 5.9 and decided, well, comparing to those two waves, it's way better. So 7.17, and now Eduardo third needs a 6.91 to go to second, and Julian needs a 7.97. So much harder for Eduardo and Julian. And this is a fellow Portuguese guy, Jacques Correia, coming up next.
Yeah, and you know what? There was just two maneuvers, but the connection between the maneuvers was really good, with some too much speed, and he could reach that final lip with a lot of strength, and he managed to put down a really good surfing wave. So right now we have live action with Selman.
It's gonna be an air for sure. The miss, the ramp was gone, but he was setting it up. He was definitely going for an air there. Unfortunately, the wave just didn't really cooperate with the intentions of Manuel Selman, and he wasn't able to launch as high as he would have liked it to launch there. Let's see him surf. He went for a setup cutback, and look at him just trying to get some speed going, looking for that ramp, but he got to the last section a bit late, and the wave was already closing down. That's why Manuel wasn't able to launch, and well, he's gonna have to reset, look for another chance, although he's probably not too worried because he has a 7.83, a 6.33, he's in the lead, and the other guys are a bit far off.
Yeah, the pressure now is on Eduardo Fernandes and Julian Eguiguren for sure. The time is running down. We have only 4 minutes for the last to going through to last heat of the day, and Eduardo Fernandes is chasing a 6.91. So maybe he's trying to do that on a left-hander. Let's see. Using his priority. No, he's on his backhand.
He waited a bit for this one wave. Now Eduardo is up and riding on his backhand, just trying to milk this wave. Went for a backside reverse. He's not gonna land it. The white water caught him there. I don't think priority matters too much in these kind of conditions, but still, Eduardo waited a lot for this one wave, and he generated the speed. He went for that last section turn, but it wasn't as radical and as powerful as he would have liked, so he went for the backside reverse and coming in stuck. Meanwhile, behind him was Manuel Selman from Chile. Look at that first turn, really nice for Manuel. Just a good combination of turns. A little bit of backwash doesn't allow him to wrap up this wave with that finishing turn. As we see, what's that? That's
trying to know the scores, I think, with probably his coach or his manager.
He's just trying to get his situation. Just pointing to his feet, probably some kind of secret code he has going on with his coach and fellow competitors. Just trying to figure out what's his position in the heat. He's in second place, a bit far from third, so he's pretty much safe at the moment. I'm not sure what's time call at the moment, but the Pro Santa Cruz presented by Oakley first day is winding down. Just 2 more days left.
Yeah, that's it.
Just a bit. This is the first day. Just 2 more heats left. That's what I was saying.
But maybe we could finish on Friday. 2 more days, man. It's gonna be hard.
Yeah, I'm not
it's
sure.
Gonna be hard.
It depends on what
the conditions.
It depends on the conditions and what the organizers decide on doing. But we want to have the beach packed, and we want to have the surfers in the best possible conditions. We'll just have to look at the forecast and decide when that's gonna happen.
And yeah, on Saturday the forecast still is good. Like
a bit smaller, though.
A bit smaller, but really good conditions. But as we saying, a forecast is always a forecast. So maybe tomorrow morning, I think the check-in is going to be at 7 o'clock in the morning again. So join us in the beach or in the WSL app to I don't know if WSL.com, I think.
Yeah, WorldSurfLeague.com.
WorldSurfLeague.com.
Yeah.
To try to keep it up to all the results. We still have a lot of Portuguese guys competing and with some good chances to win this event. I would say that, for example, Frederico Moraes or Vasco Ribeiro, they have serious they are serious contenders for the winning of this event. Maybe
we'll have to wait and see for what's going to happen in the coming days of the Santa Cruz Pro Open presented by Oakley. We are here in Santa Cruz, Praia de Santa Cruz, in Torres Vedras, just down south of Peniche, up north of Ericeira. It's like 45 minutes, 1 hour from Lisbon, depends on the traffic. And this is Eduardo Fernandes just wrapping one off. His body language says it all, he doesn't believe it. And there's only 20 seconds remaining in this heat. Heat 7 of the second round, with Eduardo Fernandes wrapping up the situation here. And we'll see what's on.
Oh, he was frustrating. Man.
Yeah, he was definitely frustrated there. Unfortunately for Eduardo Fernandes, he was a bit short of what he needed to go up to the third round. And but that's good news for Manuel Selman and Dimitri Uve.
Yeah, but it's a rusty board, I think.
It is a rusty board.
Isn't it? And the replay from the last wave from the white surfer Dimitri Uve. Oh, really good turn there, releasing the tail, but it's only a victory lap.
Even a victory lap indeed.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give way to my fellow commentator Paul Evans for this heat's wrap up, as I'm gonna catch up with Manuel Selman in the post-heat interview. Stay tuned, guys, and thank you so much. These are the official results of this heat. Manuel Selman taking the win with Dimitri Uve in second. Eduardo Fernandes and Julian Eguiguren unfortunately coming a bit short of what they needed to move to the next round. Stay tuned.
Yeah, thanks, Diogo. As you were saying, that's the official results. So Manuel Selman and Dimitri Uve moving forward to the next round, and we are moving forward to
the last heat of the day, the last heat of the round. But before that, we're gonna go to a quick commercial break. So stick with us and join us after the break.
I started surfing when I was 3. Now it's about the chase of a world title. It's maneuvers that haven't been done before. Places in the world that haven't been surfed before. It's never ending. I'm Julian Wilson, and I can't stop.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Pro Santa Cruz presented by Oakley. We have on the water the last heat of the day, heat number 8 from round 2 with 2 Portuguese guys on the water, Giacomo Correia and Luis Heli Batista. They are going to Dylan Groen, that's actually almost Portuguese too, and Luke Dillian. Great resuming about what we have on the day. A beautiful day of competition. We have done 1.5 round, and tomorrow the forecast is really good, tomorrow and Friday, so it was a really nice day, but we are looking forward to see tomorrow's waves and tomorrow conditions, because as we are talking about all the transmission during the day is going to be the best forecast for this open period of waiting for this Pro Santa Cruz. Welcome back, Paul.
Yeah, good to be back. Last heat of the day. Pretty excited. Looking forward to seeing Luke Dillon from the UK, seeing what he's got. And obviously, Luis Heli Batista ripped this morning. And so did Groen as well.
Yeah.
Had a couple of nice ones. So pretty decent heat this. Very high tide. These guys really close to shore, but still scoring potential out there. Still fun ones. It's been onshore all day, but plenty of good scores going down. And also, no one's coming in having caught like 2 waves that you sometimes get. Like everyone's getting their chances. So that's good to see. I think pretty solid decision to run through the day.
And you know what? I didn't expect this kind of waves all day, because you have seen the ocean yesterday, and it was completely flat on high tide. So it was kind of a surprise to have this kind of conditions on a day like this. And now we have Diogo ready with the winner of the last heat.
Yep, thank you, boys. I'm here with Manuel Selman. Manuel, starting off your heat with that 787, not starting off, but starting off your event with the 787 for that combination of 3 good turns. It must have felt good, right?
Yeah, I felt really good. I started off a little bit awkward on my board. I kind of fell in the first 2 waves, like bad wave choice, and then I calmed down, and I knew I needed to wait for a good wave, and that one right opened up really good and let me do 3 turns, and yeah, got a nice score. It's good to start off with a 7. I thought I wasn't going to be able to hear anything because it's so windy out there. But yeah, I was able to hear and my score and like keep my calm and wait for a second good wave.
How's the contest season looking for you so far? Have you had any good results? Tell us a bit about it.
Yeah, I did pipe and the 2 events in Australia, but I lost. In pipe I made a round, and then I lost first round in the 6,000s in Australia. So hasn't been a really good year, and I hope it starts now. It's still a long time. Like there's so much more to come. Like even starting from September in Lacanau and all those events, there's so much more to come. So it's nice to get a good result here to try and get a good seeding for the second half and maybe make it to the primes the second half of the year.
Yeah, you kind of need to hit the reset button, and this would be a great place. Is it your first time here in Santa Cruz?
Yeah, it's my first time here, and I'm super stoked this waves. I've been surfing like knee-high waves the whole year on the QS, and flattening waves, like every heat I surf with waves, I usually make it. So I hope the condition stays like this, because it looks a little bit smaller for the after tomorrow or something, but as long as I make my heat tomorrow with waves, I'm stoked.
There you go. Good luck for your next rounds, and enjoy your time here in Portugal.
Thank you.
Back to you guys in the booth. This was Manuel Salmon. Enjoy the last heat of the day.
Really interesting. Thanks, Diogo. Really interesting, this interview, and I think he says a lot. These kind of events are really important for the last part of the season. You have to be on the top 100 to get the invitation or the inscription to that prime event in Hawaii, in Brazil, even in Portugal, in Cascais. We have the Cascais Trophy with a prime QS in, I think, in September, something like that, and it's really important. And then we have it's the Portuguese Giacomo Correia trying to float that section, but it was a hard fall from deck junction. There is the replay from the green surfer Dylan Grow, and oh, really nice turn there, a lot of water. Now just a quick snap to prepare the last move. Let's see. Yeah, nice wave, really nice wave for Dylan Grown. And then he said just one more thing, Manuel Salmon, that this is a powerful wave. It's it's used to surf pretty small conditions, and he hopes that tomorrow with more power and more waves. But that's how Santa Cruz works. Even if there is 1 foot, the waves always push you forward, because it's a really power beach break. And 667 from the last of green.
Yeah, good surfing there from Grown in green, representing Deutschland. And he got the 667, just avoided the number of the beast there by 100th of a point, and it puts him in first place. 16 minutes and 40 seconds to go in this, the last heat of the day. And we are right on the beach here, right in the high tide mark, super shore break conditions. Have got a little bit of size coming in now, pretty small this morning and very marginal with the onshore now. It's still onshore, but we've got a little bit of chunk, all of these lumps getting blown in, that high tide allowing every little bit of swell energy to unload on this steep beach here. And as Diogo was saying there, it's got that open ocean kind of powerful feel, even when it's relatively small, still packs a punch, this place. And Manuel Salmon pretty stoked to make it through. Which two of these 4 will join him in round 3? Here goes Correia of Portugal, and he's a little bit late and a little bit far back on that to really get any damage going. Let's join Luke Dillon in red. Had a Great Britain, and a nice little hit there for Luke is Haley Batista, or Luis Haley as he's known.
Yeah.
And well, he used to be called Haley Batista from Brazil. Now he's called Luis Haley from Portugal. Do you reckon the Luis had something to do with the transition to being Portuguese? Or?
No,
Okay.
Nothing to do it.
All right.
And then the similars between Brazil and Portugal, you don't have to almost translate anything. So, and that was a nice wave. We didn't saw this wave.
We just got the last turn there from Luke, and he got 2 good maneuvers on the inside, plenty of speed, nice control through those turns. Here goes Luis Haley. And he's an interesting character, this guy. He's a colourful character. He's one of those kind of high-energy guys you see around the surfers area. He's always kind of got a little bit of buzz about him, especially obviously when he's making heats and winning.
Yeah.
But he does seem like a bit of a character, and I like what I've seen of his surfing.
And talking about a bit about Luke Dillon and the surfing Great Britain,
I remember Russell Winter, a former WCT, the first Briton guy that reached the WCT.
First European.
The best European for so many years. And it's had to be good to have another guy like that in the WCT Tour and another European. We have now some good Europeans on tour: Joan Duru, Frederico Moraes, Jeremy Flores, Michel Bourrez. You can put in Europe. It's a French colony, but yeah, he's from Tahiti. But yeah, since we have the Hero Force back in the days with I don't know, Thiago Pires, and
Tim Boll,
Mickey Picon, Tim Boll. And yeah, Europe is starting to putting their surfers on the WCT. It's a nice sign.
Yeah, it's good to see Luke out giving it a good dig, and he's got his campaign off to a reasonable start out in this heat. Just waiting for his scores to lock in and give you the breakdown.
9.5. It's a hate. It's a big hate.
Massive.
It's a high hate for Luke Dillon on that wave for sure.
There it is, 8.5 for Luke, so a beautiful score for him. He goes right up into that excellent range. He smashed the first couple of turns, held all his speed, nice power. We just caught him on the replay on the end. We didn't see what went before, and then we saw the second replay.
Yeah.
And he went to town on that thing, 8.5, and the reason why he's not in first with that is just got a 1 as a backup, so he'll be looking to throw away that 1 and see if he can consolidate himself out in front. But a really good start there from the Brit.
Yeah, a solid start from the British guy, and it seems to be in a good momentum, in a good rhythm with the ocean. And we are live from Santa Cruz for the last heat of the day. We have completely the round 1 and half of the round 2, and tomorrow morning I think the check-in is going to be at 7 o'clock in the morning again, and with a quick start because the conditions are good. The tide is good right in the morning, so we are just waiting for the sunshine and straight to the water to the it's number 9 from round 2. Tomorrow morning, Gabriel Farias against Paul Cesar Distinguin.
Here we go, we got live action. Correia, the Portuguese, swooping around on a right-hander. He'll bring it onto the inside, he'll hang low, and he'll smack in the lip pretty nice. Gets a bit of release of his tail there. And he'll bank around off some white water. So one nice maneuver there for the surfer in blue, representing Portugal. Has a look at his watch, and if he's got his timing right, he'll realise it's just under 12 minutes to go.
It's changing boards or what?
I think he's going to run around. He's going to go the run up the beach.
Oh, maybe the current is a bit stronger.
But he's travelled quite a long way south down with that sweep as well. He doesn't want to waste time paddling against it, so he's going to run around and just jump off the sandbar. But as you said, 7 o'clock check-in for the surfers. So what does that mean for us? We've got to be down at about 4 a.m. start for us.
Maybe
hot yoga for an hour, and then we'll have a talent meeting. Is that right?
We have our blankets, so we can sleep already here for tomorrow.
Production meeting at 3 a.m. for us. That sounds fine. That's about right.
Yeah. And that's to see the image. That's a pretty. It's kind of a rock there that marks the North Peak that we are talking about, and maybe because of that we have some sand in there, but it changes a lot here in Santa Cruz. If you have north winds, you have sand coming from north and go to the south beaches. If you have we have several south storms here too, so it's always changing in days. In a month ago, we are surfing just pretty south on the beach, and then we have a big swell, and it changes the whole thing. And now we are on the German beach with some really good waves and some. It's a nice bank there, you know. On the low tide, you can see the banks there, and it's pretty shallow, so it's pretty compact sand there. And I think we're gonna see some good barrels tomorrow with the offshore winds. I hope so.
Yeah, anywhere in Europe where you can surf right through the tide, you can start before low, go through low, and then back up through high. And then at the other side, you know, that means you've got a pretty good bank on your hands, because that's That's a pretty good thing to be able to surf all the way through both tides. Well, there's Luke Dillon in the lead. There's confirmation he's back up his 5.67. So he backed up his 8.5 with a 5.67. He's out in front by some measure, actually. And Batista, Luis Haley via Brazil, but now represent Portugal in second. Looking for the 8.5 to take first from Luke. And Correia in Portugal in third, looking for 4.33 for seconds. And Grön in green from Germany, looking for just a 3.33. 9:20 on the clock.
Yeah, final 10 minutes of the last heat of the day. Right now we had just the confirmation for tomorrow's morning call. It's at 7 a.m. as we was saying, and we're gonna try to do try to finish the round 2 and go straight to round 3. Maybe round 4 in standby for tomorrow. You never know. And then the replay from the green surfer.
Yeah, it's an awkward wave. It's a whole lot of water on the face, and he had to travel a bit before he got that first snap away. And then he's looking to get a steep section, but that wave always looked pretty fat right from the start. He thought he'd roll the dice on that particular occasion. It didn't pay off. He'll make his way back out. 8.5 to go now in this one. But the situation's probably going to remain unchanged in terms of scoreboard. He had a 2.67 as low score, but overall, I don't think it's going to change his requirement. It might improve his overall position. But it's still Luke Dillon and Luis Haley Batista. Those are your 1, 2. Of course, 2 advancing into round 3. And that all-important round 3, we do have the big guns, the big seeds, some other CT surfers. Of course, we've already seen Joanne Duru, CT surfer, enter the competition and, of course, get knocked out already today.
Yeah.
But we are going to see our CT stars join us tomorrow. I think Luke Dillon got a wave there just off camera. And there he is.
Yeah.
Just see him coming up. So let's see if we can bring up a replay of that, see what Luke got going on that one.
Yeah, he's trying to improve 5.6, I think. He has that 8.5 on that first wave. And Dillon actually has a 6.67. He's needing a 3.33. I think with that last wave, it wasn't so good, but I think he's gonna have the score to go through the second place. So right now we are waiting for scores with 7 minutes to end the day of the first day of competition here in Santa Cruz. And then we are going to have a post-show right after the winner interview. We are going to have a quick post-show to see the highlights of the day. Right now we have Giacomo. No, we have
Luis Haley Batista, and he'll go to the air with a big punt. He loves those backhand rotations, and he blows a little kiss at the crowd. And why wouldn't he? Beautiful stuff there. He's got a couple of, he's got that on lockdown. He loves that maneuver. And as I said, he is a bit of a character. He's a fun guy to have around. He brings a bit of energy. And just throwing down a nice little backhand air reverse there. Let's check out and see what Correia's got. And he'll go up into the lip and throw up a bit of spray, and he'll kind of bank around a section here. Look for things to get steep for him. He'll crack the lip one more time. He kind of never really got going on that one. It's a pretty nice 7. It was smooth, but no real hard aggression.
Yeah, not as critical as, for example, Luis Batista, but I think it was his best wave of the heat. Giacomo is a young Portuguese surfer, and then we are the Dillon Groen trying that 3.33 with priority. We have to see the replay to see what he has done on the wave. But Dillon, it's still open. 5 minutes left. but it's still open to everybody except for the first place, I think, because that 8.5 put Luke Dillon in a really good position, and now with priority on the last 5 minutes, it's gonna be tough to take out Dillon from that place. But Groen is chasing. You see, the Groen and Correa, they are chasing. Oh, that's a change. Now they are needing a 6.5 and a 7.5, because with that air, Luis Haley Batista puts down a 7.5 and a solid score for both guys, for both of the leading guys, Luke Dillon and Luis Haley Batista.
Yeah, it's a bit of daylight now between seconds and then third and fourth, of course. Luis Haley with that backhand air reverse, good enough for a 7.5, and now that requirement has got that a little bit more steep now for Carrera and Groen. They were looking at relatively low scores before. Now they're going to need to go up in that good range. And as time ticks away, time not really on their side. 3 minutes 45 remaining in this, the final heat of the day. We've smashed out 24 heats here this morning. Our first air competition, of course, the Santa Cruz Pro presented by Oakley WQS 3000. Let's check out who's up. It looks like White is late. Batista, and he's too late, and he'll go down. We just see a bit of duck diving. That one kind of white watering on the outside, catching everyone slightly off guard. No real open face there, often scoring opportunity, and no rides.
And that's it. Final 3 minutes of the day. It's looking pretty good for the British guy, Luke Dillon. 8.5 and a 5.67. Really solid score for the British guy. If he wins this battery, he's going to get, I think, on the 7th, no, on the 8th hit against Kano Igarashi and Thiago Pires. So it's gonna be a tough hit with a former World Tour guy, Thiago Pires, and actually Kano Igarashi. The kid that last year was a rookie on the WCT Tour, and he actually loves Portugal. He comes many times to Portugal, Kano Igarashi, so it's going to be a tough hit and a really nice hit to see here in Santa Cruz.
2 minutes to go in this one. It's still Dillon, Batista, you won 2, and Correa and Groen are facing an uphill struggle. Not insurmountable. They both need 6s, high 6s, if they're going to get up into 3rd place. But as time ticks away, their opportunities will get lesser and lesser. Let's see if they can get something going. They've got just about enough time. This paddle out's really short, so in terms of getting a wave and paddling back out, they've probably still got enough time to get 2 waves, but realistically, just be hoping for one decent score, one decent wave, and do something pretty big.
Yeah, 1.5 minutes remaining. And look, the conditions, it's still good conditions. It's actually quite different seeing above the cliff, and it's much bigger than it looks. That's the normal mistake that most kind of surfers do. It has to see the surf on the cliff. Oh, let's go! And they took a 5.6, and it reached there is like 10 foot plus.
All right, here goes Groen looking for 6.51, and this wave started off soft. Can it get a bit steeper for him? Not particularly is the short answer, and a little bit of frustration from him. Semi-disgust at Huey. Huey, why have you done this to me? But he's looking for 6.51, and I don't think it's going to go anywhere near with that last effort. Look, Dillon looks to have just caught a wave. He's looked really good value for his first place. He smashed out that left-hander for an 8.5 pretty early on in this thing. And something
happened there.
Something went down that our cameraman didn't pick up. I wonder if we can get a replay. We're going to check out Correira just making his way in. And we're just waiting for an official result to come in. Unofficially, Dylan Batista, you won 2, unless something dramatic happened that we didn't catch.
Yeah, we heard some claps and some cheering.
A little murmur
some
of
whistles.
excitement, didn't we?
Yeah. Maybe Giacomo Correia changed the situation. I don't know. But we are waiting for scores to give you guys the official results of the last heat of the day. Don't forget, right after this, we're gonna have a quick post-show with the highlights of the day, and for sure the interview with the winner of this last hit. And we are trying to figure it out what did happen on the finishing way of the day. So that's it.
Yeah, so that brings to a conclusion the final heat of the day. We're just waiting for an official result to come in. But it's been a big day of surfing here in Santa Cruz. Of course, we're about an hour north of Lisbon, out in the west of Portugal. And a beautiful long beach here, multiple peaks. We're kind of at the northern end of this long beach, but there's a lot of surf on offer out here. And we are expecting our forecast to look a little bit better, as we've been mentioning. There we go, official results. So Batista, well, he nudged Luke Dillon out of the first place, but it doesn't really matter in terms of who advances. It is Dillon and Batista, you 1-2 who advance. And Giacomo Correira and Dylan Groen, they'll bow out at this stage. That's it for the day.
Yeah.
We are going to go to a little post-show, a little wrap. We're going to check out some highlights. We had quite a few of them. We've had some big scores go down, some exciting heats. So there it is, officially. It is Batista and Dillon. And they'll be making their way into round 3.
Yeah, that's the way. And maybe we're going to do some commercial break and trying to have the hit winner, Luis Helio Batista. As you said, he's always a funny guy, and I want to see what he's telling to us about this last hit of the day. So you're seeing cleaning up the setup. Everything is almost finished, and yeah, and that's it. We're going to a quick commercial break, and stick with us. Right after this commercial break, you're gonna have a post-show with the highlights of the day. Join us.
I started surfing when I was 3. Now it's about the chase of a world title. It's maneuvers that haven't been done before. Places in the world that haven't been surfed before. It's never ending. I'm Julian Wilson, and I can't stop.
All right, welcome back to Santa Cruz, the Santa Cruz Pro presented by Oakley 3000 WQS. Day 1 of competition, day 2 of the waiting period. And we've had a great day. We've run along 24 heats and we've had some great scores up in the excellent range, seen some good surfing, a few upsets. We've seen CT guys come into the competition and get knocked out already. We've got a whole bunch of CT guys to come in when we pick up with finish off round 2 and pick up round 3. But in the meantime, we're going to check out an interview with the winner of the last heat, Luis Haley Batista, who I believe is standing by with Diogo. Take it away, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. I am with the heat winner of the last heat of the day, Luis Haley Batista, always with the good vibes, sending kisses to everybody. Talk about that last hit.
Yeah, that hit is a little bit like nervous in the beginning because I didn't start like well, but in the middle of the hit I find one left and made this first year and send kisses for my friends in Brazil, also in Poland, in Spain, in Portugal to Al Jesus for my brother Atamai. Maybe he sold me in that hit, and for my whole family in Brazil too. In the end of the hit I find my last one right, then I change the hit for the first place and I got it to be in the round 3 now.
Really good surfing, really good performance. And tell me about what's your goal for this event?
Man, I just come here like with no pressures. So isn't my last hit, my last contest, because now I'm gonna start to study and I'm gonna do another stuff in my life. It's time to do. So I just come here to have fun with my friends. John just support me here and all my family too. And I'm gonna enjoy this contest and maybe I'm gonna get one good result in the end.
That's the most important thing, having some fun. You want to say some Portuguese words for the Brazilian fans?
Oh, sure. Quero mandar beijo lá para toda a minha família lá no Brasil, Anderson, Atalanta, meus sobrinhos Davi, Daniel, minha mãe, Dona Nilma, Luiz da Cocada, Atalanta Batista, tetracampeã brasileira. Para a galera que está me acompanhando também aí, com certeza eu recebi muitas mensagens de hoje ali no Facebook, depois que eu fiz o post ali dizendo que seria a minha última competição. Eu só quero agradecer a todos vocês pelo carinho. Vou seguir uma nova jornada agora na minha vida. Essa será a minha última competição na WSL. Vou começar a estudar e traçar novas metas, aí como um empreendedor aí, alguns business. E quero mandar também um salve para a galera no Equador também que está me acompanhando. Valeu, galera, boa vibe. E também para meu irmão Atamai lá no Al Jesus, que está me dando todo o suporte. Para minha sobrinha Mayla, Camila, toda a galera da pizzaria. E é isso, valeu, galera. Vamos firme aí pro próximo round, round 3.
Thank you so much, congratulations and good luck for the next round.
Thank you, brother.
Back to you, Paul, and I'm going to go with you back on the booth just in a few seconds.
All right, I'm looking forward to it. So Luis Haley Batista there, super stoked. He's full of boa vibes, as well he should be, and a great performance from him. And the last heat had the exciting lead change at the end, but it's been a day like that. We've had some great scores all day up in the excellent range. We've had some pretty exciting surfing, power surfing on rail. We've had the aerial stuff, and it's been a pretty good day of competition. We're going to line up some highlights for you now. I think we've got a package for the day. Let's check out some highlights of the day. All right, well, some good highlights there. What a day it's been. Diogo, from your point of view, what stood out for you? What are your favorite moments from the day?
Yeah, really a lot of good moments there. We have such I love the approach from Mark Lacomar on those waves, and it seems to be in a really good sharp, and gonna stick to wave of the day presented by Oakley. It's the first air of Heaton. You remember that right on the beginning of the day, that backside air reverse really high, almost a full rotation. Whoa, pretty awesome move.
All right, Ethan Osborne out of the USA with the Oakley wave of the day there. Day one of competition, he'll be pretty happy with himself.
Yeah.
And so are we. We've had a great day. We've seen a lot of good surfing, and we're looking forward, as we've been saying, the forecast is looking pretty positive for tomorrow.
Yeah.
We're looking at a little increase in swell, winds swinging around to be a bit more offshore, so cleaner, a bit bigger. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, fingers crossed for tomorrow. Tomorrow the forecast is really good. We're gonna actually do the check-in with the 7 o'clock in the morning. So join us, even or in the WSL app, or even if you want to come to the beach, you can join us here on the beach. It's gonna be a great day of surfing.
All right, well, it's about time for us to sign off. Thanks for tuning in. Catch you tomorrow morning bright and early.
I started surfing when I was 3. Now it's about the chase of a world title. It's manoeuvres that haven't been done before. Places in the world that haven't been surfed before. It's never ending. I'm Julian Wilson, and I can't stop.
Wow.